After the disaster level emerged, the monster became an absolute indicator of power that is inherent in humans, as well as in the world that revolves around levels. The higher the level, the better it is in the underground space. A man faced Nergal, whose level was a mysterious question mark. The leader at level 457 felt unimaginable that Nergal's level was unknown and questioned how they should defeat him. Someone urged the man to escape, but he insisted on moving forward without him explaining that if the monster escaped, souls would be in ruins. They needed to buy time and wait for help from the outside while his subordinates rushed towards the portal to escape. The man unsheathed his sword, declaring that sacrifice was his style, and leaped towards Nergal to attack him. He intended to strike Nergal, but before he could, Nergal threw his axe and slammed the man to the ground. The system informed him that he had received an attack that exceeded his capacity. His armor was destroyed, and his health dropped to 5%. Struggling to survive, the man hoped that his level would be higher to better fight against the threat. As Nergal swung his axe again, the man questioned if this was the end. Suddenly, a loud explosion occurred, and someone blocked Nergal's large axe with a small dagger, leaving the man amazed at the newcomer's ability to stop Nergal with such a simple weapon. The protagonist faced Nergal, questioning his choice to hide out. The man warned the newcomer as Nergal launched another attack, but the newcomer agilely dodged it. Then he leaped onto Nergal's hand, climbed onto his head, and swiftly decapitated him using only his dagger, leaving the man in disbelief. He asked about the newcomer's identity, to which he answered that he was only level 1. But before that, our protagonist was in the underground room searching for a glass book on how to succeed as a book hunter. It suggested that with determination and even readiness to face death, he could overcome anything. If he failed, it was because he didn't put in enough effort. Therefore, before blaming society or luck for his failures, he had to blame his own laziness. In anger, he slammed his phone to the ground and shouted, finding it amusing. Then he returned to the monster's corpse behind him. 7 years ago, he dedicated 7 great years from the age of 20 until now, struggling to become a hunter. However, the results were disappointing every time, with various reasons causing him to fail the hunter exams, which involved tasks like hunting assigned monsters in the vast underground area at the early stages with low levels. It is impossible to defeat the monsters assigned for the exam task after leveling up quickly with good equipment, cleaning up the monsters that end the exam after working part-time all day for safe equipment, his stamina reaching its lowest point, causing him to faint during the exam. He looked at his phone again, angrily wondering who wrote the answers in the glass book, because he wanted to give them some thought. Suddenly, someone shouted, calling him an intern, and the hunting supervisor asked him if he had defeated all the low-level monsters on his side and was now taking a break. He replied that he had killed them all. The supervisor told him that if he was done, he had to return to the starting point and hand over the loot. Then he asked him why he was taking a break while looking at his phone and if he didn't want to participate in the boss attack. He gritted his teeth, knowing that participating in the boss attack did not require intern workers. But even if they did, they only took those who had a lot of money or a wealthy background, which meant the supervisor was trying to deceive him with lies. Then he apologized to the supervisor and told him that he would head there soon. The supervisor instructed him to hurry up and said that today's kids are crazy. Then he ran, thinking that his supervisor was an old scoundrel. When he arrived at the starting point, he saw another man gathering beside him, wondering what it was because he knew that there were more members of the first party than people there. He questioned whether everyone was just fooling around like him. Suddenly, someone called him the potential high ranker of the Legion, appealing to his classmate Kim Min-seok, asking if he had leveled up. But he just asked Min-seok back why he kept mentioning becoming a high ranker when he had already leveled up. He had no intention of doing so, and wondered why his group was so small. Then he told Min-seok that the other interns were all low-level interns as well. Bok asked him if he hadn't heard from the hunting supervisor that an emergency summoning order had been issued for the guild because an unconfirmed underground prison was emerging. Then, Min-seok shared that the reward for completing the underground prison Ankh for the first time was very large, so they easily ignored the rank D underground prison like this one. This time, they planned to clean up the boss with only the remaining members of the Federation and 2 interns, which surprised him. Min-seok added that it meant they could defeat the boss and level up today. They did a high five together in joy. He inquired about the two remaining members of the fellowship and pointed out that in order to face the intern workers and defeat the DL underground prison boss, those members must have a high enough level. Min Seok acknowledged he hadn't heard specifically, but believed the guild wouldn't rely on someone incompetent. He also mentioned that the underground prison boss tended to self-destruct when his health was low. He knew that even though there was a fellowship emergency meeting planned, if they were planning to face the boss with interns, they should include a hunter with a certain level or higher since it was a basic requirement. However, he questioned the feasibility of the plan. Then he asked someone else if they had ever tried to catch Circle Moose, suspecting him among the remaining members of the fellowship. This man is the least experienced man. He admits that this is the first time he asked the man about his experience in underground boss raids. The man replied that he had never observed it until now. The man was curious why he was asked, and mentioned that he seemed anxious, swinging his sword. He reassured him not to worry because he could rely on his equipment. The man named Choi Jae-yong is the grandson of the chairman of one of the leading medium-sized companies in Korea and has a level 55 Jeon-woo. He considered it even surpassing veteran hunters with levels above 100, so they brought in a hunter with financial resources to explore the underground space while observing a big man nearby. He thought that if that was the problem, the only remaining one to trust was the only one left among the remaining guild members, a supervising member of hunters with a level of 205. He believed that with this person, it might be enough. Master Choi Jae-yong's excessive arrogance that overshadows the lack of strength from others is enough, but he knows that the boss's attacks cannot be easily done because they also need to manage the small masses that occasionally appear and adapt to the boss monsters that suddenly change their attack targets. Otherwise, they risk becoming food for the boss monsters one by one, especially with the cruel self-destruction after 3 minutes when their health drops below 30%. They must decide the outcome within that time frame. The supervisor then asked if they have all learned the boss patterns well enough and instructed them to eliminate random monsters that appear when the boss tries to self-destruct. They must fight with their strength while raising their hands. He inquired of the supervisor what to do if their damage was not enough. The supervisor replied that fleeing to the portal was an option, but attacking, even with the risk of death, was better if no one was in the boss room when it self-destructed. The underground prison would be cleared, but they would lose experience points and items. Then, the supervisor raised the sword in hand and shouted at them that if there were no further questions, they should proceed immediately and ordered them to move forward. The interns entered the underground room one by one while he stepped aside, knowing there was no way back. Now, the young one asked if his name was Jeon-woo and said that his level was higher than the others, asking if he had ever defeated the boss. Later, Min Seok appeared and informed Choi Jae-yong that Janu had defeated the boss more than 3 times. Choi Jae-yong questioned Min Seok about this, but Min Seok just winked at him. Aeong suggested that the 3 of them should stick together because their actual experience was limited. He believed that by gathering and dividing roles among themselves, they would be much more efficient. Choi Jae-yong then asked for their opinions on his suggestion, and Min Seok agreed. A good plan. When Choi Jae-yong asked if he was okay with it, Min Seok confirmed that he was. Min Seok shook hands with Choi Jae-yong, expressing his anticipation and emphasizing the need to defeat the boss monster to level up. Ion agreed, mentioning that he also needed the items dropped by Circle Moose. Min Seok took note of this, aligning intentions and proposing to share drinks afterwards, which was approved by Choi Jae-yong. While standing silently in the middle, Hwa Young pondered whether his main goal was to secure entry to the higher underground space through connection with the key ball. The boy knew that connecting with wealthy individuals could facilitate access to higher levels of the underground space. For regular hunter, Choi Jae-yong grasped his hand, expressing his enthusiasm, which he happily received after leading them to the underground room, convincing himself to be grateful for such a rare opportunity, leaving the way while grinning and smiling creepily as he entered the underground room. The underground prison, without the knowledge of others following behind him, felt an unpleasant feeling watching Choi Jae-yong enter first. Immediately, the remaining strength of the circus dropped to 30%, and it would self-destruct when the undead rose from the underground, flooding the interns with more than 50 of them, level 100 higher than usual. Meanwhile, he managed to defeat one of the undead's leaders, then heard Min Seok questioning their next move, worried they might fail if they continued like this. Young Y called someone to provide support in their position. The supervisor engaged to the boss, demanded to know their status, and instructed them to quickly send a small group and join the main battle. He informed the supervisor about the numerous skeletons, questioning how they should assist Min Seok, then pushed the skeleton he was fighting and urged him to quickly defeat Circle Moose as he held him back. One of the skeletons questioned Solo Mok's strategy and expressed concern for Min Seok's safety. Min Seok reassured him to hold on for just 1 minute and help the supervisor. Young Y placed a hand on his shoulder, urging them to complete the task quickly. He saw the supervisor fighting the boss alone, gritted his teeth, and leaped towards the boss, instructing Min Seok to hold on for 30 seconds as he would finish it in that time. Then they faced Circle Moose, who only had 27% of his power, and they continued to attack him while the supervisor told them to hurry. He gave it his all and struck the boss with all his might, reducing the boss's power to 23%, and the system showed them that there were 50 seconds left. He saw the dwindling countdown timer and realized that their attacks would not succeed. In due time, he informed the supervisor that it didn't work and they needed to retreat, but the supervisor told him that they could do it and it wasn't over until everything was finished. He considered the supervisor insane because his words were something that could be said in a sports match. But they weren't in a sports match, and if they continued like this, they would be completely destroyed. Suddenly, someone shouted at him to be careful, and luckily he dodged just in time to avoid the skeleton's attack, but he received a minor injury. He then positioned himself and sliced the skeleton's body. The skeleton crashed to the ground, screaming that it was insane and they were almost dead, but he was stunned when he saw a horde of skeletons coming towards them. The supervisor asked why everyone was doing it, and why the skeletons were coming towards them. But then the supervisor saw the intern on the ground, cursing and panicking, and ordered him and Choi Jae-yong to take care of the injured because they would retreat to the boss's office outside, to which they both answered yes. But then a skull stabbed Choi Jae-yong's leg, making him scream in pain. He immediately ran towards Choi Jae-yong and told him to lower his head, which Choi Jae-yong did, and he stabbed the skeleton's head. The supervisor ordered him to support and follow him as he secured the retreat route, to which he answered okay. The supervisor called Min Seok and told him that he was creating an escape route, so he had to hurry and provide assistance. Min Seok answered yes. The supervisor then faced a horde of skeletons blocking the portal, and the system showed them that they only had 19 seconds before their boss self-destructed. Realizing there wasn't much time, he lifted Choi Jae-yong and instructed him to hold on tight. He then quickly ran towards the portal, apologizing to him and explaining that he needed to focus on capturing Cyrus and couldn't see the skeletons, but assured Choi Jae-yong that everything was fine and they would finish their conversation outside. Choi Jae-yong, smiling, asked if he was really okay, to which he replied that he was fine, but in a hurry, so he couldn't talk to him. The supervisor and Min Seok at the portal urged him to hurry, but he just threw Choi Jae-yong to them, telling them to catch him. With only 6 seconds left, he managed to cut the skeleton behind him. Half a moment later, with only 4 seconds left, he ran towards Min Seok and their supervisor brought Choi Jae-yong. But then Choi Jae-yong gently called out to him, confusing him. Choi Jae-yong then asked if he clearly said no problem, and with 2 seconds left, Choi Jae-yong kicked him, causing him to be thrown back into the underground prison. Then the timer reached 0, and the underground prison exploded. He saw his younger self running joyfully towards his parents, telling them that he was there and he would become a hunter. His mother asked him why and if he wanted to protect people by hunting monsters. He answered, not explaining that he just wanted to earn a lot of money and support his younger siblings. He also told his parents that he would fix the leaky roof and replace the car that had been around for more than 10 years. His mother asked when it is truly his dream, and he answers that he also plans to marry a beautiful person, so he needs a lot of money. His father laughs and tells him that he has a quite realistic dream. When his father was about to say something, he asked him why suddenly his parents turned into terrifying monsters and asked why he was lying like that. He woke up startled and realized he was trapped under a beam, shocked that he was still alive. He couldn't see anything in the darkness, wondering if he was blind. Then he heard someone shouting his name. It was Minuk and the supervisor looking for him from above. The supervisor noted that seeing the Cyrus item drop seemed like they were right, because they couldn't escape. Young apologized to them, saying it was all his fault that Jian Wu disappeared. which made Ung angry because he knew Choi Jae-yong intentionally pushed him back into the basement. Suddenly, the ground shook, and the rocks on top of it began to crumble. He heard the supervisor cursing as the underground room was about to collapse due to the explosion. The supervisor ordered them to immediately save whatever they could, leaving behind the items buried in the rubble. Min Seok told the supervisor that they needed to retrieve Jian-woo's body, but the supervisor replied that there was nothing they could do, questioning how they could find Jian-woo among all those rocks while pleading with them not to leave. He insisted that Jian-woo was still alive. The falling rocks struck him, and the supervisor reminded the crying Min Seok that the underground prison was a hunter's grave, according to the hunter's code. Min Seok then cried and walked out of the underground prison, continuously apologizing to him as he tried to emerge, pleading with them not to leave him. Then the rocks truly buried him, leaving him without hope inside those large rocks, wondering where everything went wrong. When he couldn't ignore Choi Jae-yong's injury when he applied for an internship, or even before all that, he asked himself why Choi Jae-yong pushed him. Was it out of hatred because Choi Jae-yong was greedy for the items dropped by the circle's leader? And why would someone so wealthy do that? He cursed, thinking he should have avoided joining it. The boss burst in and went home with his eyes closed, his head buzzing with questions, but he knew no matter how much he regretted it, nothing would change the fact that he would die. Nothing would change. But then he saw his parents with terrifying faces asking him if this was really what he wanted, making him open his eyes and shocked once again. Then he tried to move his body, swearing that he definitely wouldn't die. He opened his status window, which showed his health was 5 more than 6,950, and Mona's points were 120 more than 300. He couldn't believe he had managed to survive, and tried to take his phone out of his pocket. He turned on the flashlight on his phone and saw rocks and skeletons burying him, making him wonder if he could get out. Then the wind hit his face, making him look around and see a small hole above him. He knew that the blowing wind indicated the likely presence of a passage or empty space, so he tried his best to climb up the hole while thinking that even if he died, he had to fight from outside the hole. His hand came out of the pile of skeletons and rocks, and he managed to crawl out. He coughed hard, but was relieved that he survived. However, when he looked up, he was shocked to see a large, long corridor in front of him. He wondered what had caused the explosion, but this place looked too different from the boss room before, and he realized that it seemed like some kind of hallway. Then, he heard something from the middle of the hallway and saw a portal slowly opening. He was surprised to see an underground portal there and walked a little closer while wondering if the explosion had revealed a hidden underground space. He stopped in front of the portal and wondered why his bad feeling was never wrong. He touched the portal, and the system showed him that it was an SS-ranked underground prison, asking him if he wanted to enter. He knew that the SS rank represented the highest level of difficulty of the existing dungeon, and even top-class heroes among the hunters hesitated to accept it. He ran away from there, convincing himself that he had not seen it, preparing to face life and death in the crumbling underground prison. But then, a large stone block fell in front of him, making him stop and confused. Suddenly, the ceiling of the corridor collapsed, and he ran back to where the portal was, as the corridor ceiling slowly collapsed in his path. He screamed that it was insane, and tried his best to run towards the SS-ranked underground prison portal. In front of him, as the ceiling above him was about to collapse, he managed to enter the portal just in time. He rolled into the underground space and stopped facing downwards on the ground. Slowly lifting his head, he saw many graves in front of him, wondering if it was because of his SS rank. As it was an underground prison and not a cave, he then realized something a bit far from him that made him panic, thinking it was a monster. However, he saw that it had a level system, which made him relieved because the blue window level meant it was a person. He thought if there was a person there, it must be open. An underground prison, and that person must be a hero who came to clean up the underground prison, making him feel saved. He ran towards the person, calling them a hero and asking for help, but before he could approach, the person emitted a strong light that blinded him and spoke a sentence indicating that he had been tirelessly collecting efforts there, lying about what he wanted in panic. He wondered what it meant, because the voice sounded so clear in his ears. Even though far away, he looked at the man and excused himself. But the man did not do so. In response, he wondered what the man was doing, Realizing it was like a pause screen because the man did not move at all, he waved his hand and called out. But the man only emitted light again and repeated his initial statement, which initially stunned him. He wondered if the man was an NPC who knew that even though reality had become like a game, it was known that NPCs did not exist in real life, making him amazed and wondering if he was the first person to discover the PC. He raised his hand to reach the man, and the man repeated his words. Then he grabbed the man again, and the man repeated his slogan. But when he reached out his hand again, the man shouted at him to stop. The curse surprised him. The man complained about trying to act like an NPC and being trapped with that monotonous repetition. Then he asked about his level, and he answered 46. The man acknowledged knowing it and questioned whether he thought his eyes were just for show and how someone like him could reach level 46. He answered that it just happened, which led him to ask the man who he was. The man answered that he was a manager there, and in game terms, he guessed he was something like an NPC. He asked the man if he could tell him the way out, but the man answered that there was none, because the only way to leave the place meant clearing the dungeon alone, leaving him shocked. Then he asked the man if he was joking, and how could a level 46 person complete an SS rank dungeon? The man replied that it was true, but advised him not to be too disheartened, because their level and health didn't mean anything. He asked the man what he meant, and the man replied whether he was level 46 or 500, he could be defeated, and the only important thing was luck. He asked the man what kind of luck he was talking about, and the man explained that not just anyone could enter this place, which meant he had to meet certain specific requirements to enter. In that regard, he was already considered lucky. Then the man gestured that maybe he would be lucky again, and even find a hidden part. He questioned whether that was possible with level 46 and only 5 health, but the man just turned around saying that time was up and he wanted to help more. However, he couldn't exceed his authority. Surprised, he wondered if the man would just leave. The man floated in the air and urged him to do his best because there were abundant opportunities. If he didn't give up, he tried to convince the man to wait for a moment. However, the man released a strong, bright light and told him that he had gathered relentless efforts. That's where the power he was looking for lay, avoiding death and finding the truth. There was only one entity that could save him. As the light slowly faded, he peeked and looked up, only to see a quest notification commanding him to find a weapon. He wondered what it was. Then he heard the man's voice giving him a tip to keep an eye on the sky because the rain there was quite painful when it hit. He looked up at the sky and saw something bright and many more objects falling. He was surprised when he saw that it was a different sharp weapon. A scissor sword landed nearby, causing him to scream in panic as he danced around, avoiding every weapon hitting the ground. When all the weapons had successfully pinned him to the ground, he looked at them in disbelief that he had once again survived. He stood up relieved, but then he saw something in the sky blocking the light, making him look up wondering if the day was starting to get cloudy. Then he saw a large bull falling from the sky straight towards him. It made him scream that it was crazy. The large bull almost landed on top of him, but luckily, he jumped just in time to avoid being crushed. He landed on the ground face first, and when he looked towards the bull, he was surprised to find himself facing it. The system showed that it was a giant bull with 3 question marks indicating its level, which shocked him because it meant its level was at least 100 above, making him unable to believe that he should defeat it. Then he remembered the man saying that he thought the only way to leave the place was by cleaning the basement alone. He thought silently for a moment and realized that he had no choice but to try. He then saw a weapon behind him and took the sword that the system showed. The legendary Brilliance class sword was huge, and its attack power was 1.50, making him unbelievably surprised. He wondered how he could easily get the second best class item and realized there were no restrictions on using it. Then, confidently positioning himself, he thought it would be much easier to escape from the underground prison than he thought. He ran towards the sleeping giant bull and decided to finish it off in one blow. However, he started running towards her, making her run while screaming in fear. But then he turned around and stopped himself. He jumped to the side like a matador, letting the bull run past him. Then he ran in the opposite direction of the bull while screaming for someone to save him. Suddenly, he heard the man laughing and telling him that his evasion was like a work of art. He was surprised to hear it. The man asked him if he didn't disappear, then shouted, telling the man that someone was dying there. but he just looked and laughed. The man told him that he wasn't dead yet, making him angry, and he swore that if he got out of there somehow, he would definitely kill Haeyoung. The man then stopped, remembering that when he was still in school. The teacher mentioned during the exam period that the answer lies in the question. He also remembered the man telling him that only one entity could save him, making him realize that basically it meant that among many weapons, only one would defeat the giant bull. The problem is, which of the weapons is the real weapon? He walked into the midst of the weapons while guessing that there were more than 1,000 weapons scattered across the field. He knew the giant bull would devour him before he could test each weapon. In panic, he grabbed his head and asked loudly which one was real. Then he heard the man telling him that he didn't think he had time, which made him turn around to see the bull heading towards him. He picked up many weapons while shouting that if he didn't die, then there would be something close to him. Then he threw all the weapons towards the bull, making the bull angrier and causing it to run towards him quickly. While the system continuously shows him that all the weapons he throws have no effect on the shield, he avoids the shield's attacks as if he were dancing, and the system indicates that he has successfully dodged them. The man instructs him to stop being a hunter and become a matador, but then the bull becomes angrier and swings its tail to strike him. He quickly grabs the shield nearby and luckily blocks the bull's tail just in time, but he is thrown into the air, causing him to fall and roll on the ground. However, he manages to place the shield on the ground to stop himself. The notification indicates that he has equipped the shield of the fallen king with special damage absorption skills, allowing him to absorb some of the damage. But then the system shows him that he has depleted all his health points. He knew his health points had reached 0, and the statistics added by the reinforcement effect had all disappeared, which meant he had become a normal person. Then he looked towards the charging bull, wondering if he would die like this. The man called him an idiot and told him to get up, but he only told the man to be quiet and he wanted to get up too. The man told him to take the weapon in his left hand, and he took it. Then the system showed that it was a heroic wind sword, and its special skill was a thick air rifle that consumed 50 mana points and shot thick air. He wondered what he should do with it, but when he saw the bull getting closer to him, he raised his sword, and the sword released a strong wind while the man ordered him to aim and shoot towards 9 o'clock. He followed the man and released the wind that pushed him and made him crash into a tree, causing him to cough up blood in the process. Then he slammed back to the ground, realizing he had no health points or mana points left, and his body was truly trash, so he couldn't even escape. He wondered if this was the end, but then he saw the dagger shining as it pierced the tree. He stared at it for a moment, knowing that a dagger placed at such an angle definitely didn't fall from the sky like weapons scattered on the field. Then he heard the man telling him that he didn't fall, guiding him that he was the one who found him. He tried his best to stand and jump. Then he quickly climbed the tree and landed on the ground with the dagger in his hand. He saw the dagger shining, and the system showed that its value was unidentified and a contract was needed to use the system. It also indicated that he had found the weapon, so his mission was complete, and his new quest was to eliminate the giant bull and complete the contract with the weapon. He knew his father was right, and realized that Choi Jae-yong was a mischievous child who was result-oriented, so when he tried to save him, Choi Jae-yong betrayed him. He wondered what would happen if he pretended not to see Choi Jae-yong and went with Min Seok instead. Then he thought that if he did so, the incident where Choi Jae-yong kicked him would not happen. Arguing about where the fault lay, he had to say that Choi Jae-yong, who treated him as expendable, played the biggest role, and he also could not ignore that he had given Choi Jae-yong reasons. He realized that he should have been suspicious of Choi Jae-yong from the beginning when he approached him. Then he laughed. He told his parents that he had returned safely, and they didn't need to worry because he would take care of himself from now on. His older sister told him that he seemed better off giving up being a hunter, which confused him, and he asked his younger sister why. He remembered that they said he was found in front of the portal leading to the collapsed Class D underground prison. The first level he knew it was a situation that couldn't be explained, and could only assume that something had happened after he lost consciousness from his last battle. He wondered if he should enter the SS-ranked underground room again to ask the man, but he didn't know how to do it. He could do it, and he had no guarantee that the underground prison would reappear. He buried his face in the pillow while thinking it was very unfair after somehow managing to complete the SS-ranked underground prison. He couldn't even get an item and was returned to level 1. Then a mosquito flew towards him and landed on his pillow. He was annoyed because even though his family had given him a room and let the mosquitoes swarm around him, he swatted his hand to drive away the mosquito and decided to restrain himself this time, and then sat back down, wondering what he should do when he didn't know how to do anything else, and asking himself if he needed to take out a loan and do an underground tour. He was busy thinking that it would take a lot of money to carry out his plan, but it would happen. It will soon help him level up when the mosquito flies back towards him and lands on the wall nearby. Angrily, he squeezed the mosquito with his hand while shouting, "Power smash!" and successfully killed the mosquito, proudly thinking that after spending 7 years fighting monsters, even if he has been downgraded to level 1, he would never let mosquitoes dominate him. Suddenly, the system shows him that the tutorial mode is activated, confusing him. Then, the system starts sending spam messages showing him that by hunting down 10 creatures, he can gain experience by killing non-monster creatures. He receives 1 experience point for killing a mosquito. After the tutorial ends, he can no longer gain experience by killing non-monster creatures. His level increases. He receives 5 points and all his debuffs disappear, but his health and mana points recover. His sister and mother, who hear him scream loudly, enter his room and ask what happened and what's wrong. Calmly, he answers that he leveled up, and his mother asks him what he did. The meaning is that he leveled up. He told his mother that he had killed a mosquito and leveled up. His younger sibling checked him and told their mother that he didn't have a fever. Then he suggested to their mother that maybe it would be better for him to see a psychiatrist. Their mother replied that it sounded like a good idea. He got very angry and yelled at them that he was telling the truth, but his sister just pointed to the mirror and yelled at him to face reality. He peeked into the mirror and was shocked to see that he was still at level 1, making him scream that it was impossible. He checked the system and found out that he wasn't wrong with what he saw, because it was already confirmed that his level had increased. However, because he was too excited, it seemed like there was a message he had missed. Then he discovered that the system indicated the effects of the beginner dagger contract had been activated, so his level had been reset to 1. He wondered if the beginner dagger was the weapon he used when fighting the giant bull, and if he became level 1 because he summoned his sister Sora to ask where the dagger was. He asked if what he meant was the weapon he held when he was found, and told him that someone from the government had come to investigate. He grabbed Sora in panic and asked her where the dagger was now. She answered that the dagger was in the personal belongings locker on the 1st floor, and suddenly asked what was wrong with it. But he just cursed and quickly ran off, leaving his worried mother asking where he was going. Remembering what the man he met in the SS rank underground room said that the dagger was a hidden part, he grabbed the door handle, thinking that the dagger was a powerful secret weapon only given to those who completed missions under certain conditions, but as he was about to open the door, he stumbled and fell to the floor as the door swung open and hit his head. Looking up, he apologized, but was surprised to see Choi Jae-yong holding a bouquet of flowers in front of him. Choi Jae-yong smiled and told him that it seemed like the patient had already woken up. He glared angrily at Choi Jae-yong and grabbed his collar, cursing at his mother. His mother intervened, asking what he was doing and telling him that it was Choi Jae-yong who paid the hospital bills, not the guild. He asked his mother why she even let Choi Jae-yong stay and was about to tell her that it was Choi Jae-yong who did it. Choi Jae-yong reassured his mother that it was okay because he entered that state to save him, so that he couldn't complain, even if Jian-woo wanted to do worse. He pushed his mother and sister out and told them to leave for a while because they both needed to talk. His mother anxiously asked what he wanted to do to Choi Jae-yong, and he told his mother not to worry because there was nothing he could do when he was at level 1. Then he asked Sora if she could take their parents to the cafe for a while, and she agreed when she was sure they were out of the room. He angrily told Choi Jae-yong to let him ask him something and asked why he did it. Choi Jae-yong answered that there wasn't much he could do, and he underwent tests every day because of the air, and that day's task was a sign of Circle Moose. But when Circle Moose destroyed himself, someone had to be in the boss room for his items to drop, and it just happened to be him. Did he send someone to their death just for that stupid test? But Choi Jae-yong angrily asked him what he meant by stupid, then he shouted at him that management succession is like a matter of life and death. And he has to win it even if he has to step on his older brother, but poor people like him with poor parents won't understand all that. He grabbed Choi Jae-yong's collar angrily and called Choi Jae-yong trash, but Choi Jae-yong just warned him not to do it, to try anything, and told him that even though he spreads rumors or sues, the only one who will ultimately suffer is him. He remembers that he was considering forgetting all that, If Wei Young sincerely apologizes and gives him money, settlement money, but now he regrets it and asks Choi Jae-yong what if he refuses. Yi Young replied that they would end up in conflict and asked him if he thought he would be okay with that. Choi Jae-yong teasingly told her that after seeing her sister earlier, he would say that she was quite pretty, which made her angrily flinch and throw a punch towards Choi Jae-yong's face. However, as the punch got closer to Choi Jae-yong's face, Min Seok hugged him from behind and cried out that he was truly alive. Annoyed, Choi Jae-yong told Min Seok to let go, but Min Seok continued hugging him and crying, making Choi Jae-yong laugh as he told her that he knew from the first time he met them that they truly had a special bond. Choi Jae-yong then walked to the door to leave and told her that he would go. She wanted to stay and chat again, but she didn't want to disturb them, so she would meet them another time. She shouted at Choi Jae-yong to stay there, but Choi Jae-yong left anyway. She told Min Seok to step back because it made her uncomfortable. However, Min Seok had just informed him that he thought he had left them forever. He pushed Min Seok away from him while shouting at him to back off. Min Seok asked if he was being a little rough, especially since he had even brought his weapon. He asked Min Seok which weapon he was referring to, and Min Seok reached under his coat, answering that it was the weapon he was holding when he was found. Then Min Seok showed him a dagger, explaining that the investigation was over, so he brought it with him. He took the dagger from Min Seok, surprising him, and told him that he would go look for it himself. He stared at the dagger and was certain that it was the dagger he used in the SS rank underground prison. Min Seok asked him why he was holding it so tightly, and commented that it looked like a rather basic dagger. He simply asked Min Seok what the investigation's conclusion was about it, and Min Seok replied that the investigation determined the dagger to be of ordinary class. With an attack power of 10 and no special abilities, it made him wonder if the hidden item he obtained in the SS rank dungeon was really just that. However, he was certain that it couldn't be. Several hours later, he found himself alone in his hospital room, staring at the dagger. He commanded the system to identify it, and the system revealed that it was a mythic dagger, a beginner-level item with an attack power of 5,500. Its skill, Destruction Attack Level 1, would be activated when his HP reached 0, making him invincible for 10 seconds and destroying the HP of any target, regardless of the amount. The system also indicated that it was a single contract, meaning only the contractor could use the item's effects and access its information. He was surprised to learn that the item was incredibly powerful, and because it was the only contracted item, others couldn't see its information. Then he read that the only set effect of a contractor-level contract was the experience required to level up to level 1. He was thrilled to realize that if the experience required to level up was just 1, it meant he could level up with every monster he killed. He knows that his weakness is his level will be reset to 1, but he considers it a minor issue because it only appears on the surface. In reality, his statistics will remain permanent. He also knows that having the dagger can disrupt the balance significantly. He feels that holding it will only bring more complications. He wonders if selling it might be a better option, but he remembers that only he can see the information indicating that it is an item that can only be used by contractors. He realizes that in order to sell the dagger, he must break the contract that requires his death. Lying on his bed with frustration, he concludes that dying just to sell the dagger is not an option. It gives him one choice to navigate the dungeons on his own. He considers that if he uses the dagger effectively, he can safely clear the C-ranked dungeon or maybe even the B-ranked dungeon, which would be more beneficial in the long run. The system displays 5 sets. The first set is the powerful First Hunter set, of which he currently has 1 out of 5 pieces. The second set will grant him a special skill for 2. The third set will grant him a special skill for 3. The fourth set. Upon realizing that 3 special skills and the 5th one unknown, he became aware of the intricacies of the other items in the set. Believing that if someone interfered, they might try to kill him to obtain the complete set for themselves as Choyang did while sitting, he acknowledged that the situation could escalate and decided it was best to continue on his own. He then decided to complete his tutorial first. A mosquito landed on the wall and he crushed it with his hand, adding to the number of creatures. He then began hunting mosquitoes throughout the room and eventually succeeded in hunting down 10 creatures. The system announced that he had completed the tutorial and needed to confirm his reward. He smiled in relief that everything was over and looked around, wondering how to confirm his reward. Suddenly, he heard something fall, causing confusion as he looked up. He was surprised to see a treasure chest falling towards him. Luckily, he jumped just in time as the chest slammed onto the floor. He gazed at the large chest in front of him and walked closer, thinking that a chest falling from above was indeed becoming a trend. He gazed at it in awe for a moment, half expecting gold bars to come out when he opened it slowly. He wondered if this would make him rich without even needing to enter the basement. However, he fell silent when he saw only a shirt inside. He took it out and questioned what it was, then realized it was a dirty, sleeveless shirt full of holes. In anger, he threw it away, but then someone turned on the room light, and the dirty shirt finally hit someone's face. Another man entered the room, surprised to see his team leader with dirty clothes on his face, while looking back wondering what the problem was. Then he saw that the man's uniform was that of a management hunter agent, making him realize his mistake. The man took off the shirt from his face, commenting that they had mentioned he seemed mentally disturbed, which seemed accurate. He apologized fearfully to the man, threw his shirt aside and gazed at him, then looked back, wondering how someone could be so handsome. The man then introduced himself as Jung Soon, the head of the Public Security Division team. 4 out of the hunter management agents asked if he had leveled up. He was surprised by the question, pondering how Sahun knew and whether Sora had informed him. Sahun then called Deputy Kim and ordered him to measure it, which Kim agreed to. As Kim measured it with the device, he wondered if it was a stat measuring tool. The device realized the seriousness of the situation when it finished scanning. Kim reported to Sahun that Jan Wu's level was at 75 strength, 66 agility, and 32 intelligences, just like in the initial test. He realized that the portable stat measuring tool did not show a number of points that could be distributed, which made him relieved because he thought that as long as his statistics did not improve, he would not immediately attract the attention of the Hunter Management Agency. Sahun asked him if his name was Lee Jin-woo and if he was sure he had leveled up. He hesitated to answer that he was not sure. He questioned what he meant by not sure and pointed out that if he had leveled up, the information should appear in the message window. He replied that it had appeared before in the system, but now it was gone. He noted that this was strange and was asked if he could open his status window to check it. He told Sound to wait a moment and opened his status window. The system displayed that he had normal stats. The points available for distribution were 50, and his health and mana points realized that the distribution points had increased. He acknowledged that leveling up was not an illusion because getting 5 points per level would total 50 points, indicating that he had effectively reached level 10 without officially starting the system. He then ordered him to wear the sleeveless shirt. The Nightwalker left him confused and wondering if it was a quest item when he saw the shirt in the trash, sounding increasingly impatient to ask about any changes in his level. He responded by not claiming that nothing significant had happened, but Sahun was unsure of his own. Doubtfully investigating further, he forgave Jada by expressing his newfound reluctance to throw away the shirt, showing its potential usefulness and awkwardly advocating the principles of reuse, reduce, and recycle to justify his change of heart, causing Sahun and Kim to stare at him blankly. Kim then subtly suggested that the doctor should be considered doubtful of John Wu's condition's credibility, and linked it to resurrection or Sahun's special abilities. Sahun agreed, albeit gently, but Jay, who heard all of Sahun's greetings to him, officially warned that he must report any resurrection or acquisition of special abilities to the Hunter Management Agency. He emphasized the consequences of unauthorized abuse of power based on Hunter's specific laws after they left. Janu breathed a sigh of relief as he acknowledged the underlying motive of the agency, recognizing that they would seize hidden parts if they knew about them and resolve them to keep it a secret indefinitely. He then put on the sleeveless shirt that Walker wore that night and updated his status to normal level with 20 defense. It also showed him that he would receive an upgraded stone as a reward, and if he wanted to use it, he had to push the stone upgrade into an item. Then he heard a stone fall behind him and saw that it was a green stone with green flames. He picked it up and stared at it because he had never heard of an upgrade stone before. Then he placed it on his shirt, which slowly consumed the stone. When his shirt completely consumed the stone, it emitted a powerful green light, and the hole in the shirt slowly faded. Then the system showed that his shirt had been upgraded to a superior level with 50 defense. It also introduces new skill levels. A stealth that hides the user's appearance will be released when hit and consumes 30 MP every 10 seconds. He doesn't believe his defense has doubled, and it has added a new skill. Then he realizes that his skill is quite useful, making him amazed and wondering how much it would be sold if it weren't a soul-bound item. He takes off his pants to test his skills, and when he is completely naked, he activates his stealth skill and checks himself in the mirror, but he can't see his reflection, making him think it's scary. He realizes that he can see himself, but there is no reflection in the mirror. Then he sees his pants and underwear on the ground. He picks up the underwear, but it doesn't become completely invisible, making him wonder if it only makes the part of what he touches invisible. Then he grabs his dagger and is surprised that the whole dagger becomes invisible, even though he is only holding the handle, making him think that it requires further research. Then the system warns him that all magical powers have been depleted and his stealth will be deactivated. Later, his X-ray vision slowly faded. He was amazed that even though his level had reached 10, he had obtained a balance-breaking dagger and an item that allowed him to transform into a ghost. He shouted with joy that he had hit the jackpot. But then Sora entered his room to inform him that the hunting management agent had come looking for him, but he stopped when he saw him half-naked. Sora called their parents to tell them that he thought his brother needed to see a psychiatrist when he tried to explain to him that it was a misunderstanding. Then he walked down the ruined street and looked up when a system appeared above him, showing him a quest to defeat 5 boss monsters. He thought it was a quest that appeared after upgrading the entire sleeveless shirt he was wearing. Then he ran, thinking that to level up he needed to hunt monsters, not just mosquitoes, and he stopped behind a large building to peek through the gate. He saw 2 hunter agents guarding the gate, which frustrated him because they were monitoring the gate thoroughly. However, the hunters from the management agency still had to pay the toll fee, but he knew he had to continue. So he activated his stealth skills and walked towards the gate, hearing the bored guards and successfully passing by them unnoticed. But then, he saw a sensor skill, so he deactivated his stealth mode as he ran past the skill sensor and reactivated it once he was out of its range. Then, he ran forward with relief, thinking it was like a spy movie. He arrived at the corridor where the hunters lined up for their underground space. He walked around, wondering why the underground space was so crowded on the day he was there, when it was usually empty. Then the system showed him that more than 50% of his Mona points were depleted, so his stealth mode would be disabled in 40 seconds. He immediately ran towards the underground space because he had decided to enter any underground space available. However, as soon as his phone rang and he heard a message from the hunting management agent that the B-rated basement room had clearly failed, so the portal opened and was located at Donna Cafe near the Gangnam Station Exit 12. He realized that Exit 12 was there, but then something broke into the cafe behind him. He looked back in shock and saw the lizard warrior glaring at him, then lunging towards him and hitting his shoulder, making him scream in pain and slamming him down. On the ground, the system showed him that because the low-skilled monster had detected his presence, he was hit by an attack that disabled his weapon, and he suffered damage exceeding his tolerance, causing his health points to drop to 0. He realized that he had to be more careful near the basement room than he was careless because he was secretly. The system then alerted him that he had reached a condition that activated a destruction attack that made him invincible for 10 seconds, and he could destroy all health points targets no matter how many he stood. He knew that he had a chance to avoid it, and decided to contemplate it, but he knew that he had to deal with the lizard warrior that caused him to contemplate it first. Then he uttered the incantation, and his sword appeared in his hand. He looked towards it, thinking that the soul-bound object was extraordinary with just one word, and equipped with the lizard warrior attacking him continuously with his weapon, but the sleeveless shirt protected him. He was amazed, because even though he knew he was being hit, he didn't feel any damage at all, as if there was an invisible iron plate wrapping around his body. The lizard warrior stared at him in horror when he realized that his attack was futile in nature, and he asked if he was done. Then he jumped towards it and declared, "Now it's my turn." He launched his shining dagger at the lizard warrior's neck, easily causing the lizard warrior's head to explode upon impact. Landing, the system informed him that he had defeated the lizard warrior, giving him 1 experience point. His level increased, he gained 5 points, all abnormal status effects were removed, his health and magical strength were restored, and his contract effects were reset. His level became 1 body as the lizard warrior disappeared when he admired the power of the dagger. Acknowledging the accuracy of the skill name and the sudden attack, he suddenly heard people approaching. He observed a hunter asking a woman about the source of light and sound while wondering if it was night or if there was something coming. The woman pointed in his direction, guessing that he was the one who killed her, which made him panic upon realizing that the discovery would force him to explain how he defeated a level 1 monster, risking exposure of his hidden skills. He quickly ran to hide, distancing himself a bit from the hunters when another lizard monster emerged from the cafe and struck him on the head with its weapon. His cup flew away, but luckily he was still unbeatable, so he didn't sustain any damage. Angrily, he told the lizard that he still had 1 life left, making him sweat and scream in fear. Then, with a swing of his sword, he made it disappear instantly. The system then informed him that his annihilator attack had ended. The hunters couldn't believe that he had taken down the lizard in 1 blow and questioned if he was a true knight. They noticed that his level was only 1 digit, which prompted him to flee in panic when one of them tried to capture him. The people shouted for him to stop. Fortunately, the lizard soldiers burst out of the cafe near those people and attacked them, making the people wonder how he could catch the lizard in 1 go. Then the captain left his men, making one of them ask where he was going. The captain answered that he would catch the hooded man, so they had to handle the lizard. The captain chased after him and shouted, making him think they were persistent, but he was surprised to see more hunters in front of him. The captain ordered the others to catch him, but he only used his hiding skills and disappeared right in front of them. He ran to the side while the confused people asked each other if there was someone in front of them who had just guessed that he had used hiding. The captain angrily asked those people how they could miss him, but they answered by asking what they could do if that happened. The man suddenly used stealth. Why did he chase the man, and if the man made a mistake? The captain replied that the man had dropped a lizard warrior in 1 blow in front of the man who couldn't believe it considering he was only level 1. The captain also mentioned that he used stealth too, and asked if they knew what it meant. The bald man replied that it meant the person must have a legendary or mythic item. The captain thought they had hit the jackpot and asked the bald man what the rules were. Regarding the items that fell to the ground, the bald man smiled and replied that the finder's guard realized they were immoral individuals who would not hesitate to be cruel for money. He decided to immediately enter another underground prison, but stepped on broken glass on the ground that made a loud noise, causing a commotion and drawing the attention of the people. The captain swung his large sword towards him, but luckily he jumped just in time to avoid it. Unfortunately, his mana was low, disabling his marksmanship skills, and when he landed on the ground, he was seen by the people. Greedy men, he quickly fled when one of them swung a sharp steel towards him. He danced around to dodge the attack, thinking that the people were crazy, and quickly opened his status window to invest all his remaining 35 points into his agility. After that, the system showed him that his agility had exceeded 50, so he acquired the sprint skill. It was a level 1 sprint skill that increased movement speed by 50%, but consumed 1 mana point per second. He was relieved because it was the skill he needed at that moment. Just in time, a portal to the underground prison appeared not far from there. He immediately used his sprint and headed towards the disposal hole, leaving the people shocked to know that if a level 1 entered the underground prison alone, he would die. Then one of them shouted that if he was going to die, he better die at their hands. However, he simply turned around before jumping into the disposal hole and raised his finger, instructing those people to resist. Then he fell into the disposal hole, leaving behind the greedy people who didn't believe that he had just insulted them and left them. Looking down into the disposal hole, he thought that everything was over because this was not an underground prison party, so if they entered, they might find another underground prison. The captain told the bald man that if they failed to complete the underground prison, a portal would forcibly open, and the underground prison that person entered was ranked C, so they decided to wait for that person to die, and then when the portal opened, they would collect the items. The bald man inquired of the captain what would happen if he managed to defeat the lizard warrior. The captain replied that he was certain it would be impossible for him to accomplish it alone, because he had been to that underground prison before, and knew it was quite special, so the man would never be able to survive while he fell. The system informed him that he had entered the underground prison of SE rank. He prepared himself for the mission upon entering. Then he landed harshly on the ground, which made him grow a little. It felt like he had entered an underground room of SS rank, and he wondered if he would need another parachute next time when he looked up and around him. He saw nothing but high walls, making him question if this was truly an underground prison, because it was too peaceful. There are no visible landmarks or entrances to the monster's lair. The system warns him that the mission will begin in 10 seconds and that he must prepare for battle. He unsheathes his sword while reading the system's instructions on surviving by defeating the monsters within the mission's time limit. Then, a timer of 10 minutes appears, and something moves from above. He sees that it is a level 90 slime monster. He is amazed at how clearly the monster's level is displayed, even finding it amusing. He signals for the slime to come down and assures it that he will take care of it. However, when the slime jumps down, another slime appears, confusing him. Then more slimes start jumping down, and a horde of slimes begins to form. He is stunned and terrified, finally screaming, as he realizes that this is a different story when faced with so many. Then, the slimes flow towards him, making him realize that it won't end with just one annihilation attack. He looks at his sword. Uncertain about the duration of the cooldown for a balance-breaking skill like that, he thought that if he relied solely on the annihilation attack, he could run out of options in that world during its cooldown. Therefore, he decided to assume the worst-case scenario where he couldn't use the annihilation attack. He then used his sprint skill to head towards the slime while wondering why his life always seemed to be full of thorns. The half-slime squeezed his body in half and struck him on the side. The system indicated that he only had 80% of his health remaining due to the slime attack he held on his side, realizing that it was more painful than he thought. However, he knew it didn't matter because if he killed it, he would regain his health by leveling up. He then swung his dagger towards the slime, screaming for it to die and cutting it in half, thinking it was successful. But when the slime was cut in two, an eye appeared on both parts, surprising him. In his anger, he asked them if they were amoebas and why they were splitting, while observing 2 levels. In front of him there were 45 slimes. He attacked one of the slimes, but they dodged his attack. Another big slime fell on him without him realizing it, hitting him and trying to crush him. He cut the slime in half and it split into 2, just like the first slime. Then he realized that he was surrounded by slimes. The slimes jumped around him at the same time, pouring down on him like rain. One by one, the slimes hit him and buried him, while he screamed at them to come at him one by one. The system showed him that his health was rapidly decreasing as he was attacked by the slimes, with only 5% of his health points remaining. He knew that he couldn't last much longer, and he had to kill at least one level 45 slime. Then he saw a level 45 slime standing alone next to him, staring at him. So he did his best and ran towards it, shouting that it was his last chance. But then the slime punched him in the face. The health points reached 0 on the other side, which made people greedy, still waiting outside the disposal hole. The bald man asked the captain if he should catch more than 300 monsters in 10 minutes. The captain answered yes, and told the bald man that they were split slimes, which meant that a level 1 person would never be able to finish it. The bald man asked the man if it was strange, because it had been 5 minutes since the level 1 person entered the disposal hole. The man agreed and asked if the level 1 person might have another item to help clean it up, if the captain told them that if that much time had passed, the level 1 person should have failed and caused a dungeon break. But the captain still told them that they had to wait because the level 1 person might be using stealth to survive, and the portal would soon open, so they had to be prepared to catch the slimes on the other side. He was busy cutting the slimes inside the dungeon, increasing his level. He slashed and jumped into the crowd of slimes, killing them one by one. His level continued to increase until he finished them all and was surrounded by dropped items. The system indicates to him that he has obtained 5 points, all status effects have been removed, his health and mana have been restored, and he has been reset to level 1, but his annihilation attack is no longer silent. He looks at the timer and sees that he has 40 seconds left. He opens his status window and sees that he has 1,500 points to distribute. He knows it's only been 9 minutes and 20 seconds, but he has gained 1,500 points as if he had increased 300 levels. He might think that what a normal hunter could achieve in over 10 years, he has done in just 10 minutes. When the timer reaches 15 seconds, the system shows him that the boss monster will appear in 15 seconds. He hopes defeating the slime was not the end because it indicates the final boss is the peak of the underground dungeon. However, he thinks with cheat items, there is nothing to worry about, and he can only defeat the boss monster with the annihilation attack. He picks up the dropped item while thinking he never thought he would look like this. One day, and it is indeed good to have strength. Then he remembers the people who chased him before will not give up on his item, making him wonder if they are still waiting outside the underground prison. Then, when the time reaches 0, and the system shows him that the boss monster will appear, he must defeat the boss monster and clear the underground room. He looks up wondering what creature it is and whether it is a giant slime specializing in strength or health. Then something with closed eyes comes out from above, and a large wyvern flies around him, making him stunned with fear. He asks himself if it can be taken down with a dagger. On the other side, outside the captain's disposal hole, the captain is still waiting while looking down. Those people tell the captain that no matter how long they wait, the level 1 person does not come out, and it has been more than 30 minutes. The captain raises his voice, telling them that if they complain, they should get lost, making the man angry and asking the captain why he told them to get lost. After they helped him, the bald man then told the captain that they would leave, but they wanted compensation for their losses. The captain asked the bald man what nonsense he was talking about, but the bald man only replied by asking the captain if he thought they were foolish enough to work with someone they didn't even know. Then, the bald man seriously told the captain that helping them think it would be more beneficial than the underground tour, and because they missed the level 1 man, he had to compensate them. The captain didn't want to agree, but then he felt someone behind him, and after looking back, he saw that it was Kim's voice from the Hunter Management Agency. Then the voice asked them if someone had entered the underground room. On the other side, the wyvern blew blue fire towards him, and he ran to avoid it while shouting at the wyvern to stop vomiting on him. He stopped to look up and saw it flying up, making him wonder why the wyvern didn't come down even once in the 10 minutes he saw it. He desperately wondered what the purpose of the annihilation attack was if he couldn't use it. Then he looked at the dropped item and guessed that he had no choice but to use the scattered weapons around him. He grabbed an unknown item, and it transformed into a weapon. The system showed him that it was an old javelin with high attack power and a level of 50. He aimed the old javelin at the wyvern, knowing that he could only use it to see how far the distance was, and decided to give it a try. He activated his sprint skill and forcefully thrust the old spear towards the wyvern, but it didn't reach the wyvern, disappointing him. Then the wyvern flew down a little and spewed fire towards him. He quickly ran away to avoid being burned alive and opened his status window, realizing that he needed more power. He allocated some distribution points to his strength and increased it to 110. Then the wyvern flew away. He was about to attack again, but he grabbed the sword just in time and threw it towards the wyvern, hitting its body. He was pleased that he struck it and allocated more skill points to his strength, knowing that the object might not scratch him, but it would definitely reach the wyvern. Then he picked up an object from the ground and threw it at the wyvern while shouting for it to take it. It hit the wyvern's wing, and the system showed him that his attack caused 1.69 damage to the one-eyed wyvern, decreasing its health by 96%. He was so excited that he managed to hit it and picked up some items from the ground, thinking that even with a sharp weapon, he surely had a chance. Then he threw everything together, all hitting the wyvern and damaging it at different speeds. A few moments later, he continued to attack it from a distance, reducing its health to 29%. He was frustrated because the wyvern had a very large and annoying health pool. Suddenly, it dove towards the ground, surprising him, and attacked him with its fire. He didn't have time to dodge it, so he got burned and suffered 200 damage. Additionally, he received 100 damage per second for 10 seconds due to this burning effect. It also decreased his health by 57%. He screamed that it was insane because just one scratch reduced his health by 40% at once. Then the wyvern flew back up, and he picked up his weapon from the ground, noticing that its attack pattern had changed. Then, he threw his weapon towards it with all his might, and told them that they had to finish their fight quickly, but the wyvern only met his weapon with fire, and his weapon melted in its path, causing the fire to fly straight down. He burned it to death, receiving 5,000 damage from it, and his health points dropped to 0. He was sad because in the end he failed, but then the system showed him that he had reached that condition, and his annihilation attack was activated, reminding him that he still had one more chance. He took his dagger, and when wind spewed fire again to finish him off, he threw the dagger with all his remaining strength to meet his fire. The system indicates to him that he has achieved such condition, Thus, he acquires the bird pierce skill that allows his arrow to penetrate the wyvern's fire and directly hit the wyvern's mouth, causing its head to explode into pieces and scatter everywhere. Many items then fall towards him. While the system shows him that he obtained bird pierce, his level increased by 5 points, and his health and mana are restored because he successfully defeated the one-eyed wyvern. However, once again, his level is reset to level 1. They entered the room below, but someone landed badly on the floor of the room, making their waist hurt. They still didn't really know if that was where the level 1 entered. The captain's followers felt that their efforts would be in vain. The dungeon was indeed quite challenging even among the C-rank dungeons. Someone at level 1 couldn't clear it, but every time they died, they would respawn. When they checked themselves at the hospital, there were no signs of awakening or special skills. The captain thought that if someone had the boss's item, it might be possible. They suspected that the person was the one for 15 years. Instructions had been given from above to immediately report any findings. They had to investigate the case thoroughly. The captain gave instructions to track the dungeon and complete the investigation, then check all the CCTVs in the Gangnam Station area. But that meant they had to work overtime. The captain asked him to work for an extra day or two. Then, dinner was ramen. Although the food was unpleasant, they had to work seriously and catch anyone they could. A man returned to his place very carefully because he had to sneak around. His family, who saw it, realized that Jian-woo looked panicked. They suspected that someone was chasing him, but he argued that he was fine and they didn't need to worry about him. He had left the hospital without a word, and now he was wandering around at night. They didn't know what he was really doing, but they were sure that he was having trouble. He apologized and asked Seora for permission to borrow her computer. When he checked, it turned out that it had been tracked by the Hunter Management Department. She peeked at what he was doing. She was immediately shocked when she found out about the Hunter's legal case. She brought him snacks and asked why he did that. He laughed by giving the reason that he had a little strange experience. He wanted to know if he could get compensation. She suspected him of being involved in a crime. He choked while drinking the milk because, of course, he didn't commit a crime. How could a level 1 enter the dungeon? She admitted that she couldn't call him and couldn't connect, and maybe because there was no signal in the area. He showed his cracked cell phone, and that might be one of the causes, and he would fix it tomorrow. He hasn't changed it yet because he's too busy looking for a part-time job. She advised him not to go overboard because he's not a hunter, and there are a few things he can be sure of. He agreed with his sister's words, and then she left him. He thought entering the dungeon without paying was a bad act, but it wasn't a big crime. However, if you look at the increase in statistics, the existence of hidden items can be revealed if he's not careful. He had to be more careful in acting from then on because there were still many obstacles he had to face. Among them were the rewards for killing Wyvern, and he saw the most prominent necklace, and the rewind skill had some value if sold. He thought about selling it directly because it would be a waste if he had asked the price but didn't sell it. He intended to sell it on the online market because it attracted too much attention, and if he entered the black market, they would most likely kill him. Instead of accepting the money, he would only get harm, and he wanted to find another way. Then, when he was thinking about it, Kim Min-seok suddenly called him. The man asked him if he drank alcohol because he had stopped. Then the man immediately hung up the phone. He was very upset with him because he had gathered his courage, but the man did so, and Kim Min-seok immediately laughed because he passed the hunter exam and was recruited by a guild. He was very impressed with his partner, but he felt strange why Kim Min-seok told him about it. Kim Min-seok told him again that he had ended up in the same team as Choi Jae-yong. He was immediately shocked to know that, but his partner advised him that whatever had happened to him, he shouldn't have been in the same team with someone like that, but he had no choice. Kim Min-seok apologized to Jian-woo. Then his partner pretended to laugh because it wasn't his fault. He thought he shouldn't apologize because he had worked hard for it and leveled up as much as he could. Kim Min-seok reminded him not to forget to take him out for a walk if everything went well, even though he didn't like that person being the party leader, but he would level up blindly, and it would be worth it. Choi Jae-yong is the party leader. Jian-woo was very surprised when he found out, and his partner confirmed it, then told him that the last management test was a leadership test. He had to clear the dungeon as the party leader. The man led the troops and convinced his team to catch it slowly so that the first or second was safe. While the party leader was preparing his troops, Gaeon-woo was spying on them from behind the wall. The party leader informed that the Changwen Guild party was there and told them to open it. They managed to finish it and returned before their shift changed. The man in the white hat praised their hard work and hoped that they could return safely. Jae-woo was still following them and always tried not to be seen. When he used invisible mode, he saw Kim Min-seok's presence there. The man in the red costume thought that becoming the heir to the Yuseong group would bring a lot of money, but indeed if combined with the tribute and gate fee from the guild, the amount was several billion. Jae-woo felt a little relieved now because if it involved the guild, they could not freely take the hunter's salary. But of course, it might be difficult for manager Kim Min-seok because the loss was indirect and nothing more. The party leader told them that having entered the dungeon, then everyone had to hold hands, and he thanked them for the party invitation. They immediately entered the dungeon door while Jae-woo deactivated his invisible mode. He used the inventory skill that allowed him to track dungeons that had been opened in the last week and then entered the portal he wanted to track. He saw the list of portals that had been opened in the last week and the tracking had been completed. Then he would enter the dungeon he had chosen. He convinced himself that revenge had begun since then. The party teams faced attacks from a large spider swarm that appeared in front of them. It had been 2 hours since they entered the dungeon, but Che's health skin was very impressive, and as they had expected, the team leader was indeed amazing. He admitted it because it was all thanks to their support. He tried to suck up to them because if it weren't for that smart kid, they wouldn't have faced that problem. He was sure that after the exam he would definitely succeed in completing the management exam. His members called him and told him that they had succeeded in killing low-level monsters over there. He thanked manager Kim Min-seok for being faster than his team. He hired him as insurance against In-woo, but unexpectedly the man was skilled and efficient. He intended to continue using him after the exam ended well in his subordinate ranks. He invited all his team members to wake up because the momentum to defeat the tarantula monster boss had arrived. If everything ended well then, he would treat them to a dinner party. They were all convinced that he was a good future ruler, but when he opened the gate, it turned out that the monster they were targeting was not there because it seemed that the dungeon had been cleared. Now there was nothing they could do there, and he invited them to get out of the dungeon and start over. Jae-woo had finished everything first. Then he returned to his house and his mother offered him food and his sister asked where he had gone. He reasoned that he had an urgent part-time job in the evening, so he had already had dinner. He was very happy because he had won a landslide victory. He was sure Choi Jae-young must be very upset with his failures for 3 times in a row. Now that Jae-woo's decade-long grudge had been successfully cured, he wanted to do it one more time and then finish his guest. Opportunities that can be recreated, and he thought to check the market value of the items he obtained during that period. He was shocked because he got the news that level 1 could clear a rank C dungeon. He didn't expect it to be on the best list, and now many people are talking about it, and that is Jae-woo. His actions yesterday had caused a commotion, and he thought to stop first so as not to be suspected. His mother came to him and gave him money. She gave it to him because she saw he was working too hard. The money was given to him as a gift, so he could eat well and buy clothes. He tried to convince himself whether he was actually afraid to stop or if he was really a weak and selfish child. He would not stop until he could make the man seem to live comfortably with his father and mother. Choi Jae-young was very upset because someone was looting the boss monster, and he really wanted to know who it was. His secretary suggested that they ask for the guild leader's support. Choi Jae-young thought it was very stupid to ask for help for something as trivial as that. He thought the old man was not really doing his job well. He insulted him as a stupid secretary. Manager Kim Min-seok entered his room and Choi Jae-young asked if he really went through a lot yesterday, and he was curious why the manager was there. Kim Min-seok told him that there was someone who wanted to join the hunt, so he came to recommend him there. Choi Jae-young did not understand what Kim Min-seok meant by recommendation. He explained that he had posted about what happened yesterday in the hunter community, and someone approached him and expressed interest. The person was already at level 458. Choi Jae-young did not understand why the person was at knight rank, while he was below, and he was worried that his leader position would be replaced. Kim Min-seok had explained about the level 458 person, and they did not mind if Choi Jae-young became the leader, but they gave some conditions. Choi Jae-young accepted them and invited them to continue. Jae-woo wondered if it would finally start soon. He told Huiyu to stay at the border, but he himself had also prepared quite a lot. He opened a list of portals that had been opened in the past week. If he could place the tracker stone first, then he could open a temporary portal remotely. Choi Jae-yong came to his team who had gathered, while he had succeeded in opening his portal, and he would try it soon. Then he entered the D-rank dungeon. Choi Jae-yong told them to go straight to the boss room now. Jae-woo ran away when the monster was attacking. He felt that Choi Jae-yong was deliberately choosing a challenging dungeon to prevent the boss from being stolen. He used the bird pierce skill, and it would make it easier for him to pass the cliff. Then he used the dash skill until he finally arrived to kill the boss. The intermediate monster Gerberus was of unknown level. A month ago he was very trembling seeing it, but now he was no longer afraid. He thought of leaving their safe zone and starting to kill monsters slowly, but he was attacked from behind. He fell down and didn't know what had attacked him, but the masked man saw, as he suspected from the post in the community, it was true, it was a level 1 hunter. The knight was level 458. The man asked the level 1 hunter where he could find the beginner's dagger. He was curious how to get it. He forced him to answer his question, but the level 1 hunter still didn't understand what he meant. The level 458 thought the man was acting because he saw his health was around 7,000 defense, and his stats were very bad, so he made sure the level 1 had just gotten the dagger. Jae-woo asked what the man really wanted. He asked him to hand over the beginner's dagger. Jae-woo refused because it was a soul contract item, and even if he gave it to him, he wouldn't be able to use it. The level 458 thought he was lying. He admitted he had sold it a long time ago. If it wasn't a soul item, then he wouldn't be able to stand it. The level 458 still didn't believe him, but he was very afraid of his words. He insisted on him to check the object himself. He threw the dagger. Then the knight realized that the object was real, and she thought of killing him with it. She aimed to kill the owner of the dagger before getting the dagger. Jae-woo asked her to return the item. She used the power of her soul contract to take over the dagger. The level 458 was overwhelmed by the enemy's strength status, but she had to drop her sword first. She immediately increased her stats. Jae-woo asked her to wait for him like in the anime waiting for the villain to transform. Then she used the invisible skill so that the enemy had difficulty attacking her, but unexpectedly she could detect his presence. Then her sword managed to stick into his chest, but she was able to recover herself and become invincible for 10 seconds, then destroy the target regardless of the remaining health. She actually didn't want to hurt people, but the reality was different. Because if she let him eat her, she would be the one who would get hurt. The level 458 tried to get away from him. She knew the annihilation strike. Then Jae-woo also used the bird pierce skill. Unfortunately, the man managed to escape, and his attack only had 4 seconds left. Then he found the monster bosses blocking him again. He used the dash skill, and the 458 who was hiding thought he had cheated. Jae-woo didn't care, and he had successfully killed the intermediate Gerberus. All abnormal status effects were gone and health would be restored soon. But the beginner's dagger contract effect would be reactivated and reset to level 1. He had successfully completed the quest and the reward would be given to him. 458 said he was a coward who tried to escape through the teleportation portal. The knight forbade him to leave. Jae-woo considered him a stupid steel scrap knight. He had distributed his stats, and now the level 458's movements would be visible. Then he managed to open his mask, and it turned out to be a very beautiful woman. He was very surprised when he saw her. Then she was very angry with him and wanted to kill him. She asked him to wait a moment. She tried to attack him with a dagger, but she couldn't beat him. She said it because she did good. According to him, she is not a good person because she has made someone's health to 0. She continued to attack him until he was injured. He received 3,580 damage and his health was 56% left, even though he was threatened, but he did not counterattack. She felt confused by it, but suddenly he had to go to the bathroom. She really did not understand what he meant. Then he left her and called her a beautiful angel. He could not escape, because it was impossible for him to do. The dungeon had been sealed with a lower sealing stone so that the seal could only be reopened after 30 minutes. He was very annoyed with the person who installed the seal, and it turned out that the perpetrator was, according to his prediction, the team led by Choi Jae-yong had come to block him. Choi Jae-yong had suspected that the perpetrator was Lee Go-eun-woo. He did not expect that the stupid team leader could find out so quickly, and if he knew like that, he did not want to go through all the trouble. He told them to start attacking him, but Kim Min-seok was very confused about how his partner could be there. Jae-woo apologized to Kim Min-seok, but he would explain everything later. The level 458 scolded Choi Jae-yong because of their agreement that he could not enter the boss's room before he caught the perpetrator. He did it because there were several conditions that required him to know something suspicious. He told his team to surround them and catch them. She felt very confused because she had been threatened and considered an enemy. He mocked her as a level 1 beggar, but Jae-woo was able to kill the boss and then she could escape after that. And that might only be possible if a hunter like the level 458 helped him. He pointed his sword at the treasure hunter named Han Se-yeon. She was quite famous because she had wandered into a dangerous dungeon without a guild. She knew the man thought that she was involved with the fashion terrorist who wore shabby clothes. She thought the man was very disgusting. He would not want to be treated like a pushover by a cold-blooded person like her. Choi Jae-yong immediately asked his troops to attack the two people, even though her steel body had been destroyed, but she would never give up. If he found it hard to believe it, then she would prove it by killing them all. He saw that the situation at that time had become very complicated, and he thought about inviting her to form a temporary alliance. She refused and told him to die quickly so she could use his dagger. He was very annoyed with the bastard angel. If there was an identity war, then they shouldn't have hidden it anymore. He opened his screen, and she was curious about what he was doing. He asked her to wait a moment because he would show her a miracle. He took out the inventory skill to hide the user's appearance and consume 40 MP every 10 seconds. Other passive skills are detecting traps, invisibility, and other skills. His new skill, Hawkeye, has been added. He felt confused because it turned out that a hidden quest had been created, and he was directed to come to the boss's room. The conditions had been met, and the progress of the hidden quest had been met too. He was not sure he could get in there, while he was still trying to guard against Choi Jae-yong's team, and the sealed phantoms would be released. He was directed to kill the quest owner and the monsters in summon. They witnessed the ground split, and they suspected it was Jeon-woo's trick. They looked at the monsters coming towards them. Supreme Zombie and other Supremes came towards them, but their levels were unknown. Jeon-woo received a notification that he could only use the skill once. He felt threatened because he could only use Annihilation once. He must be able to ensure his survival, and he must not let go of the thread of hope. They unite to defeat Supreme, and he saves Kim Min-seok because he knows him. The man in red feels strange that someone from a low level can be there. Kim Min-seok tells him to be quiet because the man in red is just trash at a high level. The man gets angry and tries to attack him. Jeon-woo gets a notification that there are no more points to be distributed. He tries to attack the man in red and apologizes to Kim Min-seok for just adding his stats. The man just realized he was at a high level just to get some good items. He felt his movements slow down after increasing his stats compared to Han Se-yeon's attacks. He managed to attack the man in red because of his very good weapon. Kim Min-seok immediately asked his partner about his whereabouts there, but he told him to drink the potion first and rest, then he would explain to him after that. Those who were still alive were very surprised by the level 1 person. It was indeed very impressive, but they had to immediately return to continue their mission. Jeon-woo holding his dagger to kill Choi Jae-yong, but the supreme monsters surrounded him and thought they were joking with him. The knights there tried to save themselves from the attacks of the supreme monsters. Jeon-woo used his power to kill the supreme zombie, and his level went up, and he got a point. All abnormal status effects were removed, and health and mana were restored. The beginner's dagger contract effect was activated. He thought it might be because it was a mythic grade weapon that he was able to kill monsters without even using Annihilation Strike. Kim Min-seok, who was drinking a potion, was surprised by the appearance of the supreme skeleton. His partner told him to duck. He told him to keep drinking potions and rest, and he would finish the monsters. They were even more surprised because the man could still survive when he kept attacking the monsters, but his health remained at 100. They didn't know what skill he was using, but it seemed like a mythic skill. Choi Jae-yong was sure his brothers were down there. He supported the stupid man with expensive items because he lost the successor exam. He denied it because he got that power with his own hard work. But they realized that the level 1's fighting ability seemed like an ordinary person, and if they compared it to Han Se-yeon, the difference was very big. Jeon-woo realized that he was being talked about. Then his attention was diverted to the woman who was attacking the supreme monsters. She was not dancing, but her attack movements were amazing. Besides, she looked very beautiful. She stepped back from a supreme goblin behind her, then she used the bird pierce skill to attack the monster. But she held him back and told him to stop. He laughed and said that his hand had slipped and apologized for interrupting her fight. She left him without responding to his words, and he realized she was a very cold person. Then suddenly she jumped high to attack the monster from above, and she slashed his neck. She replied to his words earlier by apologizing because her hand had also slipped. However, they were on the same side, and indeed, team leader Choi Jae-young's intuition was right. They had felt cheated by the two heroes, and they would teach him a lesson. He was very annoyed to hear it and immediately wanted to attack people who talked a lot like them. The people were fighting to attack him, and they would not attack the monster before the two people died. She felt that the presence of the monster was enough to make them difficult, and she shouldn't have provoked them. She did it just to increase the tension. Kim Min-seok had recovered, and she wanted to help them. They witnessed the split ground had closed again because the first hidden quest had been completed. Then the second one would start soon, then the ground would move or collapse. She saw that there were 2 minutes left. The members of Team Choi Jae-young realized that the ground seemed like it was going to collapse. They thought it was a trick that Jeon-woo was playing. Then the team members had fallen in. Jeon-woo thought that if he fell, he would die, while it turned out that he was on the ground opposite his partner. He intended to approach them, but the gap was too wide. If he jumped, it would be the same as him betting. Unfortunately, he had no other choice but to use the necklace of regretful Sage-grade legendary. Then he used the rewind skill level 1 to reverse the situation and the user's position to 10 seconds ago. Even though he would fail later, he could survive if he returned to 10 seconds earlier. Kim Min-seok told him that there was danger behind him, and Choi Jae-young came to attack him. He used his dagger, but it didn't work even though his emotions were already burning. They attacked each other using their respective skills. Jeon-woo fell into the abyss, and he didn't expect it to end like that. Fortunately, the necklace didn't fall to the ground. Then his time reversal skill was active again. He was able to climb up again, but didn't reach the surface because he had fallen in the last 10 seconds. Choi Jae-young walked away, leaving his sword, and his members questioned where he was going, because the path he chose was very dangerous to pass. He looked for the boss token that had been stolen by Jeon-woo, and he managed to get it. He needed it to inherit the company. He laughed very happily when he showed the object to his rival, but Jeon-woo thought he was like a person who had lost his mind. Choi Jae-young thought he had won, but not long after he was made helpless by Tartaros's shadow. And that was the end of the second hidden quest. Then the last hidden quest would begin soon. He had to kill the hidden boss monster and complete his mission. He felt it was difficult to conquer because Tartaros's shadow was very large, and they couldn't find out its level. Unfortunately, they all had to exit through the portal, and the knights would definitely die too, but they couldn't escape because the dungeon was sealed with a lower-grade seal stone. They had the choice to break the seal or wait for 10 minutes. It turned out that the seal would not break, even though the person who installed it was dead. Kim Min-seok felt afraid and confused to face the very large monster. The monster came from the realm of death, and they saw troops in black armor coming towards them. And the level of the creatures was still unknown. The monster managed to attack Choi Jae-young's team in just one attack. Currently, the three of them were in very dangerous condition. They were trapped. She realized Jeon-woo didn't use the Annihilation Strike skill, and she just found out that her partner's skill was limited. She asked him not to waste time in defeating them, and then he had to come back soon. She expected him to give her words of encouragement. She didn't want to do it even if she died. She just wanted to take her dagger and attack the enemies. He was annoyed to hear the woman's words that were very indifferent. He stepped forward to block the monsters, and Kim Min-seok encouraged him. He called the monsters to approach him, and he was attacked by the Shadow Knight, and he received 6,780 damage and continued to increase. The remaining health was only 20%. He was helpless to attack them, who were very strong. They attacked him using invisible abilities, and it was useless for Jeon-woo because he had the Hawkeye skill. He could see them all, and they fought back without being seen. He swore to destroy them, and his combat ability had decreased by 15%. His speed had slowed down by 10%, and his resistance had decreased by 20%. He was warned that he should use his time to rest. His fatigue was too high that none of his attacks landed. He got attacked. Then he used the skill that he had been holding back since earlier. He was going to launch his counterattack. In addition to the Annihilation Strike skill, he activated the Invincible State, and he managed to defeat the herd of horse-riding monsters. Then now the only one remaining was the Tartaros monster. Unfortunately, he had used all his skills and he had no other choice but to stab his dagger directly into the monster's body. The monster had walked towards him and he tried to be sure even though he was actually very doubtful. Then they competed in strength. He managed to kill the monster, then his level went up and he got points. All abnormal effects were removed and he managed to recover. He had completed the last hidden quest. He was trying to catch his breath after losing a lot of strength. But his two friends disrupted his rest. They told him that there was danger behind him. His body was stabbed and he received a very serious injury. He was already bleeding heavily and losing 1% of his health every second. Now he only had 25% health, which meant he only had 25 seconds before he died. Monster Choi Jae-yong had attacked him very badly, and he swore to kill him. Ji-woo tried to remember the last time Choi Jae-yong was very happy and he thought he was crazy. The man was very sure that he would win with the monster token in his hand. And it turned out that he turned into a monster. He had lost the stat effect. When Choi Jae-yong fell into a ravine, he thought he was going to die and could not enjoy a comfortable life and inherit the company. At the end of his time, he still held a grudge against Ji-woo because he had made it difficult for him to conquer the dungeon. Then he got a whisper from the devil for revenge. He was provoked to stop being human, and the whisper would give him the strength to take revenge. Then he accepted the contract offer. He was very sure to accept it, and his resurrection became an additional hidden quest. Ji-woo had to kill the monster Choi Jae-yong who refused the fate of becoming human. He felt that it was impossible for humans to turn into monsters. Kim Min-seok told him to retreat because he was very weak. His partner tried to help him attack the monster using his sword. Then he, who was already at level 43, died after being attacked by a very strong monster. He could only watch his friend die silently, and she told him to immediately move to help her friend. She ran to attack the Choi Jae-yong monster. Even she, who was already at level 458, could not defeat it. Without a long time, she had fallen, while he helped his friend who was already helpless. Ji-woo only had one skill, namely invisibility. He used that ability to save the woman. She considered him stupid because he saved her in a very critical condition. He questioned back whether there was a stupid person who would give his life to save her. She still considered him stupid because he saved someone she had just met. He gave her a mandate to take over the dagger and then make a soul contract if he died. She didn't want to do it, and she convinced him that he had to succeed in killing his opponent. He was happy because she finally gave him encouragement. Because of that, he became sure he could return safely. His health was now only 2%, but even though he had no health and skills, he was sure that the scratches he gave to the Choi Jae-yong monster could have fatal consequences. He had no choice but to attack his vital parts and finish him quickly. When he attacked him, he felt like he was fighting a machine. The light of power from Choi Jae-yong's monster was so strong that it made the stat effects disappear. All the power in him had started to decrease significantly, and he needed time to rest. He felt that he had reached his limit, but he just wanted to live a normal life, and how could something become so complicated like that? He realized that maybe he shouldn't be a hunter. He tried to make himself aware that he shouldn't give up so easily. He saw the skill between Choi Jae-yong's monsters, and he thought that it was just his illusion. He didn't know that, but it seemed to be telling him to follow. In the realm that was like his illusion, he managed to stab his dagger into Choi Jae-yong's monster's body. He managed to defeat Choi Jae-yong because of the prolonged fight. He managed to get 5 fatigues, until now his fatigue had become 100. The additional hidden quest was complete. He returned to the surface of the dungeon and was still unconscious. Meanwhile, the man in red woke up among a pile of monster bodies. He thought he was dead. Then his partner asked him if there were any monsters left. They saw that it seemed like there were none, and they saw many people who had died. Ji-woo felt like he was possessing someone's body. The man in red thought that if everyone only had 1 or 2 skills, maybe they could avoid the mass death. His partner told him that if they could share the rune, then the power would be spread, and they would not be able to kill monsters with higher levels. But unfortunately, it was unfair if they only gave the rune to strong people like them. His partner asked him to stop thinking about useless comfort. It was better for him to kill the monster before many humans became more miserable. He was able to catch the perpetrator of the incident and the divine stone and return to his original state. The first human was Han Se-yeon. He woke up from his sleep. It turned out that what he had experienced earlier was a dream. He felt very confused about where he was because the place was very glittering luxury. He tried to walk around, but he did not find any rich people around him. He saw the skylight that was very beautiful from outside. He saw a room that was emitting red smoke and tried to open it. He had been hit by a trap that gave an attack from lightning strike. He lost 50% of his health and was temporarily paralyzed by a very strong electric shock attack. His body became stiff and black. Then Han Se-yeon approached him. She told him that there were many rooms that, if touched, would give a trap. But he actually touched the one with the trap. His stupid action was really extraordinary. He asked her to tell him what rooms they were. The level 871 man confirmed Xiangjun's words. When he saw him, Jianwu felt familiar with him, because he was the person he saw in his dream. He showed his guild card and told them that the leader of the Myeongga Guild had to take care of the problem. So far, he had supported from behind as a supporter of Han Se-yeon. Jianwu thought if it was Myeongga, which was one of the top guilds, then why did they only help treasure hunters like that woman? According to him, it was very suspicious. He wondered what had happened to Kim Min-seok. She explained to him that her friend's condition was not in danger and he should be recovering well in the hospital by now. The news was actually a relief to him, but he was curious as to why she wanted to help him. The level 871 man told him the reason was because of the golden dagger. Jaeon-woo had guessed that the woman's target was his dagger. It was said that if it weren't for Han Se-yeon's soul contract, he would have sold the dagger. The man tried to ask her to give him certainty. She confirmed it. The man was curious as to why she did it, when if she had kept the dagger in her grasp, then she could have become the best hunter, or even a hero. She wasn't really interested in such things. She had lived in poverty all her life, and her dream was only to live in a nice house with her family. The man asked her to make a deal regarding the dagger and Han Se-yeon, but she felt that they couldn't do anything because it was a soul contract. But that was only possible if they were in the Lost Land. That place was a place located in North Korea and close to the world-famous demilitarized zone. That was because it was taken over by monsters due to the dungeon break. Even heroes would die when they got out of there. She tried to convince him again. But it would still be safe, and they would postpone it until they managed to find the best way to approach him, and he didn't need to worry. Han Se-yeon offered it for 100 billion. He was very surprised by the nominal amount she offered him. He was curious why she wanted the item so much, because even though it was a mythic item, usually hunters at the night level already had it. He still wanted to know the real reason she wanted the dagger at a very fantastic price. The man apologized to him because they both couldn't give the real reason, but if he still insisted on knowing, then he had to be ready for the consequences. Han Se-yeon told him that the item actually belonged to her brother. That person was the first hunter during the biggest raid, and it was the legacy of her brother named Han Seong-jun. The first hunter during the apocalypse was Han Se-yeon. The man was the person he saw in his dream and also had the same name. But he had never met the first hunter during the apocalypse. The man confirmed it, but he just wanted to make him believe in them. He told her that her actions trying to investigate information controlled by the Hunter Management Department would be dangerous for her and her family. Even with the highest authority in Korea, the department still left traces, and she thought it would be better to follow it first, and at least she could see the picture. She wanted to know the face of the previous owner of the dagger. The man had proof, but she needed to ask Han Se-yeon's permission. She allowed it because it still wouldn't bring him back. She showed him the picture, and when she looked at it, it turned out that the man was the person she saw in her dream. She could feel how charming Han Seong-jun was just by looking at the picture. She was sure he must have worked hard to find her brother's relic. She had seen it, but she was hesitant to give him the dagger. The man admitted that they had no other choice. Then she immediately took out his sword. Jaeon-woo asked her to calm down because he was just joking. Of course he would give her the dagger. The man was very grateful because Jaeon-woo made a very wise decision. He had already made the preparations for his acceptance, and he had prepared the contract a long time ago. He read the contract carefully, and he agreed with a shudder, but the last part about eavesdropping, tailing, and monitoring was too extreme. Even just to protect his dagger, he emphasized that it was inevitable to protect his dagger. He might have realized it, but the Hunter Management Department was very obsessed with having Han Seong-jun's item. If they found out that he was the owner, they would probably try hard to take it over without paying attention to the contract they made. So he had to be patient until the dagger had been transferred. He was very shuddered, imagining the agreement in contract number 4. The point explained that if he died, then they would take back his deposit because he thought it was nonsense. He felt that he was very untrustworthy, and he thought they could control him with money. She seemed to have looked down on him, and he was like a worthless pawn. The man tried to mediate them with his solution, but Gyeon-woo still didn't trust the two of them, and he never knew how they would steal his dagger. The man threatened to kill her if she still didn't want to obey the contract. The man was so furious that he split the table so that they would listen to him. He told them to just get married. He thought it was a good choice because of Han Se-yeon's tight supervision and the money that Gyeon-woo wanted, and everything was solved by getting married. He found it hard to believe that he would marry a beautiful woman like a top model and had a lot of money. He accepted it on the grounds that he had no choice because the situation required them to do so. The man was very happy with his decision. He told her that he was impressed enough when Gyeon-woo killed Choi Jae-young. He had to do something like that again to impress her. But unlike Han Se-yeon, she was very angry with it, and she expected them to die in the dungeon. Then they agreed to the contract, and it turned out that Gyeon-woo's stats were lower than Han Se-yeon's. That wasn't enough to prove that he had succeeded in killing Choi Jae-young. She was worried that he couldn't kill him because he didn't have the skills anymore. At that time, he was only led by a rope that appeared in front of him. They had never heard of such a phenomenon, but it was better for them to put that aside for now. There was something bigger that they had to face. Currently, there was no reward, and more over the next quest had not appeared. He was confused because the completion notification had to appear at that time. For now, they had no other reason than to go directly to the dungeon. The man wanted to follow them, but it would be very dangerous because the management department was definitely investigating him, especially since Gyeon-woo was a newbie. She did not invite him to go and told him to stay there while cleaning the messy living room. If he did not want to do it, then maybe the money he got would be given longer than they promised. He saw items that he never had in his house. He had to do it even though he was very reluctant to be told to obey someone's orders. She doubted whether he could obey his contract, and he was willing to cooperate. But that was something she did not need to worry too much, and they just needed to keep an eye on him. Gyeon-woo saw the news that there were about 20 hunters missing in the dungeon in Seoul. The only hunter who survived was Kim Min-seok in critical condition and unconscious. He was very shocked when he found out about his partner's condition. One beautiful night, many sparkling stars appeared in the sky. Seen in the luxurious hospital area, in the courtyard outside, there is Gyeon-woo looking at his cell phone. On this night, he was trying to contact Han Se-yeon, but the phone call could not be received. As a result of this, he felt so unlucky because it had been 3 hours since Han Se-yeon had come out of the dungeon. After that, he peeked behind the tree. In front, there were several people who were still outside. Gyeon-woo couldn't wait too long. It felt like he wanted to check on Kim Min-seok's condition as soon as possible. It was then that 2 agents informed him that the team leader would not be coming to this hospital, so they were asked to leave immediately. Hearing this, Gyeon-woo immediately panicked because he was confused about what to do. The people on the street automatically noticed that Young Si-hun had entered the hospital. Then there were those who asked permission to conduct a short interview. The purpose of this interview was very important to cover the dating rumors with a top star named Choi Yura. The 2 hospital agents immediately denied that the rumors were false. Behind the tree, Gyeon-woo was very focused on listening to the conversation of all of them. He also remembered about the name mentioned earlier, namely Young Si-hun. In this case, he has absolutely no desire to meet with Young Si-hun, let alone measure his statistics. It was only a matter of time before the beginner Dagger was discovered. But apart from that, he also thought he couldn't just leave Kim Min-seok alone in the hospital. Moreover, the cause of Kim Min-seok's injury was due to Gyeon-woo's own negligence. Gyeon-woo quickly opened his cell phone and sent a message to Han Se-yeon. The contents of the chat informed him that she was at the hospital where Kim Min-seok was treated. Although there are agents who come and do security, but secretly he will check the condition of Kim Min-seok after that will return home. After informing Han Se-yeon, he who was still under the tree immediately acted by using the invisibility skill. His body is immediately transparent. In this case, Gyeon-woo must remain careful and must not be caught by anyone. Without stalling any longer, he immediately walked towards the front entrance of the hospital. In front of the terrace, there are 2 agents who are guarding. When people who want to enter the hospital one by one must be checked first. Gyeon-woo was forced to join the queue and remain patient. When there weren't many people outside anymore, he immediately took care to sneak in. The system told him that the power consumption used by Gyeon-woo was 480 MP. He quickly ran inside, and invisibility would be released after 8 minutes of use. He had to act quickly because he didn't have much time. On the other hand, there were two men who were talking. Immediately, Jaeon-woo stopped and hid behind the wall. The two men were discussing the reporting that was considered very difficult to do. Mr. Vice Chairman asked the new reporter if he had found Kim Min-seok. The new reporter said he hadn't found anything. He had checked the intensive care unit and the hunter's ward, but it seems that Kim Min-seok is not there. The vice chairman once again asked if the new reporter had done the inspection properly. The man in charge of the new reporter immediately showed a proof so that this gentleman could believe him. It was what he had just learned from the fight with the agents earlier. Jaeon-woo was still listening carefully to the conversation between the two men. In addition, this new reporter was very curious about the vice chairman's father, why he was so obsessed with a person named Kim Min-seok. Hearing that, he did not want the conversation that was being discussed to be diverted immediately. The new reporter was asked to stop the nonsense and then given orders to conduct an inspection on the VIP floor as well. He became curious whether there were agents in the room or not. The deputy chairman didn't give any explanation and just asked that they all fight back. After hearing the conversation, Jaeon-woo could conclude that using a junior reporter like that, there was a possibility of getting past the guard agents easily. The new reporter man immediately walked alone to the elevator, while Jaeon-woo followed behind. After arriving at one of the rooms, there was one of the officers who said that ordinary people were not allowed to enter this place carelessly. Then the new reporter immediately whispered that he just wanted to check whether the hunter Kim Min-seok was in this place. The agent said that there was no one named Kim Min-seok, so he better leave because he was not given permission. Meanwhile, Jaeon-woo easily managed to get inside using only his skills. There was a commotion and the reporter was on the floor with his shirt off. He said that these two officers had prevented the press from entering, so this action could be considered press suppression. A reporter has the right to know the truth. As a result of the incident, this new reporter had to be taken out so as not to cause any more commotion. Jaeon-woo did not care about the commotion at all because he was going to launch his action towards another room. When he arrived at the room that seemed very quiet, he looked around him. In Jaeon-woo's observation, this place was very different from the entrance guard. Inside was too quiet. He didn't even see a single nurse passing by in this room. The system immediately informed that Jaeon-woo's MP consumption power was already as much as 1,200. Then the invisibility will be released after 5 minutes. Now there was no time for Jaeon-woo to hesitate. Quickly, he immediately ran fast without caring about anything. In the end, the struggle carried out by Jaeon-woo has paid off because the room where Kim Min-seok was treated was found. In front of the door, Jaeon-woo was immediately in front of the door and wanted to open it so he could get inside easily. But he was surprised by the presence of a red aura. This is the same as what he had seen before right at Han Se-yeon's house. Whether the power was exercised by the same person or could be interrelated with each other. The door to the hospitalization room opened slowly. When entering suddenly, Kim Min-seok immediately pulled Jaeon-woo's shirt, then asked him not to make the slightest sound. Kim Min-seok explained that there was a trap at the door, so Jaeon-woo had to follow him now. Hearing a trap, Jaeon-woo was very curious about what the purpose was to set something like that. This time, the trap will be directly detected using the Hawkeye skill. Jaeon-woo can only believe that the red aura on the door is a deliberately set trap. They both continue to walk towards another place. Kim Min-seok finally arrived at one of the rooms and entered it. He informed that this place was the ward where he was. Until now, Jaeon-woo is still curious about who the person was who set the trap like that on the door. Kim Min-seok immediately said that the person who set the trap was Young Si-hun. Hearing that made Jaeon-woo a little surprised. Kim Min-seok further said that Young Si-hun informed him that the person who killed Choi Jae-yong and the hunters might return. Jaeon-woo never thought that someone like Young Si-hun would consider this case a murder. Actually, Kim Min-seok also tried to play dumb by saying that he didn't remember anything. But there was someone who used the tracking stone in the dungeon and deliberately framed it as a murder case. In Jaeon-woo's mind, something like this is very unlucky indeed, especially since it can make his head even more dizzy. For all these events, Kim Min-seok immediately asked Jaeon-woo if he could release the invisibility skill he had used since coming here. Honestly, Kim Min-seok couldn't see Jaeon-woo's form at all. Hearing that, he immediately apologized for forgetting to release the invisibility skill. After that, Ji-woo's form can be seen as normal again. He asked Kim Min-seok how he could not be caught traveling to this place. Kim Min-seok immediately pointed towards the window. He already knew that Ji-woo came because of the item. That's why Kim Min-seok has been looking out the window ever since. Ji-woo is still confused about what item this Kim Min-seok is actually talking about. In Kim Min-seok's hand, there is already a bright purple ball. Kim Min-seok said that if this shiny ball item fell from the sky after Choi Jae-young died, it would be considered very important. Ji-woo was endlessly surprised, just as Han Se-yeon had said. It turned out that there really was a quest reward. Kim Min-seok immediately gave the item to Ji-woo. He was really very grateful, but did he really have to hide this item there? Kim Min-seok apologized that there was no safe place around here. The item had now passed into Ji-woo's hands. The name of the prize item obtained was the memory bead, a bead that contains the first hunter's memories. The procedure for using it was to insert the bead into the dungeon portal within a set time limit. Ji-woo saw a number on the system screen. He became confused and spoke to Kim Min-seok what the numbers that appeared meant. Kim Min-seok told Ji-woo that it was a time limit. He asked back if he now knew something. Hearing that makes Ji-woo upset, because Kim Min-seok doesn't know about it either. Suddenly, Kim Min-seok holds Ga-eun-woo's body and says that someone is coming soon, so he must hide as soon as possible so as not to get caught. Forced Ji-woo to use invisibility skills again so as not to be seen. Now that the door was open, it turned out that it was Young Se-hoon who came. Kim Min-seok immediately greeted him with a cheerful face. This time, Young Se-hoon came here because he had seen it directly on the CCTV. When seen, Kim Min-seok moved to the next room. Without making a panicked face, he explained that he was asking the agent for a drink. Moreover, the room also looks the same, so he decided to go to that room. Hearing the explanation from Kim Min-seok, Young Se-hoon confirmed that at this time, he was not waiting or meeting with anyone. Kim Min-seok emphasized that of course he wasn't meeting with anyone. There was no point for him to do something like that. But Young Se-hoon still felt suspicious about the floating purple bead. Instantly, Kim Min-seok immediately fell silent and felt a little panic. Ji-woo was even more frightened because he just realized that he couldn't use the invisibility skill on the quest item. Young Se-hoon wanted to move to take the purple bead, but Kim Min-seok's hand immediately prevented him. Suddenly, Kim Min-seok immediately shouted to run in the position of Young Se-hoon's body, which was still being held firmly. You can see the atmosphere outside the hospital courtyard. There was a new reporter sitting alone. He held his shoulder, which was still sore. The incident earlier had made him very frustrated. If it continues like this, then he will never stand it. Not long after that, the vice chairman immediately came to see the new reporter to ask if he had found the whereabouts of Kim Min-seok. The new reporter honestly couldn't find him. In addition, he has also been caught at the entrance to the VIP floor by 2 agents. Knowing that makes the vice chairman so upset. This new reporter should have been able to avoid that. If he can't find Kim Min-seok's whereabouts, he should at least bring you the latest news from Young Se-hoon. The new reporter admitted that he had done everything. He also doesn't know who Young Se-hoon is that the vice chairman is referring to. The new reporter did not want the deputy chairman to think that all this was easy to do. Many obstacles occurred at the hospital. From the top floor of the hospital, one of the windows was immediately broken and the glass scattered out. The people outside were panicking because they thought that something had fallen from upstairs. Others also thought that someone had committed suicide. The new reporter outside also couldn't see what was happening properly, while the vice chairman wondered what was really going on at the moment. Then they also saw a purple bead floating in the air. After that, it was seen above the car, there was Young Se-hoon. The vice chairman and the new reporter were very surprised to find out about this. The people outside were immediately excited because they saw Young Se-hoon fall from the hospital floor. In addition, people out there consider events like this to be very extraordinary indeed. He immediately got off the car and started running fast to take action in pursuit of the purple bead. Quickly, the chairman told the others to follow Young Se-hoon, even though he didn't know what was being done, but this was hot news. He was busy telling the other reporters to take the camera and do the chase. The new reporter informed that the vice chairman had to go together. When looking to the side, the vice chairman is no longer there. At this time, he was already in the car and shouted for the new reporter to immediately get into this car. When he was inside the car, he said that the hunter was running at the same speed as the car, so they must be able to chase him at high speed. If there is a chase event, then the new reporter must find a car immediately and not stand still. After that, he will take off and ask the new reporter to hold on tightly because the car will go very fast. From inside the car, Jung Si-hun was still busy chasing the small bead-like object. He asked the new reporter to take out the camera and start recording. The point is that the camera must always be close to Jung Si-hun and photograph his movements in high-speed mode. The portrait of Jung Si-hun in pursuit of the purple bead was finally successfully obtained. The new reporter immediately wondered what the bead was because it moved so fast. It was obvious that the purple bead was a hidden object, so the vice chairman asked the new reporter to stop talking and continue doing his job well. Jung Si-hun was still chasing after the purple bead. The vice chairman, who was busy driving, was not going to let this opportunity slip away. The car that he was driving continued to go so fast that it even made the new reporter become very panicked. Right now he felt unlucky because it was difficult to take pictures in such an unstable state. The chasing process still didn't stop until Jung Si-hun was at a dead end, as well as the chasing car. The reporter just informed him that there was a wall ahead, while the car he was driving was traveling at such a high speed that it made the vice chairman's father very panicked. Jung Si-hun will not stop and will continue to launch the action. The situation is getting more chaotic because the middle of the barrier wall has been destroyed. The car immediately rolled over, making the two people inside feel panicked and very scared. The car immediately flipped over, and the new reporter immediately came out from inside. In a state of consciousness, he wondered if he was still alive. Meanwhile, the vice chairman who was in the car was very busy asking about the camera. The reporter explained that under these circumstances, the camera was not important at all. However, the deputy chairman remained stubborn and told he to check the camera whether it was safe or not. The new reporter couldn't figure out what the vice chairman was really thinking. Seen on the camera screen, the photo of Jung Si-hun is still stored in good condition. He didn't see any Jung Si-hun in this location anymore. The new reporter was sure that Jung Si-hun had entered the portal along with the purple bead. The vice chairman got angry and felt bad that Jung Si-hun had destroyed his car and decided to jump over the portal. So today's mission was really very chaotic. The reporter just told him that the hunter holding the purple bead was still in this place. He was immediately surprised and did not expect it at all. In the camera clearly captured the figure of the person, and the level owned is 1. Gi-on-woo is seen in this place, feeling unlucky for everything that has happened this time. In front of him, there is a portal with very bright light. He said that he had to meet with Jung Si-hun, but now he doesn't know where Jung Si-hun went. Is it possible that the events at night are just his imagination? Now the system tells us that Gi-on-woo successfully entered the reward dungeon. So far, he had absolutely no idea what happened afterwards, but the quest has been successfully done for now. In front of him, he saw a vast expanse of sea. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the land, there were many tall buildings. On the beach sand, there is a name that reads Hyundai. Gi-on-woo confirms that the place he is on now is Busan. Not long after, a man came carrying drinks and said that Gi-on-woo was in this place. Gi-on-woo immediately glanced back. The mysterious man immediately said that he must have a plan to collect a set of items. It's true that human greed will never cease to amaze. Gi-on-woo remembered well this person who spoke and met him. While in this place, Gi-on-woo accidentally met a mysterious man. He asked if there was anything that surprised Gi-on-woo now. For Gi-on-woo, it would be very embarrassing to wear a swimsuit in such clothes. The mysterious man who had brought a buoy and a bottle of drink pointed towards the beach and asked Gi-on-woo to enjoy it immediately. Even so, according to Gi-on-woo, the Sagita dance felt a little awkward. The mysterious man immediately asked if something like that made him dislike it. Does it have to be the mysterious man who just left without taking the mission reward he brought? For those words, he gave praise and said it was very suitable for use by a mysterious man. In his mind, Gi-on-woo saw with his own eyes that the NPC in front of him was very similar to Han Seung-jun in the photo he had previously seen. On this occasion, Gi-on-woo asked permission to know the identity of the mysterious man. But he doesn't want to say that. But as said before that he is the administrator here, so Gi-on-woo can call him whatever he wants. In addition, he told him that the prize was over, so he could leave here right now. Gi-on-woo didn't understand what gift the mysterious man was referring to at all. It seemed like Gi-on-woo had forgotten to mention it. That way he would tell him that the quest reward was the opportunity to ask the mysterious man one question directly. Jian-woo asked again if all of that was considered a reward. He thought it was too insolent. The mysterious man immediately got angry when he dared to insult him in a way that was not polite at all. Jian-woo was also annoyed because the mysterious man asked to call him whatever he was. Therefore, he decided to call him a thick face. The mysterious man already looked resigned and asked him to do it at will. But there are things to remember. At first, this is a place where everything starts without any explanation. Bottles and floats are immediately dropped carelessly. Then the mysterious man took out a syringe and aimed it at Jian-woo's front body. He was very panicked and did not understand what the mysterious man would do to stab his chest. The mysterious man immediately asked he not to feel anxious because he only injected stimulants because the limitation item belonged to Jian-woo. He quickly jumped from a tall building while shouting very loudly. Jian-woo fell like this because a mysterious man deliberately dropped him from above. From above, the mysterious man hopes that Jian-woo can come back alive as a challenger. His body is still in the air because the building he stepped on earlier was very high. While speeding up, he suddenly felt that he was very sleepy. On the other hand, there was a voice calling Han Seung-jun to wake up. His eyes began to open a little, and saw a disciple shouting to wake him up. Han Seung-jun immediately opened all his eyes. His colleague was furious to see him being attacked by monsters and fainting in this place. In his eyes, the person in front of him was Shin Hyong when he was young. He hopes that if all this happens, it won't make Jian-woo experience memories with Han Seung-jun's like this. Han Seung-jun immediately got up and told Shin Hyong that he would immediately take care of the problem here. Then what would be done was to knock out the monster in just one attack. Shin Hyong made sure that his partner was not joking. Looking at the monster with the skull face is really very scary, especially the size is very large. The monster's name is Tartarus. He thought that it was a quest monster, but surprisingly now it has appeared again. Jian-woo, who possessed Han Seung-jun's body, will provide assistance to deal with his monster. The first thing that will be done is by using the equip. In his hand, there is already a weapon. Without waiting for a long time, he immediately ran to approach the Tartarus monster. Instantly, the atmosphere was so tense that the stones flew and made Han Seung-jun's body unstable. Jian-woo, who was inside Han Seung-jun's body, didn't know what happened, even though he had stabbed the monster's body parts correctly. Now he felt the misfortune of an unsuccessful attack. Shin Hyong immediately approached his partner, and did he only realize the attack now? Even the god Tartarus in this realm does not tolerate physical attacks or skills that contain magic. Therefore, the only weak point of Tartarus was his head. Shin Hyong immediately disbelieved and assumed Han Seung-jun was joking. In this case, he invited his partner to bet in order to prove the truth. The thing that should not be forgotten is that there are often answers in conventional methods. Shin Hyong wanted to know more about whether there was an event to reach the head of the Tartarus. In carrying out the attack, Han Seung-jun claimed that he only needed fly runes, but Shin Hyong himself saw that his friend didn't have any rune slots left. For him, there is no rule that says Han Seung-jun must use runes. Hearing that, Shin Hyong immediately regarded Han Seung-jun as a crazy bastard. He immediately told him to go to the 3rd Squad of the Defense Force. With pleasure, Han Seung-jun will do it and ask his partner to give him time. While walking to a place seen in front of Han Seung-jun's eyes, there was a very fierce fight already going on. While busy paying attention, he finally saw a man who was killing a horrible goblin. The goblin's head was immediately severed with blood. Then Han Seung-jun approached the little boy with yellow hair. After everything was safe, Han Seung-jun immediately asked this little boy if he had a fly rune. While he was busy paying attention to who the person in front of him was, he immediately realized that it was Han Seung-jun coming to see him. This little boy confirmed whether he really wanted to borrow the fly rune. At this meeting, he immediately pointed upwards and said that he could not fly there. Therefore, his arrival was to ask for help so that this little boy could take him to fly there. The little boy explained that the place was too high to reach. Han Seung-jun will fall due to lack of magic when he wants to go down. If that's the case, he asks this little boy to bring him down halfway. After that, Han Seung-jun will take care of the unfinished side. The little yellow-haired boy asked again if Han Seung-jun was so sure of his decision. Even when he was determined to defeat the Tartarus monster, there would be no safe way to get down safely. In this case, Han Seung-jun would not be concerned about his safety. In Jian-woo's mind, he thought that Han Seung-jun was afraid to do it. The little boy immediately asked he to leave for there immediately. Quickly, the two of them immediately flew for the direction of Tartarus. A few moments later, they both managed to land. In this case, Han Seung-jun was really very grateful for the help given by the little yellow-haired boy. After reaching the altitude, he will launch the action to immediately kill this Tartarus monster. Han Seung-jun has the courage to conquer Tartarus with the weapon that he has gripped tightly. With this method, he considers that the game is over. Without stalling any longer, he immediately thrusts his weapon into the head of Tartarus with all his might. In an instant, the monster's body reacted because its weakness was already known by Han Seung-jun. As he floated in the air, Han Seung-jun said that his words earlier could be proven well. Not long from saying that, he immediately shouted loudly because he saw the building below him was very terrible if he fell. At least in this case, he needs Chi Blast, so that he can still be safe and well protected. He immediately utilizes this by opening the screen on the system. After that, he immediately used his hand to do something. Han Seung-jun feels that he is still not slowing down when in the air, but he kept trying to do his best. Gaeon-woo, who was on Han Seung-jun's body, also wondered if this was the end of suffering. Surprisingly, the little boy immediately came and asked Han Seung-jun to hold on to him so he wouldn't fall. In this precarious situation, he didn't expect that this little boy would help him. After the presence of the little boy, they both finally landed safely on Earth. Han Seung-jun thought that he would die from the height. He was very grateful and very thankful to this little boy. Then he asked what the name of this little yellow hair boy was, because he hadn't had time to get acquainted. With a smiling face, this little boy said that his name was Sehun Chung. Jian-woo was quite surprised when he knew the real name of this kind little boy. A few moments later, Gaeon-woo's soul was immediately released from Han Seung-jun's body. He wondered if he would now return to reality. Not long from that, he actually returned in the position of a body that flew down. The situation was getting tense, because he felt that he would soon fall down with a considerable height. Without thinking, he immediately opened the system screen so he could use the item as his helper. One of the items immediately used by Jian-woo is 2 wings. While still in the air, he also did not know what wings he was using because they were very shiny like gold. With the help of the wings, it was easier for Jian-woo to slide down safely. Jian-woo managed to land down without any wounds or injuries. His eyes felt very dazzling because of the bright light from the wings. He made sure that this time he really managed to land on Earth. The system tells that currently he does not have enough mana because the MP used is very much. So also the skills cannot be used. Slowly the wings on his body will disappear. A body that has not been balanced makes Jian-woo immediately fall to the street. Unexpectedly came a mysterious man who praised that Jian-woo landed very cool. Seeing the mysterious man here, Jian-woo was immediately furious because all this was the result of a mistake made by him deliberately pushing him down. Previously, the mysterious man had told Jian-woo that this place started without any explanation. Even though the mysterious man told him something like that, but still, he had pushed from the top of a very tall building. The mysterious man felt that he was not really needed to be here. But with this attitude, the mysterious man was getting very annoyed because he had called him a thief. Jian-woo just found out, so that's the reason the mysterious man did all this. Maybe he was crazy now. The mysterious man felt that not accepting the title of thief was cruel enough to hear. Jian-woo wanted to know if there was a name that the mysterious man actually wanted to be called. The mysterious man once imagined and felt that the name of a stranger was very cool. There was a Torino name that he thought was good, so from now on Jian-woo should call him by that title. When asking to be called by that name, Jian-woo just heard it was very terrible. After discussing the name, Torino wanted to know if there was anything that made Jian-woo curious now. After thinking about it, he wanted Torino to tell him how to get out of this place. The question was immediately answered that the boxes would fall from the sky. So there are things that Jian-woo needs to do, namely finding a box containing a key to get out. Then he went to the portal in the sky. After listening to the explanation, Jian-woo could explain that it was like a treasure hunt. It's possible that the wings used by Jian-woo earlier disappeared due to the potion running out. Seeing that he was still confused, Torino immediately told him that the wings disappeared not because of the potion. Torino said that the wings used by Jian-woo were the original gift. Therefore, the wing item will be stored in Jian-woo's own inventory when the potion time ends. So later, he could use the wings again and then become a hunter and expand the number of items that could be used at once. Afterwards, he asked if he was so sure to give up the dagger set item in such an easy way. When making that decision, of course, he was so sure to do it as well as possible. The thing to be afraid of when he collects all of that before he returns this dagger to Saeon. Jian-woo continued to think wisely because he didn't want to be wrong in taking action. He was not so sure about handing over the dagger before doing so. Whether it was also possible to hand over his soul contract item to someone else would not be a problem. Tereno, who had been observing Jian-woo's face, immediately asked if he intended to sell the item. Jian-woo said that he did have the intention to sell it. Hearing that, Tereno did not insist at all because he had the right to make a decision on his own choice. He also asked if that was the last question from Jian-woo. After all his curiosity had been answered, Jian-woo felt enough to ask, and nodded his head that he would not ask again. Suddenly, Jian-woo asked again how to hand over Tereno's set items. He said that he had absolutely no idea how to do all that. Instantly, he was angry because he realized that Tereno had lied to him. With a panicked face, Tereno said that he seriously didn't know. He actually only knows how to set hidden pieces. But it will be a different story when he has collected all the set items and met the designer. Hearing the word designer made Jian-woo feel very curious about who that person was. Maybe for him to cancel the soul contract on the item will do something like that. It is likely that the person referred to by Sedinyer is Han Seong-jun. Tereno suggested that he can collect all the items and meet Seong-jun himself if he is very curious about it. Now Jian-woo understands very well. Anyway, later he can't just hand it over. Tereno also confirmed that now it was time to start the action since Jian-woo was also done with the question. Finally, the tutorial begins. The treasure box will fall from the sky after looking for the key to this dungeon. As the treasure box began to appear, Jian-woo was preparing to use his wings and couldn't wait to try it out. Above the clear sky, treasure boxes descended in large numbers. Jian-woo saw with his own eyes that the treasure boxes totaled 10 chests. In addition, since the escape portal was in the sky, Tereno suggested that Jian-woo could leave when he started to fly in the air. That way he immediately launched the action and would fly off while saying goodbye to Tereno. Jian-woo flew above the sky and he felt very relieved to be able to do all this smoothly without any obstacles. A few moments later he saw a place that was quite beautiful, namely the forest and a large expanse of water. He planned to land in that deserted place. After that, he immediately landed safely to the mainland, and in front of him there was already a treasure box. Without waiting any longer, Jian-woo walked over and immediately opened the cartoon treasure box slowly to find the key. Then he found a paper with writing on it. At first, he did not understand what this paper meant, but he judged that this was really very childish. He became annoyed and crushed the paper with both hands. Although he was very upset, he felt that this was better, rather than the monster that appeared would be more harmful to himself. After that, he also said that Tereno didn't tell him in advance that everything would be like this, except for the key. According to he, everything is the same even though he is still upset, but still wants to be an NPC. Jian-woo must continue this mission again as well as possible. Then he flew back to the place of tall buildings. Now, the second he had to look for her inside the building, he cautiously came from outside the tall glass building. While outside like this, Jian-woo could not see the entrance to this building at all. Not only that, he was also confused about how the treasure box could get into a building like this. While in confusion, he immediately looked for a way by opening the screen on his system. There are Tartarus wings that can be used to transform the body into spirit form. There are effects caused when using the Tartarus wings ranging from MP consumption power and fatigue felt by the body. In order to get the key to return to his world, he immediately used the skill. Jian-woo's body is now very transparent. He came into the building through the glass wall. Suddenly, when entering inside, there was something that happened. Jian-woo did not know about this at all. When observed, it turns out that it is true that if his body experiences obstacles when deactivating skills, it will be able to return to the original starting place at that time. Jian-woo was surprised because this notification was not informed to him from the beginning. Even so, he continued his action well and flew again at a fairly fast speed. He arrived in one room, after which he walked towards the treasure box near the wall. But he felt panicked about what the moving object was. Jian-woo was very curious whether the key was a living being. The treasure box kept moving. But in his mind, he said it must be a ball-like object. This is certainly the same as the ball that is the key to this underground room. Instantly, the treasure box opened and shattered, Gyeon-woo was still wondering what was in it. Surprisingly came out Young Si-hun, who confirmed that Gyeon-woo had done something careless all this time. Gyeon-woo was immediately confused and wondered why Young Si-hun could get out of the treasure box. Young Si-hun immediately got angry and used his sword to injure Gyeon-woo. He was immediately in pain and asked what Young Si-hun wanted to do here. Young Si-hun firmly informed that Gyeon-woo was arrested due to hostage-taking and ongoing criminal acts. Hearing this, Gyeon-woo couldn't stop thinking that he didn't take hostages and arrest at all. Surely all of this happened due to a misunderstanding. Young Si-hun immediately rebelled and did not accept the defense. Young Si-hun asked Gyeon-woo to stop talking. The reason should be explained directly later to the law enforcement agency. He immediately attacked Gyeon-woo. The situation became very tense. In his heart, Gyeon-woo felt that something was wrong, especially since Young Si-hun could enter this place unexpectedly. Young Si-hun wouldn't let Gyeon-woo stay silent. He asked him to come out now and handle all of this right now. This time, Gyeon-woo really apologized for not being able to reveal himself to anyone other than the challenger. If Young Si-hun is really concerned about this, then the thing to do is to kill him. He doesn't know if that thought will be a good solution or not. Young Si-hun immediately pointed a gun at Gyeon-woo's face. Young Si-hun saw with his own eyes that Gyeon-woo wanted to try to escape the reality of this problem. So with that, he will not give a guarantee to be able to succeed in doing so. Fierce attacks again occurred between the two of them. Gyeon-woo was busy dodging the swords that were always directed at him. When the fight occurred inside the building, Gyeon-woo quickly ran to get outside using his skills. Now his body is partially outside the building, and with the flight skill he managed to fly in the air. Gyeon-woo has managed to escape from outside the building, which is very dangerous for his life. What he did was a strategic retreat. Meanwhile, Young Si-hun, who was still inside the building, was immediately hit by a large amount of laka, until he was overwhelmed to be able to avoid it. Young Si-hun did another way to catch up with Gyeon-woo to escape. With the help of his power, he immediately walked on air and saw a long white line. Young Si-hun wouldn't let Gyeon-woo go until he yelled at her to stop. Then, when looking back, Gyeon-woo panicked and did not expect that Young Si-hun created a monostone just to follow himself flying. Gyeon-woo couldn't wait to see what skills were used. Young Si-hun did not ask Gyeon-woo to explain and find out whatever was being done now. With this chaotic situation, Gyeon-woo had to quickly find the next treasure box before Young Si-hun caught up. A few moments later, he looked towards the beach. It seemed that in the left direction, there was his treasure. But not only there, the treasure box is also near the mountain. Seeing these two different places made Gyeon-woo feel very confused about where he should go. After thinking things through, he decided to go to the right. Then Gyeon-woo immediately flew quickly so he could get to his destination. But he immediately changed his mind because he would head towards the left to open the treasure box. Finally, he arrived near the beach, and in the middle of the sand there was indeed a treasure box. He found the same paper when he first opened the treasure earlier. Seeing this made Gyeon-woo very upset. He should have drove towards the mountain so as not to be in vain. Quickly, he went straight towards the mountain to open the treasure box again. Now in the bushes, Gyeon-woo was already in front of the treasure box. Gyeon-woo felt very curious about what was in the treasure box this time. What might be in the box was a key or a piece of paper like earlier. From behind, something happened. This made him immediately alert. Then an explosion was heard from where Gyeon-woo stood near the mountain. Young Si-hun was already in the same place and asked he to surrender right now. Seeing Young Si-hun's arrival again really upset Gyeon-woo. That way he challenged Young Si-hun to end all this. Besides that, Gyeon-woo also won't put him in the box. Hearing those words, Young Si-hun would not be able to believe the lies that were made. Even if what Gyeon-woo said was true, he would still be a suspect in the Hunter murder case. It's better in this matter. Gyeon-woo surrender peacefully. Gyeon-woo was very emotional with Young Si-hun, who kept forcing him to surrender. He immediately used his skill, namely stealth, to look transparent. Then drove towards the treasure box according to his first mission. Whatever happens now would be better to forget. He has started to open the treasure box door and look towards it. The atmosphere immediately changes until a very bright light appears. Gyeon-woo's body was immediately hit hard until it fell. But he can still get back up. Gyeon-woo asked what sound was appearing at this time. A very scary Tartarus monster is seen. The system tells us that the terrible monster is a god who materializes into an avatar. In addition, Tartarus is also getting stronger due to adapting to this world over time. For a moment, Jung Si-hun was immediately silent because of something he saw. There is a notice about the Tartaros monster. This creature is a god that materializes into an avatar. It can even become stronger as it adapts to this world over time. Jung Si-hun immediately saw an object that was up in the air. He seemed to recognize the object. He said in his heart that the Tartaros with the poker face had a clear emotional look. Even so, it was the struggle of he in the past. But now Jung Si-hun will still believe in his own skills. Meanwhile, Lee Jeon-woo had another plan to attack the head of the Tartaros, before going down completely. This was the same action he had taken against Seong-jun. Then he looked up and asked if this monster was a Torino, an NPC lord or a robber. Moments later, in front of Lee Jeon-woo, there were already several portals. After that, many avatars appear wearing the same clothes, but their levels cannot be known. The system notified the elixir expansion item 25 minutes and 12 seconds. In Lee Jeon-woo's hand was already a bright yellow dagger. He realized that his time was up. Even so, he will still defeat the boss of the avatar first. Seeing Lee Jeon-woo holding the dagger, Jung Si-hun did not think that the dagger was his. Hearing those words made Lee Jeon-woo not answer at all and just stay silent. Without stalling for more time, he was ready to attack the avatar. The system informed him that the avatar knight had used the skill of throwing a long sword at Lee Jeon-woo. He immediately panicked and shouted very loudly. The result of this attack had caused more than 30,000 damages. Then Lee Jeon-woo's cell phone has dropped to 0. This murderous attack has made Lee Jeon-woo hit by bad luck. Moments later, he told Jung Si-hun that he wanted to talk about something important later. So for now, we both have to focus on escaping the danger of this avatar. Hearing that request, Jung Si-hun did not agree at all. Lee Jeon-woo must still defeat this avatar. So he was also asked to come forward even though he was alone. The avatar was already getting more and more furious, wanting to attack. Lee Jeon-woo's feet quickly stepped forward to fight again. After getting up and starting to get excited again, he finally managed to defeat the avatar knight. With this, he managed to get 1 experience. The level owned by he has also increased. The bonus obtained is receiving 5 points. There is a skill called Beginner Dagger with level and experience reset as before. Jung Si-hun expressed the opinion that this battle was not accurate. Besides that, it was also too heavy for Lee Jeon-woo to do it alone. Finally, he intervened by using his own power to fight some of these avatars. In just a moment, the mage and knight-type avatars were defeated. Furthermore, he explained that if there was damage in the underground room, then the people outside will be in great danger. Therefore, he invited Lee Jeon-woo to complete this mission as soon as possible so that everyone could survive. Seeing that action, Lee Jeon-woo shouted loudly and asked Jung Si-hun to stop being stubborn. The system tells him that 30% of the manifestation has been completed. The deepest god has started to reappear. This caused health to decrease by 30%. Meanwhile, health and mana recovery will be limited. Avatar Tartaros himself has used the Fist of Power. This time, the person who would be his target was Jung Si-hun. It can be seen that Tartaros has clenched his hands ready to give a fist. Lee Jeon-woo, who witnessed dangerous things before his eyes, immediately panicked. He asked Jung Si-hun to quickly avoid the attack that Tartaros would give. Without thinking, Lee Jeon-woo will act and use his flight skill to fly. He was very annoyed to see Jung Si-hun, who couldn't block the attack. While the hands of the Tartaros are getting closer, then Jung Si-hun in his heart said if this was all that Tartaros would give. Jung Si-hun immediately closed his eyes because it was too late to avoid all this. A few moments later, something happened. Jung Si-hun slowly opened his eyes and saw nothing. Toreno quickly provided protection using his shield. He immediately said that if Jung Si-hun wanted to sleep, then he should close his eyes properly. Suddenly, he was caught off guard and shouted due to the hard pressure from above. It turned out that this Tartaros deliberately pressed his hand to make the enemy suffer even more. From above the air, Lee Jeon-woo watched them both down there. He did not expect that the NPC was too strong to be resisted by anyone. In this meeting, Jung Si-hun felt that he had met Toreno. Then he also immediately noticed Jung Si-hun's face, who was watching him seriously. Toreno immediately attacked and was also confused by this. Lee Jeon-woo immediately shouted loudly, seeing his colleague who was attacked intentionally. This time, Lee Jeon-woo couldn't just stay silent. He immediately approached down. Then he was angry while asking what Tereno was doing to attack like that. Young Si-hoon is currently weak and fell to the ground due to a sudden attack. While getting questions, Tereno said that he was wrong. He really didn't realize that there was also a Lee Jian-woo in this place. Then he, in his heart, wondered if Jung Si-hoon recognized Tereno. After a small commotion, Tereno immediately took out a bright green ball in his palm. He asked Lee Jian-woo to take this item directly. Lee Jian-woo became anxious whether it wouldn't be a big problem for the NPC to just give this. Tereno explained that this was not a complicated problem because there was a bug. By adjusting, this has become the work done by the Tereno. Lee Jian-woo just found out that the monster made Tereno want to destroy it. Hearing those words made Tereno confused, even though he only gave Lee Jian-woo time to get out. So in this case, Lee Jian-woo must still handle it alone. Suddenly, Lee Jian-woo became angry and said that he was a robber and his item was also very small. Then Tereno also firmly said that if neither Lee Jian-woo nor Young Si-hoon could catch the monster, then the best thing to do is to run away. There are also many people out there who are capable of fighting. You can see the surviving Tartaros and several other avatars. In his observation, if things continue like this, then Young Si-hoon will die. Lee Jian-woo had begun to fly away with Jung Si-hoon's body. Tereno suddenly shouted and asked Lee Jian-woo to surrender now. The system tells us again that Tartaros has used the Fist of Power. The target of his skill is Young Si-hoon. Lee Jian-woo was in the air very close to the Tartaros. Even Tartaros' hands are always ready to give a punch to his prey. While on the ground, it seemed that Tereno, who was doing something, was not silent at all. He shouted that this kind of game had no end. He also knew that this Tartaros was trying to destroy the shield he made by using cursed power. Tartaros was so angry that his hand slammed down hard. Meanwhile, Tereno was holding his shield with all his might. Even with this, the situation was getting more and more chaotic. From the air, Lee Jian-woo was happy to see Tereno struggling to overcome the attack alone. Lee Jian-woo judged that the avatar himself could not stand the speed of intelligence. Surprisingly, above the air, Lee Jian-woo felt his legs were very heavy. It was because someone was pulling his legs from below. The system told him that the Avatar Knight had unleashed a long sword-throwing skill. Finally, after much effort, Lee Jian-woo's legs were able to avoid the attack very well. He continued to change direction while flying, even though it was not easy, because he was carrying Young Si-hoon's unconscious body. He was very grateful to be able to successfully avoid the leech's interference. The system again informed that the manifestation of 60% had been completed. Then there was a shock wave of manifestation that occurred due to the Tartaros avatar. The blast radius was about 1 kilometer while the remaining time was only 30 seconds. The Tartaros' face looked even more ferocious. While on the ground, Tereno shouted for the two of them to get out as soon as possible. Above the sky there, Lee Jian-woo's eyes immediately focused on a portal door to get out of this dangerous place. With high speed, he immediately flew there while carrying the body of the Young Si-hoon. The atmosphere at night on a street is very crowded. A portal was immediately guarded by several people. They all asked to block his property and find the portal as soon as possible. Then asked again if the tracking was still not active until now. Then a man said if there was no list coming in. There might be something wrong here. The chairman was still at the scene. It had been about an hour. But he didn't know when those people would come out of the portal soon. The reporter man felt the same way because there were already many people waiting at this location, so that person should be able to come out as soon as possible. In the chairman's observation, the magic possessed by Young Si-hoon could complete the Class A mission in less than 10 minutes. He became curious about what Young Si-hoon was doing there. The reporter man asked if in that place, Young Si-hoon had fought to the death with a level 1 hunter. Hearing those words, the chairman became emotional whether it was a joking sentence or not. It doesn't make sense at all if a level 1 player can last more than an hour. So there would be no way a level 1 would last long, plus fighting Young Si-hoon. A few moments later, a bright light appeared from the portal there. The chairman immediately saw that there was a basement trap. Is this a sign that Young Si-hoon failed to complete it? He felt that this could not have happened just like that. Inside the portal, several avatars appeared, causing all the agents to be shocked. They do not know what exactly happened until the avatars could appear here. In addition, the level of the avatar was completely unknown to what extent. Then a male voice was heard saying that this should be a dungeon with rank D. After that, a voice was heard asking for reinforcements to be called immediately because of the emergency. The chairman was immediately surprised to see that the avatar had no level. Seeing the panic on his face, the male reporter asked him to remain calm because there were agents on guard here. In an instant, the avatar immediately killed the agent in a very sad way. The bloodshed at night could not be avoided anymore. For this incident, it can be said to be a sadistic massacre tragedy. The chairman and the reporter man immediately turned around to avoid the fierce attack. In this case, the chairman strongly agreed to forget all this. Now it was much better to stay focused on living without any distractions. While they were both running, suddenly there was something that made them surprised. The chairman asked if the road was blocked so that it could not be passed. He had never seen a building standing here before. The reporter man's sharp eyes told him that it was not a building. The chairman was really very surprised. It turned out that the figures seen with large white hair wearing crowns were Tartaros. They both looked very small and were really near the feet of the Tartaros avatar monster. Simultaneously, both of their heads immediately looked up until they were shocked. The male reporter was speechless because he had to deal with a giant Tartaros figure. After that, behind the two of them, there is already an avatar whose size is not too big. The reporter's face is very frightened when he and the father are really in great danger. With that weapon, the avatar immediately launched into action. The male reporter who can't fight can only whimper in fear without moving to take any action. Lee Jianwu's legs were already speeding up. He immediately came towards the avatar and cut off the head until it was cut off. Finally, they did not get killed. After doing that, Lee Jianwu immediately turned around. The system informed him that he had successfully killed the Avatar Knight and gained 1 experience, and then earned 5 points. In addition to the beginner dagger, has also been reset again. For the attack that was so fast, the chairman became curious about how Lee Jianwu could do such a great thing. Hearing the man's words made Lee Jianwu look back and ask them both to keep everything seen tonight a secret. He said that all of this is just a moment that should be forgotten and not to be remembered, and even become curious to investigate it. On the other hand, 2 agents were seen fighting with the Avatar. One of these agents asked if there was any backup yet. Then his partner asked him to survive a little longer to face this pretty great enemy. Surprisingly, Lee Jianwu directly in the middle of these 2 agents. They both immediately wondered why there could be other people in danger. Without saying much, he immediately stepped forward towards the Avatar. One of these agents asked Lee Jianwu to run away immediately because it was very dangerous now. Seeing the courage of this young man made the agent confused about what level he had so desperate to come forward. In just a moment, he had managed to kill the Avatar using only the gold-colored dagger. The Avatar's body was immediately destroyed and separated from its original form. Seeing this unexpected event made the 2 agents immediately surprised. They simply did not believe in the attack that was seen firsthand, even though the 2 agents knew that Lee Jianwu was still at level 1, but he can already provide extraordinary attacks beyond level 1 after successfully killing the vile Avatar. He told the 2 agents that if they wanted to know more details, they were welcome to ask Jung Si-hoon there directly. The agent immediately fell silent while still not expecting the Lee Jianwu's prowess. On one of the streets, seen Jung Si-hoon lying in pain because of the attack earlier. The agent quickly saw the chairman's condition, which was very concerning. The system informed that the manifestation was 80% complete. The explosion caused by the manifestation of the Tartarus avatar had occurred. Estimates for the blast radius reached up to 10 kilometers. The remaining time was only 3 minutes. The Tartaros face looks really scary. Lee Jianwu was furious to see it, and even he felt unlucky with the presence of NPC to get here. After that, he immediately flew to approach Tartaros using emergency skills. He wants to wait all this out until he can have another meeting. One of the avatars that still existed looked down and pointed his weapon. This time, the avatar immediately released the leg hold skill. This caused the flight speed to decrease by 50%. Lee Jianwu's leg was immediately pulled by using the avatar's skill strongly. He who realized that his leg was pulled felt very unlucky and asked the avatar not to do this kind of thing anymore. Suddenly, there was a sword traveling very fast. Instantly, the sword hit the target and the avatar's head was cut off again. The system tells you that the mage avatar has been defeated. With that event, Lee Jianwu was no longer affected by the leg hold skill. He who was still in the air immediately looked down because he was curious who the person who had done it was. Seen on the road below, Jung Si-hoon turned out to have started to rise again. Jung Se-hoon gave direct instructions to agents to prioritize defeating mages in favor of level 1 hunters, namely Lee Jae-woo. They all immediately understood and would obey the order as best they could. After giving directions, Jung Se-hoon immediately shouted, calling Lee Jae-woo, asking what he was doing upstairs now. He should take action to go up faster before it's too late. Hearing the direction, Lee Jae-woo still remembers that Jung Se-hoon will not cooperate with the suspect in any case. But now his attitude has changed again, making Lee Jae-woo confused. Jung Se-hoon said all of this is for the sake of the people's lives. So now Lee Jae-woo better stop talking and start moving back to defeat the Tartaros monster so that the situation can return to safety. The statement said by Jung Se-hoon is always changing. But as expected, it was as easy as pie. The system talked about the expansion of elixir items for 1 minute and 30 seconds. Lee Jae-woo said that in this case there was not much time left. No matter what, he was determined to defeat the Tartaros boss quickly. The Tartaros' hand was seen moving again to deliver a blow. Moreover, Lee Jae-woo flew near the big giant hand. In this precarious situation, he must use the phase skill so that his body becomes like a transparent shadow. In this way, it seems like it will make it easier for him to launch the action. His body has begun to fly high and is no longer near the big hand. With great enthusiasm, he will start by attacking the Tartaros' head until he can really succeed. The system tells us that the Tartaros is currently using Divine Lightning. The target that will be targeted in this Divine Lightning is Lee Jae-woo. It can be seen clearly on the head of Tartaros that there are already many terrible lightning bolts spreading. Then Tartaros not only uses that power, but also using Awakening. That's what makes the attack speed increase. Then the lightning immediately spread downwards. Lee Jae-woo, who was in danger, immediately covered his head so as not to be hit by the dangerous Divine Lightning. Then he deliberately shouted very loudly and asked the Tartaros to stop doing this dangerous action. He even called the Tartaros monster crazy for not stopping attacking. The system informed him that the elixir expansion item only had 30 seconds left. He realized once after seeing the notification because now there was not much time and mana left. So, whatever it was, he had to be able to act quickly. In addition, another notification appeared if the Tartaros used an intense gaze, especially towards Lee Jae-woo. Both eyes of the Tartaros monster instantly emitted a bright light and then headed downwards to hit its target. Now there was no other choice for Lee Jae-woo. He would immediately take action to make a gamble. Quickly, he immediately used Phase Deactivate. Suddenly, something happened to him because his body immediately lost control under the attack of a powerful force from above. The system tells in more detail if he has been hit by a Tartaros attack with his intense gaze. The impact of this attack immediately made his HP drop dramatically to 0. He immediately screamed very loudly because he could not resist the attack. The system still told him that now he was getting a killing attack. In addition, Lee Jae-woo had also lost for 10 seconds. The phone had been destroyed without paying attention to how many there were. Despite being brutally attacked, Lee Jae-woo's body could still move. With a new and unyielding spirit in his hand, there is already a dagger ready to fight again. He moved by using the Bird Pierce skill. The dagger quickly went straight to the top of the Tartaros, then stabbed into the crown on the head. Instantly, the crystal in the crown was shattered into pieces. With this murderous attack, the Tartaros avatar has been declared defeated. For this incident, the Lee Jae-woo level has increased. Then all status effects are removed, then health and mana are restored. He was happy to succeed this time, but the Tartaros hand immediately attacked him and gave a fierce blow. The situation became even more tense when Lee Jae-woo was unknowingly hit by an attack from the Tartaros avatar. With this, he was declared to have spent all his health back. Then he also received a defeat for 10 seconds. Lee Jae-woo, who was in the air, immediately lost control until his head was upside down. Moreover, one of his faces was bruised from getting hit hard. He in his heart felt unlucky due to this blow. It turned out that the Tartaros avatar, even though he had been defeated, was still persistent in giving a fierce attack. His body was quickly knocked down, causing severe damage to the road. Agents who were in the surrounding area were immediately shocked by this incident. There was a voice that said there was a young man who fell from above with extraordinary speed. Even that person thought that the young man who fell was dead. The system tells us that Lee Jae-woo's body condition has really decreased drastically. Even though he has experienced destruction, he is still alive and opens both eyes. In his heart, he realized that he was still given the opportunity to live. But this condition makes him an ordinary person. Therefore, this tragic incident made him in a very dangerous condition. A few moments later, Jung Si-hoon came to see the scene while calling Lee Jian-woo, who fell. When he knew someone was coming, Lee Jian-woo was quite surprised a little while looking up. Quickly, the tip of the sword went straight towards his neck. On this occasion, Jung Si-hoon will arrest Lee Jian-woo on charges of violating the hunter exclusion law as an ongoing criminal offense. Hearing the arrest, Lee Jian-woo looked up to see Jung Si-hoon with a serious face. Afterward, he confirmed once again whether this arrest had really been seriously followed up again. With a flat face, Jung Si-hoon said that he was very serious and not playing around. Some agents are also already there. They get direct orders to immediately arrest Lee Jian-woo now. Finally, the agent immediately acted in accordance with the wishes of their superior, namely Jung Si-hoon. Suddenly, there were 2 cans floating in the air. You can see the condition of the agents who are starting to panic and not what this all means. Then, one of the agents asked who the person was there. When the scene was still full of smoke, a female figure was seen coming. She then answered the agent's question if she had come. The agent still noticed the woman's arrival, even though he didn't know who it was. It turns out that the woman who came to the scene was Han Se-yeon. She said that she was the fiancée of Lee Jian-woo. When she came here, it made Lee Jian-woo confused why she knew this address. She explained that she had tracked down his whereabouts after seeing the message he sent. Therefore, she hurried to come directly to this location. Without waiting long, she immediately helped Lee Jian-woo to get up and stand in a safe place. There was a man's voice who thought that the woman who came was Han Se-yeon. Then the man also seems to be amazed because her naturally beautiful. Then Jung Si-hoon asked why treasure hunter Han Se-yeon was willing to save someone like Lee Jian-woo. As said before, Lee Jian-woo is her fiancé. So Han Se-yeon should provide help to her fiancé in such a dangerous situation. Lee Jian-woo approached she and thought that discussing our marriage wouldn't make Jung Si-hoon relieved. She nudged his arm as a signal not to talk about it anymore. Quickly, Jung Si-hoon pointed his sword forward. He asked them both to immediately back off in this case. He wants to arrest Han Se-yeon on the grounds of being a bad person too. Hearing that threat, she said that she really cared about those words. If she really dares, she challenges Jung Si-hoon to catch her if she really dares. One of the agents behind asked if we should catch the 2 people together. To that question, she asked the agent to stop doing anything. Treasure hunters use many unique items, so our side can counterattack. On this occasion, Han Se-yeon will show who she is. Around her body there is already a red aura of power. She knew that Jung Si-hoon would know what she was doing. Especially today, she had also prepared 24 hours of control equipment. That's why she couldn't wait to greet him and laughed with joy. Suddenly, Jung Si-hoon incited Lee Jian-woo not to easily trust women like Han Se-yeon. Hearing those words made Lee Jian-woo even more confused why Jung Si-hoon was inciting like this. Furthermore, Jung Si-hoon explained that living with such a woman would make Lee Jian-woo used. So, it's better to surrender now in order to save Lee Jian-woo's life in the future. If he wanted to surrender now, then Jung Si-hoon's side could consider it as coercion from Han Se-yeon. Lee Jian-woo immediately shouted very loudly when speaking. He asked to wait just a minute, whether this sudden change was just to catch him. Then Han Se-yeon, who was behind him, made sure that Lee Jian-woo did not believe in Jung Si-hoon's foul mouth. When she asked like that, it made Lee Jian-woo quite surprised. She explained that she was talking about utilization and weakness. If he is still determined to choose with Jung Si-hoon, then the impact that will arise is death. Seeing this, Jung Si-hoon said that what she said was very confusing. But he was very curious whether the dagger with Lee Jian-woo was really his. She thinks Jung Si-hoon has lost his way of thinking. Han Se-yeon doesn't know why people like that are not ashamed at all, because they have ignored all the truths that exist. While listening to the debate, Lee Jian-woo became confused. They discussed about truth and power. Then what exactly is going on between the 2 of them? Without responding to anything else, Jung Si-hoon with his stern face asked Lee Jian-woo to come to him. Meanwhile, Han Se-yeon threatened that if he came with Jung Si-hoon, then he would not hesitate to finish him. In this condition, Lee Jian-woo was really confused by the attitude of these 2 people. When he wanted to talk from above, there was a helicopter coming. One of the agents panicked because the helicopter was suspected of being Han Se-yeon's escape transportation. Seeing this emergency situation made Jung Si-hoon immediately shout, calling everyone to take action. Then the agents were also asked to shoot the helicopter and capture the two. Han Se-yeon's power with an elongated rope immediately came and tied all the agents so that they could not move. One of the agents felt bad because he was completely immobilized. Plus, the skills of the agent could not function properly. There was one can that released its contents until everyone had a coughing fit, and their vision became blurry. At an opportunity like this, Han Se-yeon immediately ran to pull Lee Jong-woo's hand to follow her to avoid great danger. In an emergency, she asked if Lee Jong-woo wanted to die because he seemed to believe Young Si-hoon's words more than her. He did all that because he wanted it to happen. Then he also just bought time. Han Se-yeon opened her status windows to click on one of the items to be used. In a short time in her hands, there were already 2 seatbelts. There is not much time left to be at this location, so she immediately put on his belt to be safe. Then, in her hands, there was also a tool that would make them both fly in the air towards the helicopter. Quickly, the rope immediately hangs over one part of the helicopter. They both finally went up at high speed. She asked Lee Jong-woo to hold on tight so as not to fall down. Then Lee Jong-woo's sword immediately broke the rope that bound all the agents. He shouted loudly, calling Lee Jong-woo. He gave a warning that following Han Se-yeon would only increase his crime again. In addition, Choi Jae-young and other hunters were also destroyed by monster quests. From the air, Lee Jong-woo explained that he was innocent. So Young Si-hoon just caught another bad guy. Young Si-hoon is worried about something. He has no idea how much suffering the dagger will cause. He was very sure that Lee Jong-woo would regret his wrong decision. Lee Jong-woo only believes that time will tell the truth. Therefore, he will follow his own path without having to be forced by others. After hearing all the explanations, Young Si-hoon was just silent while staring at Lee Jong-woo's departure with Han Se-yeon. She said that she doesn't want to meet someone like Young Si-hoon who is called an officer. Now the atmosphere has begun to subside because Lee Jong-woo and Han Se-yeon have entered the helicopter. Then one of the men who came to call Jung Si-hoon asked if he was okay now. Jung Si-hoon said he was fine now. His men wanted to give him for defeating an unknown-level boss. So the actions taken by Young Si-hoon were very extraordinary. He emphasized that he never beat the Avatar. His men became curious about who the person was who had done the creepy monster. Young Si-hoon told them that the person who did it was Lee Jong-woo. Hearing that fact made his men even more surprised whether it was really serious the crazy young man who defeated him. The next step Young Si-hoon will do is report this to the leaders. Therefore, his men must ensure that this incident is not revealed to anyone. Especially no reporter should dare to plunder this incident. His men immediately obeyed the wishes of the Young Si-hoon. All agents who were still at the location immediately paid homage to the order desired by the Young Si-hoon. When he walked away from this location, there was a small slime on the asphalt. Then the slime climbed into one of the agents' shoes. In the silent night, the helicopter had landed on one of the buildings. Finally, Lee Jong-woo was able to get off first and said that he could survive. Suddenly, Han Se-yeon immediately pushed his body, telling him to get out of the way. Lee Jong-woo was really confused about what happened. Then came a man who said that she was angry because Lee Jong-woo preferred Jung Si-hoon before. Then he asked if there was no other way to get more points. Yoon Min immediately asked Lee Jong-woo to wait for a while. Then he calls Han Se-yeon, who is just silent. She asked him not to talk to her. This time, she just didn't want to see his face again. Then he immediately whispered and said that was not what he wanted to talk about. Han Se-yeon seemed to be fed up asking for everything to be enough. Whatever he said didn't mean anything at all. Not long after that, Han Se-yeon saw 2 women coming out of there. Lee Jong-woo's family came together and asked what was going on. His younger sister immediately asked if it was true that her brother was now a criminal. Then his mother confirmed whether her son would now go to prison due to a case. Lee Jong-woo wondered why all his family knew about this news. While the family was worried about each other, Han Se-yeon immediately spoke up about this. Before that, she greeted everyone. A few moments later, everyone was in the room for a more intense conversation. They had previously had an important conversation. Then Min Seok gave a response if Lee Jong-woo's action was extraordinary. Min Seok now knows that the reason why Lee Jong-woo stayed at level 1 was because he defeated monsters. Then his mother asked if that made his son rarely come home. Lee Jong-woo immediately agreed to all the questions from Min Seok and his mother. After that, Seora also conveyed that such actions were very dangerous if they were determined to fight with the Hunter Management Bureau. He could only remain silent. Then his sister whispered whether his brother could trust people like that well. One of the men said that it was certainly not easy to do. But after the dagger is moved, Lee Jian-woo is believed to be safe. If there is a problem, they will also hire the best lawyer so that they can provide support to Lee Jian-woo directly. Han Se-yeon asked him to stop talking because she was about to say something. She walked straight to where Lee Jian-woo was sitting. Without any embarrassment, she immediately held Lee Jian-woo's arm. Lee Jian-woo was very surprised to see Han Se-yeon's behavior in front of his family. This time she will explain that the relationship with Lee Jian-woo is not just a friend. They both have promised each other for the future. Hearing those words, Min Seok was immediately happy and congratulated his close friend. Mom immediately did not expect why such a beautiful woman could like her son. Lee Jian-woo's face was clearly uncomfortable and upset. He immediately asked her if she was done saying that. With a statement like that, it has made all his family misunderstand. Han Se-yeon thinks that the two of us have worked together. Therefore, they have promised a future to each other. Seora immediately panicked until she ran while asking how old her brother was for daring to discuss marriage. Then, Lee Jian-woo explained that it was just a misunderstanding. After much discussion, there was some money shown. Lee Jian-woo's father immediately asked what the purpose of this money was. Then Yun-min explained that this money was used as an advance payment that had been promised to Lee Jian-woo. He, with his serious face, will keep his promise under any circumstances. This money is as proof. Lee Jian-woo's father was confused why he showed this money to everyone. It would be better if the money was given to Lee Jian-woo directly. Yun-min reasoned that he was Lee Jian-woo's biological father, so he should know what was really going on. He explained to Yun-min that whatever his son did not need to be confirmed. Lee Jian-woo is an adult child, surely able to make his own decisions. Besides that, he also believes in his son, whatever happens. A few moments later, he asked Yun-min where she would now be staying. Gladly, Lee Jian-woo's father's room will be shown directly. Meanwhile, Mom assured Lee Jian-woo if Seora would be fine, so there was no need to worry about it. Now, he better focus on taking care of the problem that happened. In this case, Lee Jian-woo can only say thank you to his father and mother. Then he greeted Min Seok that it was late at night, so further discussion will be done tomorrow. Coincidentally, Min Seok also felt very tired tonight, so he would go to bed soon. They all went straight to their rooms to sleep. When it gets late, they all sleep in one of the luxury buildings. Seen in the room, Lee Jian-woo sleeping with Min Seok, who snored. It made Lee Jian-woo uncomfortable because it was very loud snoring. After all, Lee Jian-woo couldn't just wake Min Seok up after all he had been through. Afterward, he decided to sleep on the sofa to make it more comfortable and less noisy. While leaving the room accidentally, Yun-min and Han Se-yeon were talking together. He asked her if he should leave under these circumstances. Then she explained that we have no other choice. Moreover, we cannot do harm to people who are innocent. Lee Jian-woo did not expect and wondered what exactly he wanted to do at this time of night. He is secretly still investigating the conversation. Then Yun-min asks if Han Se-yeon really cares about Lee Jian-woo. She said that she was not like that. In his heart, Lee Jian-woo is getting curious about why his name was mentioned earlier. Yun-min said that the two of us don't have much time. Many people have died because of monsters. Now the Tartaros appear even more pathetic. He guessed that everything was a resurrection that was bound to happen. Lee Jian-woo in his heart was really very curious about the discussion. While his feet were still busy stepping slowly, he accidentally nudged an object and fell down. Simultaneously, Yun-min and Han Se-yeon immediately saw it. Lee Jian-woo immediately laughed and said that he saw someone get up. Yun-min said that she just wanted to sleep and invited Han Se-yeon to rest too. When they both wanted to leave, Lee Jian-woo immediately prevented her and honestly heard the conversation earlier. He became curious what exactly had woken up from the words of the two of them earlier. Hearing that question, she said it was none of Lee Jian-woo's business, so it would be better to step back and not interfere in this matter. Lee Jian-woo assured that Han Se-yeon was telling the truth. He asked this because he had heard that he had been mentioned. Previously, she had given a warning to Lee Jian-woo. She will allow him to meddle in people's affairs carelessly. If it is still done, then he himself will be in great danger. The thing he did was just hand over the goods, then take the money and live quietly. After giving advice, she went straight up the stairs. Lee Jian-woo felt uncomfortable inside. There must be something hidden in the conversation that he didn't want others to know. After the night passed, there were many luxurious cars consisting of several colors. In addition, the car is also very shiny. Min Seok, who saw this, asked if everything was real. With this many cars, Min Seok said that we can drive luxury sports cars. He reassured his best friend Lee Jae-woo that this wasn't a dream. If this is a dream, then it's very unfortunate. Meanwhile, Lee Jae-woo was busy looking at the Windows status screen to check. There was a notification about a quest that asked to complete the wings of the Tartaros. The remaining time for this quest was 3 days, 11 hours, and 30 minutes. More than the time given then, the quest is considered to have failed to follow. In his heart, Lee Jae-woo knew that the new quest had started to reappear. Although he had plans to equip the wings now, there were 3 equipment slots filled with soul items, so he thought that this was indeed very impossible to do. But he can still upgrade his abilities to Hunter. Of course, all this is in order to increase the necessary equipment slots. Visible on Lee Jae-woo's cell phone screen is a message from Han Seon. She asked him to immediately take her car of any type in the parking lot. Then he must also immediately arrive at the Hunter inspection site at 11 noon. Whatever it is, he can't be late because it's very important. So, with this help from Han Seon, Lee Jae-woo has decided that he will take the Hunter exam. A few moments later, the lights of one of the red cars could be heard. Min Seok happily drove and said that the 2 of us would immediately leave using this luxury car. The 2 of them got ready, and the car went straight to the location that had been determined by Han Seon. The towering gates stood firm, guarded by 2 soldiers. Gun-woo Lee glanced at the entrance, feeling an odd anticipation. A crowd of contenders gathered near luxurious cars, their nervous energy apparent. Gun-woo wondered how many were there to prove themselves. Gun-woo checked his phone, reading the message. It was cryptic, but clear. Han Se-yoon was setting the stage. From behind the glass, people pointed at Gun-woo as whispers filled the air. He ignored them, focusing on his goal. Gun-woo overheard someone mentioning a woman nearby, but he stayed focused. This was no time for distractions. Laughter echoed behind him as a man in the crowd joked loudly. Gun-woo remained stoic, his determination unshaken by mockery. Chaos erupted as an explosion resounded nearby. Gun-woo instinctively ducked, his eyes darting toward the rising smoke in the distance. Gun-woo tightened his grip, muttering to himself. He knew this wasn't an accident. Se-yoon's involvement made everything deliberate. Han Se-yoon, Gun-woo murmured, hearing his name whispered by someone nearby. Without hesitation, he started moving toward the smoky chaos. 10 minutes later, Gun-woo followed a guide's banner toward the examination hall. The unsettling energy around him grew heavier. "Which way to the hall?" Gun-woo asked. The guide gestured ahead, warning that the path would be riddled with challenges. The guide muttered about making guild leaders out of this bunch. Gun-woo caught the doubt in his voice but ignored it. Another man sneered, eyes on Gun-woo. "Small fries won't last here," he growled, his aura exuding hostility and arrogance. Gun-woo's gaze hardened as the man threatened him. A silent resolve flickered in Gun-woo's mind. He wouldn't back down, not here. The crowd's attention shifted to a flashy red car nearby. Gun-woo glanced over, sensing that something crucial was about to unfold. The man eyed Gun-woo, smirking. "Another fool for the Hunter exam," he thought, oblivious to Gun-woo's quiet, determined resolve. Gun-woo stared at his phone again, noticing something unusual. His instincts kicked in, and he realized this situation wasn't ordinary. Someone exclaimed, "He's level 1!" Mockery filled the air, but Gun-woo ignored it. They had no idea what he'd endured. The aggressor charged toward Gun-woo, his weapon glowing with fiery energy. Gun-woo clenched his fists, ready for whatever came next. A hand suddenly grabbed Gun-woo's shoulder, stopping him. A cold, piercing voice asked, "Where's Ma Chang-soo?" The tension escalated instantly. Gun-woo turned, finding himself face-to-face with someone authoritative. "I specifically told you not to leave your place," the man snapped. "He said he needed to check the front," someone blurted nervously, causing a chain of stern looks and growing suspicion. The authoritative figure's eyes gleamed dangerously, catching a glimpse of something glowing ominously. Gun-woo could tell it was more than ordinary. A dark aura surged as an item with 92% flashed ominously under a cloak. Gun-woo felt the air shift drastically. Just as things seemed about to spiral out of control, a sharp, loud sound broke the tension, startling everyone nearby. Smoke billowed in the distance as another explosion shook the area. People scattered, confusion spreading like wildfire throughout the examination site. "What is this?" someone yelled. Gunwoo scanned the chaos, his mind piecing together clues, realizing this wasn't an accident at all. "Get Ma Chang-soo and lock down the perimeter," the authoritative figure shouted, urgency growing as Gunwoo remained calm and observant. Gunwoo stepped away, his thoughts swirling. "That explosive energy? I bet that guy with the cloak knows something," he mused silently. A red sports car screeched to a halt, narrowly missing Gunwoo. Inside, the driver looked at him with a knowing expression. The glowing gates opened wide, signaling the next stage. Gunwoo Lee stood firm, prepared for what lay beyond. A radiant light filled the air as ancient symbols pulsed. Gunwoo stepped forward, sensing this trial would test everything he had. A monstrous beast emerged from the light, roaring with ferocity. Its eyes locked onto Gunwoo, marking him as its target. System notifications blared in Gunwoo's vision. He gritted his teeth, activating his skill set. This was his defining moment. With a victorious cry, Gunwoo overcame the trial. The system confirmed his success. He was now officially a hunter. Gunwoo cheered with excitement, overwhelmed by the victory. He couldn't believe it. After all his struggles, he'd reached this monumental step. Another notification popped up, detailing his next task. Gunwoo took a deep breath, realizing his challenges were far from over. His companion approached, grinning. "Looks like you've got something special planned. What's next for the great Gunwoo Lee?" he teased. Gunwoo smiled, but didn't answer immediately. He clenched his fists, determined to uncover the deeper mysteries hidden within this strange system. As a new artifact materialized in his hands, its power coursed through him. He felt the weight of mythic destiny. Gunwoo unfolded a pair of radiant golden wings. His companion gaped in disbelief, muttering, "You really are full of surprises." Testing his newfound strength, Gunwoo soared into the sky. The wings responded perfectly, amplifying his speed and agility dramatically. However, as Gunwoo trained mid-flight, a sudden blast knocked him off balance. He barely recovered, his heart racing with adrenaline. His wings glowed, adjusting to the turbulence. Gunwoo dived sharply, landing gracefully as his companion marveled at the sheer spectacle. "This power is incredible," Gunwoo murmured. But deep down, he knew this was just the beginning of something far greater. Gunwoo's friend marveled at his wings, clapping. "Wow, you actually did it!" Gunwoo smiled faintly, knowing he had only begun. A system notification prompted Gunwoo to acquire a skill. He hesitated before selecting yes, spending 500 points to unlock it. The notification revealed, "Special Skill, Level 1 Leap." Gunwoo's eyes lit up, realizing the potential of teleportation within a 100-meter radius. Gunwoo activated the skill, vanishing in a flash of golden light. His laughter echoed as he appeared across the field instantly. "Incredible!" his friend shouted. Gunwoo's excitement grew as he envisioned using this skill in combat, testing the limits of its reach. Gunwoo marveled at the precision of his teleportation, but the skill demanded focus. He steadied himself, preparing for another leap. With wings glowing, he soared again. Suddenly, he lost control mid-flight, tumbling through the air with a loud yell. "Why is this so hard to handle?" he muttered, regaining balance. A system notification explained its intricacies, forcing him to adapt. "Restricted zones," the system warned. A glowing red barrier blocked his path. Gunwoo realized he had to strategize his movements carefully. Landing smoothly, he nodded to himself. "I'll master this," Gunwoo resolved, already envisioning how to outmaneuver enemies with precision leaps. Gunwoo's friend waved from below, grinning. "That was teleportation! You're insane!" Gunwoo chuckled, wiping sweat. "Not perfect, but I'll get there." Testing further, Gunwoo leapt over a small ravine. His wings pulsed, glowing brighter with every teleportation attempt, building confidence steadily. As he landed, exhaustion caught up. "I need to balance stamina better," he thought. His friend teased, "Guess even you have limits." "Teleportation isn't combat effective yet," Gunwoo admitted. His friend shrugged. "But you'll find a way. You always do." Gunwoo nodded, determination renewed. Together, they walked toward the next challenge. Gunwoo's wings shimmered faintly, hinting at the immense potential waiting to be unlocked. A new quest appeared. Evade 100 attacks using special skill, Leap. Gunwoo Lee frowned, realizing this challenge would push him further. His companion nudged him. "No better time to master it, right?" Gunwoo activated Leap, preparing himself for the incoming storm. Gunwoo scanned the area nervously. Would be nice if attackers came in manageable waves, he muttered. Suddenly, the bushes rustled ominously. A group of hostile challengers emerged, eyes locked on Gunwoo. He gritted his teeth, wings flaring as the first attack launched. Gunwoo Lee saw the group advancing aggressively, their energy radiating determination. He braced himself, knowing this moment would test his growth. The leader's confident stride conveyed dominance, but Gunwoo remained calm. His mind raced, considering how best to utilize his abilities. Gunwoo's companion watched the approaching group nervously, his face reflecting concern. Gunwoo, however, prepared silently, his focus unshaken by the pressure. A brilliant light erupted as Gunwoo's golden wings unfurled, their glow cutting through the tension and grabbing everyone's undivided attention. The system notification signaled a survival mission. Gunwoo inhaled deeply, his body ready for the incoming storm of challenges ahead. At the observation station, officials leaned forward, captivated by the trial unfolding on their screens. Gunwoo's unexpected tactics had grabbed their focus. The lack of early footage frustrated the analysts, who debated his rapid growth, still unable to piece together his exact abilities. Teams scrambled, adjusting cameras to track Gunwoo's movements. Every second of his test felt critical, as if he held an unknown key. An alarm broke their focus as disturbances rippled across the system. The anomaly signaled something significant but outside their calculated expectations. The mention of Han Seyun brought a wave of apprehension. Everyone knew disruptions of this scale meant more than just coincidence. Supervisors ordered quick containment of the chaos, sending staff into a frenzy. The urgency reflected the growing complexity of Gunwoo's trial. On the battlefield, Gunwoo's wings glimmered with energy, a sharp contrast to the charged hostility surrounding him as his opponents closed in. Steadying himself, Gunwoo visualized every possible move. The air thickened with tension as he waited for the moment to strike. As the leader attacked, Gunwoo's wings carried him upward with unmatched precision. His movements seemed effortless, leaving the attackers stunned below. Hovering above them, Gunwoo's presence felt unshakable. The imbalance of fairness and their reliance on numbers highlighted the stark difference in resolve. Gunwoo examined the peculiar dagger, its golden hue radiating mystery. His companion commented on how unusual items often held hidden potential. Gunwoo silently acknowledged the truth in those words. Reluctantly, he gripped the dagger tighter, feeling a strange warmth flow through him. A sudden commotion behind them caused Gunwoo to tense up. Turning around, he found himself face to face with a group of challengers. The group's leader barked orders, his frustration visible. He seemed desperate to prove his strength and reclaim control of the situation. Without hesitation, the challengers dropped to their knees, their resolve crumbling under Gunwoo's unwavering presence. The unexpected submission startled even his companion. A new quest appeared in Gunwoo's system. Eliminate 300 monsters above level 200. The daunting task filled him with unease. Gunwoo weighed his options carefully, realizing the difficulty of such a task. His companion's expression mirrored the growing apprehension of the challenge. Looking at the subdued challengers, Gunwoo calculated how best to handle the situation. Surrendering them to the authorities seemed like a good start. With authority in his voice, Gunwoo ordered the group to leave and submit themselves. His steady resolve left no room for defiance. Relieved but cautious, the group nodded and left hurriedly. Gunwoo turned back to his companion, already strategizing for the next move. The forest remained quiet after the group departed. Gunwoo's companion suggested moving forward, as lingering too long could attract unwanted attention. As they walked, Gunwoo reflected on the surreal nature of the situation. It wasn't every day 5 hunters bowed before him. His companion praised his leadership and composure, clearly impressed. Gunwoo, however, remained focused, knowing the real challenges lay ahead. Gunwoo paused briefly, sensing something off in the air. Turning around, he felt the pressure of unseen eyes observing their journey. With a renewed sense of urgency, they decided to pick up the pace, pushing forward into the unknown forest trail ahead. Gunwoo and his companion moved cautiously through the forest, rustling leaves announcing the arrival of an approaching figure ahead. Emerging from the foliage, the challenger from earlier reappeared. His hardened expression revealed lingering resentment from their previous encounter. Tension thickened as the man addressed Gunwoo directly. It felt like an unspoken rematch, with both sides instinctively preparing themselves. Gunwoo observed subtle shifts in the man's stance, his instincts sharpening. Something about the situation felt off, as though staged. The challenger's intent became clear, but Gunwoo stayed composed. He understood the risks, maintaining his calm while plotting his next move. A sudden sense of unease washed over Gunwoo as his instincts screamed danger. He shifted, sensing the air turning increasingly volatile. His companion remarked on the eerie calm before the storm, but Gunwoo remained focused, knowing something worse lurked nearby. Golden wings illuminated Gunwoo's surroundings, their subtle radiance contrasting with the shadowed intent of his opponents. His resolve grew unshakable. From the darkness, a figure emerged, exuding ominous energy. A system notification identified him as Park Dong-gil, a formidable level 46 threat. The challenger's eyes burned with rage, his aura radiating hostility. Gunwoo's mind calculated options quickly, preparing to face the oncoming onslaught. Gunwoo realized Park Dong-gil's transformation into a monster was triggered by overwhelming rage. The once human opponent now moved with unrelenting aggression. Park Dong-gil lunged forward, claws slicing through the air. Gunwoo activated his wings, narrowly dodging the vicious attack with precision. With each strike, Dong-gil's movements became erratic yet powerful. Gunwoo's agility and strategic teleportation kept him one step ahead. Gunwoo countered with calculated leaps, exploiting every opening. His golden wings shimmered as he maneuvered seamlessly, evading Dong-gil's ferocious blows. The decisive moment arrived as Gunwoo unleashed a blinding flash, disorienting Dong-gil and seizing the upper hand in their intense battle. Gunwoo staggered slightly, catching his breath as his companion rushed to him. The battle had clearly pushed his endurance to its limits. A notification flickered before Gunwoo's eyes, displaying an ominous new quest. His companion looked puzzled, unsure of the system's motives. A chilling scream pierced the air, interrupting their thoughts. The source became clear. A group was fleeing in sheer panic. A monstrous figure loomed behind the fleeing group, its eyes burning with rage. The air grew tense as chaos erupted. Desperate survivors clung to Gunwoo, begging for protection. His wings flared instinctively, and he prepared to face the next imminent danger. Gunwoo froze as his companion shouted, pointing toward a horrifying sight. Ordinary people were grotesquely transforming into monstrous figures nearby. The forest filled with screams as more individuals succumbed to the curse. Gunwoo tightened his grip, realizing the severity of the situation. Notifications flooded Gunwoo's system, listing multiple newly transformed monsters with high levels. The threat grew exponentially, heightening the tension around him. Gunwoo scanned the chaos, his mind racing for a strategy. His companion stood speechless, overwhelmed by the growing numbers of enemies. The growing horde of enraged monsters closed in, their distorted cries echoing. Gunwoo braced himself, wings glowing faintly in anticipation. Gunwoo's companion, Minseok, tried to keep up, shouting warnings. The tension escalated as the enemy's ferocity seemed to multiply. Gunwoo adjusted his stance, activating his equipment. The golden energy surged, his determination visible as the monsters surrounded him completely. He leapt forward, striking quickly, dodging attacks with precision. Each movement showcased Gunwoo's increasing mastery of his newfound power and equipment. System notifications appeared with each hit Gunwoo took, tracking his damage. Despite his resolve, the overwhelming force of the monsters pressed harder. Gunwoo activated his teleportation skill, Leap, narrowly evading a combined assault. Golden energy sparked as he moved faster than they could react. Landing between two attackers, Gunwoo unleashed a powerful strike. The radiant energy exploded, sending his foes flying back into the horde. With each leap, Gunwoo calculated his movements perfectly. His speed and precision kept him ahead of the relentless onslaught of monsters. The monsters regrouped quickly, their behavior eerily coordinated. Gunwoo noted their movements, realizing these enemies weren't ordinary. Something was controlling them. Gunwoo gritted his teeth, considering his options. If they were purely monsters, he could finish them with his annihilation strike easily. The monsters rushed at Gunwoo with terrifying synchronization, like hunting hounds. Their numbers overwhelmed the field, forcing Gunwoo to strategize mid-combat. His wings glowed brighter, amplifying his movements. Gunwoo leapt higher, using the terrain to his advantage while gauging their relentless behavior. Each move displayed Gunwoo's adaptability, but the pressure was unrelenting. He considered risking his ultimate attack, though it wasn't his ideal choice. Gunwoo created distance, his eyes scanning the horde for a possible weak point. The monster's glowing eyes revealed a potential target. Golden energy surged as Gunwoo prepared his next move. He knew this would either break their control or push him to exhaustion. Gunwoo dashed forward, wings glowing as he targeted one monster. His leap skill activated mid-stride, closing the distance instantly. His strike landed perfectly, sending a shockwave through the air. A notification displayed significant damage, but failed to eliminate the threat. Gunwoo realized his strength wasn't enough yet. The monster recoiled in pain, glaring as it prepared a ferocious counterattack. Using leap again, Gunwoo avoided the attack, narrowly escaping injury. He remained focused, searching for a more effective strategy against them. A second monster lunged toward Gunwoo. Activating his wings, he maneuvered swiftly, determined not to get overwhelmed by their growing aggression. The monsters grew more relentless, their rage intensifying as their health dropped. Gunwoo observed their patterns, realizing they became berserk when weakened. Minseok tried to assist but was quickly pushed back. Gunwoo remained protective, ensuring his companion didn't get caught in the chaos. Gunwoo deflected multiple strikes, his movements fluid and precise. Despite the odds, he showed no signs of faltering under the pressure. The monsters rallied together, launching a combined assault. Gunwoo braced himself, wings expanding as golden light flared brightly around him. With renewed determination, Gunwoo charged forward, clearing a path through the horde. His focus sharpened as he aimed to regain control. Minseok shouted from behind, warning Gunwoo of incoming attacks. Gunwoo adjusted quickly, dodging the strikes while formulating a better counterplan. Gunwoo noted a new notification. It warned against eliminating the monsters entirely, suggesting a way to revert their transformation instead. He hesitated, weighing his options. Gunwoo realized finding a way to save them might be far more challenging than fighting them. The horde surrounded Gunwoo, their hostility growing. His companion anxiously asked for direction, relying on Gunwoo to make the next move. Standing tall with his wings shining, Gunwoo exhaled calmly. He decided it was time to take control and turn the tide. Gunwoo issued a command to scatter, his wings blazing as he darted through the incoming horde, cutting through their formation. The intense fight concluded momentarily, shifting to a new chapter. Gunwoo took a brief moment to assess his surroundings carefully. In a separate location, a man struggled to climb over a wall. He glanced back nervously, clearly running from something dangerous. Another man appeared beside him, frantically urging him to hurry. The tension in their movements suggested a life-threatening pursuit. The sound of footsteps echoed as they scrambled. They knew there was no room for error in their desperate escape. Reaching the street, they paused to catch their breath. The city felt eerily quiet, a stark contrast to their earlier panic. One of them glanced around, unsure whether to retreat or go inside. The lingering sense of unease pressed heavily on them. A distant scream pierced the air, breaking the stillness. They instinctively moved toward the sound, fear mixing with a sense of duty. Approaching cautiously, they scanned the area for any signs of life. The empty surroundings only heightened the mystery of the scream. Their movements became more deliberate as they decided to investigate further. The growing tension hinted at something lurking just out of sight. As they advanced, a bright flash of light erupted in the distance. It illuminated a figure, obscured by its intense glow. They froze, unsure whether to proceed or retreat. The energy emanating from the figure felt both powerful and unnerving. Taking out their camera, they zoomed in, trying to identify what, or who, was responsible for the phenomenon unfolding before them. The atmosphere grew heavier, their breathing shallow as they adjusted the lens. The image sharpened, but the full picture remained elusive. Their curiosity overpowered their fear as they prepared to capture whatever revelation awaited. This moment could hold answers to the chaos. Gunwoo glanced at the system notification flashing Level 1. His calm exterior masked the intense thoughts running through his mind. Observers in the control room noticed him, panicking at his level. They questioned how someone so low could handle the trial. Outside, chaos ensued as participants scrambled. The looming gate seemed more ominous, and the fear in the air thickened. The sudden transformation of individuals into monsters sent shockwaves through the crowd. Gunwoo stayed composed, analyzing the growing threat around him. The horde of monsters advanced, their crimson eyes glowing. The transformation was swift, leaving no time for anyone to react. Gunwoo remained alert as Minseok counted the number of monsters. The overwhelming sight hinted at an unnatural force driving them. Minseok observed the patterns of the monsters' behavior, recognizing that something had gone horribly wrong with the transformation process. Gunwu, meanwhile, noticed the gate seemed to be pulsating, its energy directly tied to the chaos unfolding in the area. The agents deployed at the scene struggled to contain the situation, their efforts futile against the sheer number of transformed participants. Gunwu turned to Min Seok, knowing they had to act fast. His wings flickered faintly, readying themselves for the next move. The monsters grew more aggressive, but something felt off about their movements. Gunwu realized the source might not be purely natural. Among the transformed crowd, a familiar face appeared, their monstrous form commanding more attention. Gunwu tensed, sensing an unusual power radiating. The control room picked up new data. Their screens highlighted an energy reading at 92%, signaling a significant escalation in danger. Gunwu prepared himself as the atmosphere became more intense. The monsters were growing stronger and the energy source seemed closer. Min Seok urged Gunwu to decide quickly. Gunwu knew hesitation could cost lives, and he focused on tracking the core of the issue. Gunwu assessed the situation carefully, noticing the ominous black blimp hovering in the distance. It felt out of place and threatening. Min Seok pointed toward the direction of the blimp, encouraging Gunwu to investigate. Gunwu nodded, sensing something unusual about its presence. Activating his leap skill, Gunwu propelled himself forward with radiant golden energy. His wings shimmered as he closed the gap swiftly. Landing near the blimp, Gunwu's sharp eyes caught movement. A faint shadow within the blimp hinted at something more significant. Gunwu narrowed his gaze, realizing the blimp wasn't just a vehicle. It was emitting a strange energy tied to the chaos. Gunwu fixed his gaze on the figure holding the glowing orb. He sensed its influence, spreading chaos across the battlefield. Activating his wings, Gunwu darted forward with precision, shattering the orb in one strike. The energy field surrounding it dispersed. A notification confirmed the orb's destruction, weakening the enemy priest's power. Gunwu didn't waste time savoring the victory. More awaited. A monstrous figure lunged at Gunwu, roaring in fury. He spun midair, countering with a calculated strike that sent it reeling. Min Seok cheered from afar, seeing Gunwu handle the chaos with skill. The monster's aggression seemed to diminish, giving hope for control. Gunwu's movement stayed sharp as more enemies rushed in. Their ferocity was no match for his agility and relentless counterattacks. He caught sight of another glowing object in the distance. Realizing its connection to the chaos, Gunwu leapt toward it decisively. Destroying the second object triggered another notification, further disrupting the enemy's strategy. Gunwu felt the balance of power shifting in his favor. Min Seok, observing Gunwu's progress, marveled at his growing skill. Despite the relentless attacks, Gunwu remained focused, dismantling the enemy's hold piece. Another horde advanced, but Gunwu's determination only grew. With each calculated leap, he displayed unwavering control over the escalating situation. As Gunwu's efforts neutralized the chaos, the remaining monsters began to falter. Their coordinated attacks lost strength, exposing their vulnerabilities. Min Seok urged the others to regroup, trusting Gunwu to handle the remaining threats. The battlefield became a showcase of his resilience. The defeated monsters dissolved into mist, leaving behind signs of their human origins. Gunwu paused, reflecting on the price of this battle. A faint glow in the distance caught his eye. He advanced carefully, sensing that this next encounter would define the outcome. Gunwu prepared himself, wings expanding with radiant energy. His unwavering resolve set the stage for the final confrontation ahead. Gunwu Li's eyes widened, startled by the chilling presence. A surge of energy hinted at the unexpected arrival of danger. A mysterious figure, cloaked in power, emerged. The screen displayed Sealed Priest Lovavit, radiating an aura of malevolence. Gunwu assessed the priest with a smirk, thoughts racing. That one might be the leader, he mused quietly. Energy spiraled violently as the priest summoned power. Gunwu braced himself, knowing this moment would define the battle ahead. Strangers collapsed nearby, victims of the chaos. Gunwu's resolve deepened, his mind laser-focused on protecting those unable to fight. The sealed priest unleashed a torrent of blackened energy. Gunwu felt its oppressive weight as the air crackled around him. Shadows twisted unnaturally, forming monstrous shapes. Gunwu steadied his stance, ready to counter the overwhelming force threatening to engulf him. The priest's eyes glowed ominously, casting a sinister red hue. Gunwu's determination burned brighter in the growing darkness. A massive, grotesque figure emerged, its form towering with malice. Gunwu clenched his fists, refusing to be intimidated by fear. The clash was imminent. Energy collided violently, shaking the ground beneath them. Gunwoo advanced, undeterred, prepared to face the storm. The towering figure loomed closer, its skeletal grin chilling. Gunwoo locked eyes with it, refusing to show a shred of fear. "Hand over the key!" the creature commanded, its voice echoing ominously. Gunwoo's mind raced, analyzing the cryptic demand. Gunwoo questioned whether it truly spoke, or if the words echoed in his mind. Either way, he stayed alert. A strange group emerged, their demeanor suggesting they were tied to the chaos. Gunwoo prepared himself for more unexpected challenges. As tension built, Gunwoo smirked faintly, his thoughts firm. If they want the key, they'll have to earn it. The skeletal figure's glowing eyes pierced through the tension. Its taunt felt less like a challenge and more like inevitability. Gunwoo's wings shimmered in defiance, radiating light against the encroaching darkness. The creature smirked, amused by his steadfast bravery. The priest declared the stakes. Gunwoo's resolve solidified. He wouldn't let fear dictate his decisions or cloud his mission. A massive spear dripping with malevolent energy was raised by the creature. Its next attack promised devastation beyond imagination. "Become food for despair!" the priest roared. Gunwoo dashed forward, determined to confront the nightmare with unyielding strength. Abyssal soul soldiers materialized, their levels marked as indistinct threats that radiated raw menace. Gunwoo prepared to defend himself. The soldiers surged forward, shadows converging in a wave of hostility. Gunwoo's focus sharpened, assessing their unpredictable movements. A villager's cry cut through the chaos, snapping Gunwoo's attention. "Retreat!" he urged, motioning towards safety amidst the onslaught. Despite their overwhelming appearance, Gunwoo resolved not to falter. His mind calculated their weaknesses, seizing every advantage in the chaos. Among the emerging threats, the sealed priest loomed larger. Gunwoo braced himself, knowing the confrontation had escalated drastically. Gunwoo's wings glowed brightly, propelling him forward. With speed unmatched, he moved to shield the vulnerable from harm. "I'll make sure everyone gets to safety," he thought, catching an injured villager mid-air before they hit the ground. The villager stammered in gratitude, clinging tightly. Gunwoo's response was simple, a nod of reassurance as he scanned for danger. An abyssal soul soldier lunged forward, its claws tearing through the air. Gunwoo blocked it swiftly, his focus unrelenting. Countering with precision, Gunwoo struck a critical blow. The soldier fell, but he knew this was only the beginning. Gunwoo held a radiant artifact, its light cutting through the gloom. It pulsed with energy, hinting at untold power. A shadowed figure lunged toward him, its weapon aimed to strike. Gunwoo dodged instinctively, adrenaline heightening his focus. His eyes scanned the chaos, realizing the escalating threats demanded immediate action. There wasn't time to hesitate anymore. Among the fleeing crowd, familiar voices shouted his name. Gunwoo's determination surged. He wouldn't let his allies face danger alone. Without warning, a wave of enemies descended. Gunwoo's wings flared, his instincts guiding him to shield his companions effectively. Gunwoo's eyes flickered as the leap ability activated. Energy surged through him, amplifying his agility as the battle intensified. With a single leap, he soared above the chaos, his wings glimmering, ready to strike at any moment. The creatures below snarled, their menacing presence threatening to overwhelm. Gunwoo's resolve hardened, knowing their defeat was the only path forward. "They're adapting," he realized, sensing their shifting strategies. Yet his movements remained precise, leveraging his abilities to outpace their attacks. "Transform," the system alerted. Gunwoo prepared himself, channeling energy into a new form, confident in his ability to overcome anything. Gunwoo's transformation burst forth, his golden wings radiating unmatched brilliance. The battlefield froze momentarily, stunned by the display of power. Skills amplified, his speed and strength synchronized seamlessly. Gunwoo struck down multiple enemies, his precision leaving no room for retaliation. "This feels natural," Gunwoo thought, overwhelmed by his newfound strength. Each strike further cemented his confidence in overcoming insurmountable odds. As the last shadow fell, his allies cheered. Gunwoo turned, offering them reassurance that the tide had shifted. "Not yet," he whispered, sensing an ominous presence still lingering. The fight wasn't over, and his resolve remained unshaken. The skeletal figure gazed at Gunwoo Lee, its tone condescending. Gunwoo's golden wings radiated confidence, subtly defying the creature's arrogance. Gripping its staff with renewed intensity, the figure acknowledged Gunwu's strength but hinted at a far greater battle yet to come. A fierce red aura bursts from the dark void, unveiling a menacing presence that feels overwhelming and unstoppable in power. A monstrous figure slashes through the ground, leaving chaos in its wake, each step vibrating with tremendous force and fury. Jianwu stares at the devastation, questioning his ability to face the creature while clutching his last hope tightly. A sudden explosion of light blinds him as he barely dodges, realizing he must act fast to survive the onslaught. He falls to his knees, overwhelmed by despair, as the immense force pushes him to the brink of giving up. Jianwu clenches his fists as an immense energy surges through his body, his determination to fight igniting once again. The air around him crackles with energy as Jianwu realizes a strange presence has begun merging with his very being. A searing pain shoots through his head, leaving him gripping it tightly as visions of power and despair flash simultaneously. Darkness envelops Jianwu's mind, but a faint light deep within his soul starts to push the shadows back. He awakens in a mysterious arena, alone but alive, his head still pounding as he struggles to regain his footing. Jianwu stands up, his surroundings eerie and unfamiliar, his mind racing to understand where he has ended up now. A faint, ghostly voice resonates in the chamber, warning him of the trials ahead, its tone both stern and mocking. An older man appears, shrouded in mystery, his presence exuding wisdom and danger as he challenges Jianwu's worth. Jianwu lunges forward, gripping a glowing weapon, as an intense battle erupts between him and the enigmatic figure. With every clash, his strength grows exponentially, shocking both Jianwu and his adversary, as his newfound power begins to show. Jianwu's eyes widen in shock as blood trickles, revealing his struggle against the overwhelming power threatening his resolve. A figure falls from the heavens, casting an ominous shadow, as Jianwu questions the strange turn of events. Options flash before Jianwu's eyes, forcing him to make a critical choice that could change his fate forever. He selects a path, steeling himself for what lies ahead, knowing this decision will mark a turning point. Jianwu's determination sharpens as he faces another character, bracing for an inevitable confrontation that could define his journey. Jianwu embraces a familiar figure, relief flooding his expression, as he realizes he is not alone in this ordeal. The figure playfully pushes him back, their banter lightening the moment amid the heavy tension surrounding them. They share a brief laugh before discussing their next steps, strategizing how to overcome the challenges in their path. Two new allies approach, their serious demeanor contrasting with the earlier lightheartedness, hinting at the gravity of their mission. A mysterious being observes the group from afar, its expression unreadable, as though evaluating their strength and resolve. Jianwu and his companion prepare for an intense battle as the enemy manifests, exuding an aura of pure menace. The enemy attacks with brutal force, shattering the ground, forcing Jianwu to dodge with a speed fueled by desperation. Jianwu's ally unleashes a powerful strike, light radiating from their weapon as they aim for the enemy's weak spot. The enemy retaliates, its strength shocking everyone, as Jianwu struggles to find an opening to turn the tide of battle. With renewed determination, Jianwu launches a counterattack, his power surging as he begins to match the enemy blow for blow. Jianwu leaps into the air, his agility tested as he prepares to strike the towering enemy with precision and force. His blade meets the enemy's chest, releasing a burst of energy that sends shockwaves throughout the battlefield. A sudden prompt appears, challenging Jianwu with difficult choices that could either elevate his strength or put him at risk. The enemy roars in pain, its anger intensifying as it retaliates with a ferocious strike, shaking the ground below. Jianwu narrowly dodges, his focus unwavering as he calculates his next move in the heat of the battle. Jianwu and his companion share a brief but heartfelt moment, their bond evident as they prepare for the next trial. The ground splits beneath them, the chaos of the battle escalating as their surroundings become increasingly unstable. Jianwu is momentarily thrown off balance but regains his composure, quickly analyzing the situation and guiding his companion to safety. A surprising ally arrives, their presence giving the group a glimmer of hope amidst the seemingly insurmountable odds. Together, they strategize, combining their skills and resources to stand a chance against the relentless enemy pursuing them. Jianwu moves cautiously, his mind racing as a new challenge materializes before him, testing his resolve and cleverness. A prompt warns of impending danger, urging Jianwu to adapt quickly or face dire consequences in this unfamiliar scenario. The enemy unleashes a devastating attack, its strength unrelenting as Jianwu narrowly avoids the deadly blow aimed at him. Jianwu retaliates with newfound determination, his skills sharpened by the constant trials as he outmaneuvers the enemy's ferocious strikes. With a final surge of energy, Jianwu charges forward, his resolve unyielding as he prepares for the ultimate confrontation. Jianwu stands firm as the enemy charges, his heart racing as he prepares to confront the overwhelming threat ahead. A wave of determination washes over him as he tightens his grip on his weapon, his resolve unshaken despite the odds. The monstrous enemy roars, radiating sheer malice, as Jianwu braces himself for the inevitable clash with unparalleled focus. Suddenly, a bright light engulfs the battlefield, momentarily blinding everyone, as an unexpected ally leaps into the fray. As the light fades, Jianwu and his ally unite, their combined strength creating a glimmer of hope in the chaos. Jianwu exchanges a glance with his companion, their shared determination fueling their readiness to face the challenges ahead. The enemy's form shifts ominously, its growing power evident as it lets out a deafening roar, shaking the very ground. Jianwu and his companion observe as the enemy's dark aura intensifies, realizing they must act swiftly before it becomes unstoppable. They take position, strategizing their next move, their teamwork vital as the enemy looms closer, emanating an aura of pure menace. With a final burst of resolve, Jianwu charges forward, his weapon glowing as he faces the ultimate test of courage. Jianwu feels a strange energy surging through his body, his hands glowing with an intense light he cannot control. His sudden transformation shocks his companion, who watches in disbelief as Jianwu's body starts to radiate an unfamiliar power. Jianwu struggles to move as an unknown force binds him, leaving him vulnerable and uncertain of what will happen next. A towering, fiery demon emerges before him, exuding pure malice and power, as Jianwu prepares for his most dangerous battle yet. A demonic figure glares fiercely, its crimson eyes blazing as if to pierce Jianwu's very soul in the darkness. Jianwu grits his teeth, sweat rolling down his face, fear mixing with determination as he stares down his foe. The demon smirks, declaring ominous words about power and destiny, sending a wave of dread rippling through the surrounding air. Jianwu's hands tremble momentarily, then clench into fists as he readies himself, sensing an unknown force swirling around him. A sudden burst of energy ignites, and the people behind Jianwu shout, urging him to hold on for survival. Jianwu stands firm despite the intense pressure, his allies watching nervously, some visibly shaken by the overwhelming situation. As a warning blares in his mind, a crimson light flares up, signaling something significant is about to happen. The demon launches an attack, its power radiating destruction, but Jianwu raises his weapon, bracing for impact with raw courage. A system notification chimes mid-battle, declaring the completion of a mysterious fusion, leaving Jianwu momentarily confused by its implications. The scene erupts in chaos as Jianwu releases a powerful strike, deflecting the attack and sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Jianwu collapses into a surreal void, his consciousness floating weightlessly as stars and energy pulsate in the cosmic space. His body glows faintly, surrounded by intricate symbols, as an unknown force begins rewriting his very essence and abilities. Jianwu screams in defiance, his inner spirit awakening as the system glitches, seemingly overwhelmed by his unyielding willpower. Notifications flash wildly, declaring a series of malfunctions, and yet Jianwu feels a strange clarity overtaking his turbulent emotions. As his allies gather near, someone steps forward, sensing an unexplainable transformation brewing within Jianwu's energy, a shift altering everything. A storm of swirling blue energy envelops Jianwu, spreading outward as icy winds whip across the battlefield with undeniable force. Jianwu's silhouette is framed in ethereal light as his body stabilizes, floating weightlessly amidst the surging waves of mana. The glow solidifies, and he touches the ground, eyes glowing fiercely, while stunned onlookers gaze at his unexpected transformation. The demon's mocking words are cut short by Jianwu's overwhelming aura, which silences doubt as reality warps under the pressure. With determination surging, Jianwu steps forward, his enemies panicking at the sheer force of his presence and its terrifying implications. Magical shards rain down from the sky, each imbued with immense energy, spreading across the battlefield like a celestial tempest. Jianwu spreads his arms as power floods through him, the atmosphere trembling as cosmic energy bends to his unbreakable will. His enemies are struck by awe and fear as the torrent of shimmering particles reshapes the once devastated landscape around them. As the energy settles, the demon roars furiously, declaring Jianwu's newfound power to be impossible in the rules of their world. Jianwu narrows his eyes, recognizing that his strength represents something beyond any recorded history, a force untamed and entirely his own. Jianwu stands tall, fists clenched, as the demon recoils in frustration, realizing it may be facing extinction against his defiance. The demon warns Jianwu to stop meddling, claiming the world's fate depends on him surrendering. But Jianwu remains unfazed. His response is silence, his energy warping space, war drums replaced by whispers of the unknown, a prelude to something final. The demon lunges in fury, tearing through the air with destructive force, determined to end what it cannot comprehend. Jianwu bursts upward into the sky, leaving the ground behind as a thunderous shockwave ripples from his ascension. Jianwu raises his hand with a confident motion, causing the swirling energy around him to sharpen and surge toward the sky. His body moves gracefully as he floats upward, power radiating in a brilliant burst, mesmerizing the onlookers below in astonishment. The demon watches, bewildered, its confidence unraveling as it realizes the overwhelming depth of the energy Jianwu now controls. Jianwu clenches his jaw, declaring inwardly that corruption won't consume him. He's determined to conquer this force with his will alone. A vivid system alert flashes, confirming that deep-sea corruption has risen, signaling the weight of his extraordinary transformation. Jianwu's energy explodes outward, scattering light like shards of ice, propelling him through the air like a divine spear. The system notifies an anomaly. His sheer strength surpasses previous calculations, causing spectators to whisper nervously about what comes next. His comrades watch with a mix of concern and awe, their eyes scanning the sky for any sign of Jianwu's descent. The shockwave sends nearby debris flying as onlookers brace themselves, shielding their faces from the whirlwind stirred by Jianwu's movement. As the pressure eases, someone breaks into a sprint, shouting orders to secure the area as the battle intensifies. The system triggers a sprint mode activation as a figure moves faster than humanly possible, closing the distance in seconds. Energy crackles around the speeding figure, leaving spectators stunned by the sudden burst of speed cutting across the landscape. Jianwu's ally leaps forward, their body charged with power, colliding into the chaos with relentless determination to aid their friend. Civilians scatter as the ground rumbles beneath their feet, their worried faces reflecting the scale of the unfolding confrontation. In the midst of the chaos, Jianwu's glowing figure descends like a beacon of resolve, unwavering in his path toward victory. The tension in the air is palpable as Jianwu's ally observes the destruction, their voice steady despite the looming chaos. Onlookers exchange worried glances, trying to process the immense scale of Jianwu's power, wondering if he's still himself. Jianwu's ally clenches their fists, their mind racing with concern as the distant figure of Jianwu hovers in radiant silence. Jianwu's determined gaze pierces through the dissipating mist. His eyes glow with calm defiance as if daring fate to act. Someone nearby asks nervously what the plan is now, their uncertainty hanging in the air as they await the next step. Jianwu's ally sprints forward, the ground cracking beneath their feet, their determination shining as they prepare for an inevitable confrontation. Turning sharply, they freeze upon spotting two familiar figures, enemies who shouldn't have been there, watching with calm, calculating eyes. The golden-haired leader steps forward confidently, his piercing gaze locking onto Jianwu's ally, radiating an aura of authority and unyielding strength. Jianwu's ally tenses, their gaze narrowing as the golden-haired leader strides closer, exuding a chilling confidence that silences the crowd. "It's you," the ally thinks, recalling past warnings. The enemy's expression shifts to one of unsettling calm, heightening the tension. The allies' instincts scream to hold ground, but fear gnaws at their resolve as the leader raises a hand toward them. The air thickens with power, causing the ally to stagger back, knowing this wasn't a battle that could be won alone. A surge of corruption seeps from Jianwu's form as his glowing figure shifts, alarming both friend and foe with its intensity. Jianwu's energy spirals upward, creating an immense shockwave that fractures the ground, drawing gasps from the soldiers observing the chaos. The leader's composure falters as the power's scope becomes undeniable. This wasn't the opponent they had anticipated facing today. Blue-tinted shards of energy scatter, forcing the troops to shield themselves as Jianwu ascends higher, eyes blazing with fierce determination. The leader grits his teeth, barking orders to secure the perimeter, realizing their tactical advantage was slipping with every passing second. Jianwu's ally kneels briefly, clutching their weapon, preparing for what feels like their last stand against an unstoppable force. The leader locks eyes with Jianwu, acknowledging for the first time that something far greater than corruption was consuming him. Jianwu's glowing form pauses midair as if contemplating something, then launches downward, leaving a fiery streak in his wake. The allies' pulse quickens as Jianwu descends with shocking speed, aiming directly for the leader, shattering all attempts at defense. "He's gone berserk," someone whispers nearby, their words carrying the weight of realization as Jianwu's full power ignites the battlefield. The leader adjusts his stance, whispering a grim warning. This fight was about more than strength. It was about control. The golden-haired leader's piercing gaze intensifies as he signals an attack, his calm composure masking his lethal intent entirely. His second-in-command steps forward with authority, their tactical orders carrying through the chaos as soldiers reposition to support the leader. The leader smiles faintly, fully aware of the stakes, before leaping forward, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. The impact echoes as energy collides violently, the air trembling as Jianwu's glowing form braces against the devastating strike. Jianwu's ally yells, tightening their stance, refusing to stand by as they prepare to leap toward the intensifying battlefield. The leader lunges with terrifying precision, aiming to end the battle quickly, his blade meeting Jianwu's glowing fist in midair. Jianwu's raw strength deflects the attack, sending shockwaves that crack the pavement, while the crowd watches in stunned disbelief. A bright leap command flashes as Jianwu pushes his momentum further, his form a blur as he accelerates past defenses. The leader shouts, trying to track Jianwu's movements, but Jianwu shifts directions mid-leap, catching him off guard in an instant. The bystanders cry out as the force of their collision spreads, causing tremors that send debris scattering across the area. A soldier shouts for reinforcements as energy pulses explode outward, the intensity making it clear they were vastly outmatched. Jianwu's ally charges in, weaving between rubble and soldiers, determined to close the distance before it's too late to help. The leader steps back slightly, calculating his next move, but Jianwu surges forward again, his fist glowing with relentless power. His ally signals that they're almost in position, shouting for someone to hold steady as the ground quakes beneath them. The shockwave hits like a tidal wave, sending both sides into chaos as Jianwu's force propels everyone backward in the blast. Jianwu ascends like a comet, energy cascading around him as his determination crystallizes into a final unbreakable resolve. The battlefield quakes as his descent tears through the air, energy radiating outward, shaking even his closest allies to their core. Cries of warning echo from the bystanders below as the torrent of power surges, scattering debris like a violent storm. The golden-haired leader braces against the waves of force, his stoic composure wavering under the sheer weight of Jianwu's strength. Jianwu's form sharpens midair, his figure glowing with an eerie brilliance as he channels his focus into one decisive strike. Jianwu's ally sprints toward him, cutting through the storm of energy with a determined expression and outstretched hand. The golden-haired leader yells, eyes wide, watching the ally close in, unsure whether this approach is rescue or recklessness. The ally's voice pierces through the chaos, urging Jianwu to stay anchored, their words carrying the weight of friendship. Jianwu's eyes flicker, recognition softening his gaze as the chaos around them slows for a brief, fragile moment. With a determined shout, the ally reaches Jianwu, their hand clasping his in an effort to halt the impending destruction. Jianwu's energy pulses as their connection stabilizes, grounding him within reality, though the weight of power still surges within him. "You're not alone," the ally's determined gaze seems to say, their words unspoken but echoing loud in Jianwu's mind. Jianwu's once raging energy begins to calm, his senses aligning as the storm within dissipates into a quiet, controlled resolve. The golden-haired leader watches, awestruck by the scene, torn between admiration and the fear of what happens next. Jianwu breathes deeply, his expression serene, yet resolute, whispering a silent promise to end this fight without losing himself again. The ruins crackle with fire as a colossal beast with golden eyes emerges, its form a terrifying embodiment of destruction. A lone child stands amidst the wreckage, eyes wide with fear and awe, as the beast's fiery gaze locks onto him. Flames swirl as the beast's growl deepens, its towering form casting shadows over the boy, whose feet remain frozen. The beast's breath sends embers fluttering like ash, yet the boy raises his head, steeling himself against the overwhelming terror. A low, menacing voice rumbles as the beast leans closer, as though testing the courage of the small, brave figure. A flash of memories floods the boy's mind, the echo of laughter, the warmth of a home, and the chaos of loss. His eyes snap open, determination replacing fear as he silently defies the beast towering before him with unshaken resolve. The beast's aura darkens as the boy's quiet strength defies its threats, its golden eyes narrowing in disbelief. The boy steps forward as the distant rumble of destruction echoes, signaling a fierce return to the battlefield. Jianwu surveys the wreckage, his heart heavy with memories of the past and a vow to protect what remains. The rubble settles as Jianwu's ally lies unconscious, their battered form motionless, surrounded by shattered debris and eerie silence. Han Seon's unconscious form lies among rubble, her face pale but calm as Jianwu stares with growing concern and fear. Jianwu rushes forward, calling her name with desperation as her motionless body refuses to respond, tightening his resolve despite his dread. The system's message flashes, warning of the corruption of the abyss blooms, making Jianwu's heart sink as reality closes in. What caused this? Jianwu thinks, his mind racing, but the ominous system notification offers no mercy, only grim validation of events. The realization that something far more dangerous has been triggered dawns on him as he feels the world shift once more. The golden-haired leader watches from afar, his piercing gaze full of suspicion as he pieces together Jianwu's reaction and the unfolding chaos. Jianwu looks up, his face torn with rage and confusion, but a faint flicker of hope keeps him steady. The leader's calm demeanor shifts as recognition blooms, sensing an unavoidable battle that has come full circle to this very moment. Jianwu clenches his fists, his breathing ragged, before turning toward the remaining ruins, calling out for any survivors still standing. A familiar voice cries out, and Jianwu's heart lifts as his remaining ally appears, battered but alive and ready. The tension thickens as Jianwu's ally grabs his shoulder, pulling him towards safety as the leader closes in, unrelenting. Sparks of energy crackle as the leader's weapon swings, missing narrowly as the two scramble toward the outskirts. "We need to move!" the ally yells, their panic evident as Jianwu's expression remains locked in determined concentration. The leader's next move is faster, his hand glowing as chains of energy shoot toward them, anchoring their escape path. Jianwu spins mid-run, eyes blazing as he deflects the chain with a sudden burst of energy, refusing to be cornered. Flames erupt as Jianwu shields Han Seon, his arm trembling from the impact while his ally shouts for him to move. Jianwu grits his teeth, carrying Han Seon toward safety as falling debris crashes around them, narrowing their chances for survival. The leader's voice rings out, demanding Jianwu stop, but Jianwu presses forward, ignoring the mounting pain in his legs. A bright leap notification flashes as energy surges around Jianwu, propelling him upward just as the ground beneath them crumbles. The glowing cityscape stretches below as Jianwu leaps, leaving onlookers awestruck by the breathtaking and impossible height he achieves. Onlookers gather around makeshift camps, eyes glued to their screens as news channels broadcast the chaos unfolding in the distance. "Do you see that?" someone shouts as the camera zooms in on Jianwu's leap, capturing every frame of his defiance. A small crowd forms around reporters who analyze the situation, debating whether Jianwu's actions are heroic or reckless under pressure. 1 million viewers watching live flashes across the broadcast as the scene grows more intense, with commentary amplifying the tension. Sunlight gleams off skyscrapers as the camera tilts upward, focusing on the towering buildings that bear witness to the ongoing struggle. The streaming service's interface flickers as more people tune in, making the broadcast a national event of unprecedented proportions. Reporters scramble for updates, their screens flooded with viewer comments, theories, and praise for Jianwoo's bravery in an impossible situation. A distant explosion echoes, prompting reporters to gasp, unsure whether it's a sign of victory or impending devastation. Jianwoo's silhouette reappears midair, illuminated by golden energy, as millions of viewers watch in stunned silence, unable to look away. The broadcast cuts to a government emergency announcement, leaving everyone holding their breath, unsure of what happens next. Jianwoo clenches his fists, his frustration boiling over as he confronts the overwhelming sense of responsibility weighing heavily on him. The computer screen displays news reports about the battle, each headline reinforcing Jianwoo's internal struggle as guilt gnaws at his resolve. A mentor figure calmly approaches, his steady demeanor contrasting Jianwoo's turmoil, offering a much-needed anchor in the chaos. "It's not your fault," the mentor's words resonate, but Jianwoo's downcast eyes reveal his inability to shake the burden completely. The distant hum of medical machines accompanies the mentor's gentle assurance, urging Jianwoo to rest and gather his strength. Jianwoo takes a deep breath, his mind replaying the events, each memory flashing vividly, fueling his fear of another failure. His vision blurs for a moment as his body recalls the strain of battle, each ache a reminder of his limits. The mentor nods knowingly, offering Jianwoo words of encouragement, though the heaviness in the air remains unspoken between them. A flicker of blue energy appears in Jianwoo's peripheral vision, an echo of his abilities responding to his unsteady emotions. He turns toward the nearby window, seeing his reflection superimposed with past memories of battles, victories, and near-catastrophic losses. The memory of the glowing beast resurfaces, its golden eyes staring down at a child, instilling dread and helplessness once more. Jianwoo exhales shakily, as though trying to dispel the monstrous image burned into his mind, but it remains like a scar. The scene shifts. He recalls standing small beneath the beast's towering form, frozen in place but determined to survive. The mentor's gentle touch on his shoulder brings Jianwoo back to the present, grounding him amidst the lingering shadows of fear. Jianwoo's resolve sharpens. Despite the past, he knows he can't let fear dictate his actions as the battles continue. The glowing beast's eyes stare menacingly, its flames flickering like a heartbeat, a reminder of the nightmare that haunts Jianwoo. A familiar voice calls out, snapping Jianwoo back to reality. A younger sibling stands at the doorway, holding a curious expression. "Come outside," she says, breaking the tension. Jianwoo glances back, his mind battling between haunting memories and returning to normalcy. She tugs at his sleeve, sensing something is wrong but smiling reassuringly as if willing him to escape his own thoughts. Jianwoo follows her outside, inhaling the fresh air, though the beast's glowing eyes linger in the corners of his mind. Jianwoo's sibling tilts her head, noticing his silence. "Is something wrong?" she asks innocently, her carefree nature cutting through the gloom. Jianwoo forces a faint smile, his mind spinning, but he doesn't want to worry her or make the fear real again. Inside the house, their father watches quietly, his keen eyes understanding more than Jianwoo lets on as conversations unfold around him. "You've been quiet," the father says calmly, reminding Jianwoo that those who care for him notice the invisible weight he carries. The beast's memory flashes again, glowing eyes within a blazing storm, as Jianwoo steels himself, determined not to succumb to fear again. Jianwoo hesitated for a moment, drawing a deep breath as memories of destruction and fear began to resurface. His parents looked on, sensing the change in his demeanor, the air thick with unspoken tension as the past loomed close. The mention of the great calamity stirred something deep, the memories of chaos flooding their minds like shadows rising from the past. Jianwoo's expression hardened, his gaze distant yet determined, as though bracing himself to confront a truth long buried in silence. Jianwoo's gaze shifted toward the towering building as memories surged back, each window reflecting a moment of forgotten pain and resolve. His mother's expression softened, recalling where they had last stood together amidst the chaos of that unforgettable day. A warm afternoon turned into a tragedy as the city was thrown into disorder, echoing with desperate cries and destruction. Jianwoo's parents shared a quiet moment of recognition. They remembered every detail of how they survived that fateful incident together. Though comforted by survival, the shadows of the past loomed in Jianwoo's heart, a haunting reminder of their shared history. The air in the room thickened as memories clashed with reality. an unspoken connection forming between past events and Jianwu's presence. His mother's eyes searched for answers, her mind racing through moments she thought she understood, now clouded with uncertainty. The mention of his role in the tragedy left Jianwu bewildered, piecing together fragments of that day with growing unease. Realization dawned upon him. His younger self had been caught amid the storm, unnoticed yet intertwined with the unfolding chaos. As memories sharpened, so did the creeping dread. Jianwu's recollection clashed with those of his family, hinting at something far deeper. Jianwu's father, trying to lift the mood, spoke with reassurance, but Jianwu felt the weight of unsaid truths between the lines. The golden glow of an unrelenting memory haunted him, his reflection in the window distorted by a shadow only he could see. The urge to escape the conversation overtook him as he excused himself, stepping outside to clear the fog from his thoughts. The sky above was clear, but his mind was stormy, a silent battle waging between accepting the past and uncovering the truth. Standing alone, he resolved to confront the memories head-on, knowing that clarity lay beyond the shadows he feared to face. The frosty ground cracked beneath Jianwu's feet, his breath visible in the cold air as he surveyed the battlefield alone. The shadowy figure emerged from the distance, radiating a sinister aura, its glowing eyes fixated on Jianwu's determined gaze. Jianwu clenched his fists, feeling the abyssal corruption fade as his surroundings shifted from icy destruction to calm resilience. Memories of his earlier struggle flashed through his mind, a reminder of how fragile victories could be in an unstable world. His resolve strengthened as familiar voices greeted him, a sign that for now peace had returned, though shadows loomed close behind. Jianwu sat quietly, his gaze distant as the news of the world's turmoil filled the screen with ominous warnings. Jianwu's friend leaned in, nudging him with a worried smile, asking if he was truly fine after everything he'd endured. The air in the room felt heavier as the alert screen flashed, indicating another critical update from the defense headquarters. As Jianwu reached for the remote, he sensed an eerie stillness, his instincts sharper than ever after countless battles. When the leader's face appeared on the screen, his expression was grim, announcing a threat Jianwu had feared for too long. The news revealed unsettling truths about the chaos spreading through the nearby districts, with Jianwu bracing for another grim mission ahead. As Jianwu and his allies stepped outside, the sun's warmth seemed to mock the dangers lurking just beyond the horizon. A loud thud from behind made them spin around, only to see a figure rushing towards them with urgent purpose. Jianwu recognized the man approaching and felt a wave of relief, yet the man's panic hinted that danger was closer than expected. The sound of approaching footsteps grew louder as another figure appeared, signaling that time to act was rapidly slipping away. Jianwu clenched his fist, frustration surging as he struggled to connect the scattered pieces of the mystery surrounding him. His friend interrupted, sharing an outrageous rumor about Choi Daeho, sparking skepticism but igniting a flicker of curiosity in Jianwu. Jianwu sighed, glancing at his phone, where a photo of Choi Daeho revealed hidden details he'd overlooked before. The group realized they'd been manipulated, the situation orchestrated to divide them. Jianwu suggested a strategy to uncover the truth together. As the realization dawned, Choi Daeho's warning resonated ominously, hinting at secrets darker than any of them had anticipated. Jianwu demanded clarity, his determination unwavering despite the weight of mistrust between him and the reluctant informant across the table. A mysterious item was revealed, a dusty journal containing cryptic entries that seemed to link directly to Choi Daeho's ominous warnings. Holding the journal, Jianwu felt the significance of its contents but hesitated, sensing a hidden danger he couldn't yet understand. His friend urged him forward, insisting this discovery was crucial, but Jianwu couldn't shake the growing sense of impending doom. A sudden burst of light enveloped the room as the journal's secrets unlocked, setting their fateful journey into motion. The group stood in awe, the journal emitting radiant energy that revealed a map etched with otherworldly symbols and coordinates. Their excitement turned to fear as the map projected a warning about the consequences of unveiling Choi Daeho's true identity. Jianwu, driven by resolve, vowed to confront the mystery head-on, knowing the risk but feeling he had no choice. As they prepared to leave, Jianwu noticed an enigmatic figure watching them from the shadows, intensifying the foreboding atmosphere. The journey began, their bond strengthened by shared purpose as the group ventured into the unknown, ready to face whatever awaited. Han Siyun stared at the sealed priest's invitation in his hand, the crimson glow flickering like a heartbeat in his palm. The ancient symbols etched across the parchment seemed alive, their meaning unraveling slowly as though testing his resolve. A sense of foreboding surrounded him as the weight of the artifact pressed down on his thoughts like a quiet storm. Questions formed in his mind, tangled with memories of past failures, but resolve burned in his eyes, silencing his doubts. Slipping the invitation into his coat, he felt a familiar calm settle over him, a readiness for whatever awaited ahead. The warm morning breeze carried whispers of unease as Jianwu's gaze drifted curiously to Siyun's hand, sensing a hidden truth. The shift in energy thickened the air, a reminder that some mysteries carried burdens too heavy for most to bear. Suddenly, Taehyun's approach shattered the moment, his stride filled with restless urgency like a man chasing a fading chance. His eyes locked onto the red parchment, emotions swirling between desperation and suspicion, as though sensing what it truly meant. Amidst the rising tension, Siyun's calm persisted, the weight of fate pressing forward as the unspoken path began to unfold. The gates of the security headquarters loomed tall under the clear sky, but the silence felt unnaturally heavy, a prelude to chaos. Inside, Cho Taehyun reclined on his chair with an unsettling calm, skimming through files as if nothing serious had happened. The door swung open as Young Si-yoon entered with measured steps, eyes sharp, carrying the weight of unanswered questions. His presence cast a long shadow over Taehyun's desk, unspoken tension thickening the air as truth clawed to surface. A neatly placed black folder titled Latest Report rests on the desk, seemingly holding crucial information waiting to be revealed. Cho Taehyun leans on his desk, absorbed in thought, while Young Si-yoon looks over, casually spinning his pen in the air. Cho Taehyun's frustration builds as he remarks on submitting the same data multiple times, feeling ignored and undervalued in the process. Young Si-yoon smirks, giving a nonchalant excuse about being too busy to check, fueling Cho Taehyun's growing irritation with the situation. Cho Taehyun glares at Young Si-yoon with a sharp expression, his patience wearing thin as tension fills the quiet office atmosphere. Cho Taehyun takes a step forward, pointing out Young Si-yoon's laziness while maintaining a professional tone to suppress his brewing annoyance. Young Si-yoon reclines confidently, commenting on Cho Taehyun's persistent efforts while brushing aside the seriousness of the submission backlog. Cho Taehyun's composed yet sharp response emphasizes his professionalism, though the faint frustration in his eyes betrays his inner thoughts. Young Si-yoon crosses his arms, explaining the broader dynamics of the hierarchy, leaving Cho Taehyun momentarily speechless, yet still unconvinced. With a sigh, Cho Taehyun steels himself for another day of handling bureaucratic hurdles while holding on to his steadfast determination. Young Si-yoon taps his tablet, showing Cho Taehyun a new system update with exaggerated pride, earning an unimpressed glance from Cho Taehyun. Cho Taehyun glances at the bright blue screen glowing on the tablet, revealing intricate data related to mysterious dungeon activity. A sudden flash on the screen displays a combat scene, catching Cho Taehyun off guard as his curiosity is piqued further. The image of a figure in glowing armor stands confidently, radiating power, as Cho Taehyun processes the implications of the data. Standing on the balcony, Cho Taehyun overlooks the sprawling city, reflecting on the new challenges and opportunities looming ahead. Zhang Jianwu and a colleague discuss the latest task, staring at the sky, a mix of curiosity and concern evident. Jianwu confirms the mission, pondering the implications while his colleague nods, ready for whatever challenges lie ahead. The colleague comments on the risks, emphasizing how the task requires utmost precision and the need for a clear strategy. Jianwu reassures him with a firm nod, signaling his readiness, as the atmosphere between them becomes one of mutual understanding. A lighthearted moment breaks the tension as the colleague shows a funny photo on his phone, earning a rare smile from Jianwu. The duo reviews the target location, scanning through pictures, making mental notes, and planning their approach with calculated precision. Jianwu listens to an audio briefing, replaying the details to ensure no aspect of the mission is overlooked or misunderstood. With the plan finalized, Jianwu and his colleague share a quick laugh, appreciating their brief camaraderie before the impending task. Their focus sharpens as they finalize preparations, acknowledging the risks while committing to handle everything swiftly and efficiently. Jianwu gazes over the cityscape, mentally mapping out their route, the enormity of the challenge sinking in but not deterring him. Jianwu's attention locks onto a distant building, identifying their entry point, ready to execute the carefully thought-out plan. The colleague nods in agreement, fully trusting Jianwu's judgment, as both ready themselves for the crucial leap ahead. Jianwu activates a mysterious ability, light swirling around him, confidence radiating as he prepares to leap toward their destination. With incredible precision, Jianwu propels forward, soaring through the air, a golden aura emphasizing the sheer power of his movement. Landing with precision, Jianwu stands amidst the rooftop, ready to face whatever awaits, his resolve stronger than ever before. A glowing red barrier materializes, marking the target zone, its ominous presence sending a chill down Jianwu's spine. Jianwu activates his abilities, golden wings appearing as he assesses the situation with a calm but serious demeanor alongside his ally. The duo discusses the barrier's purpose, realizing it's meant to restrict movement and shield what lies hidden inside. Jianwu takes a deep breath, determined to find a way through, his mind racing with possible strategies for breaching the defense. His companion suggests a bold plan, one that risks their safety but might offer the chance to disable the barrier entirely. From a rooftop, Jianwu observes the target building, his sharp eyes scanning for any signs of entry or unexpected activity. Inside the building, a prisoner watches through bars, his eyes filled with desperation as muffled voices echo in the distance. Clanging noises erupt from the metal doors, the prisoner instinctively recoiling as his hopes of escape dwindle with each second. Guards patrol the corridors, their vigilance unwavering, as the prisoner's resolve falters, questioning whether freedom is still within his grasp. Jianwu's shadow looms over the building, unnoticed by the guards, as he silently maps out his infiltration route with precision. The prisoner slouches against the wall, his weariness evident, but a flicker of hope ignites as faint footsteps grow louder. A faint blue glow catches the prisoner's attention, his eyes widening as energy begins to ripple through the dimly lit cell. The glow intensifies, creating a fissure within the barrier, a momentary distraction that the prisoner realizes might be his chance. With a sudden crash, the barrier shatters, leaving guards in chaos as Jianwu swiftly moves through the disrupted corridor. Amid the confusion, Jianwu's determined figure emerges, his mission clear as guards frantically question what just occurred in the facility. The alarm rings, alerting the guards as the building descends into chaos, while Jianwu silently moves toward his target. A guard rushes to the cells, only to find flickering lights as Jianwu's presence disrupts the security system. Jianwu's agility allows him to slip past unnoticed, his focus unwavering as he reaches the area where prisoners are held. Within the cell, the prisoner hears the faint sound of footsteps, his heart racing as he senses a possible rescue. The prisoner peers through the bars, spotting Jianwu's shadow, a flicker of hope igniting as the moment finally arrives. The prisoner gasps, his emotions conflicting between fear and relief, as the dimly lit corridor illuminates Jianwu's approaching figure. Jianwu examines the cell's lock, assessing its mechanisms, while his calm demeanor reassures the prisoner of his capable presence. The prisoner feels a surge of excitement, believing rescue is imminent, but Jianwu's restrained actions hint at unforeseen complications. Just as the atmosphere builds with anticipation, the door swings open slightly, raising doubts about whether it's truly freedom or a trap. Jianwu steps forward confidently, ready to face any challenge, signaling to the prisoner that their escape is closer than ever. Jianwu appears out of nowhere, startling the guards in the pitch-dark room, his sudden presence causing visible confusion. One guard hurriedly orders Jianwu to move into the designated area, showing his impatience while Jianwu pretends to comply calmly. In the cell, the prisoner watches in disbelief, gripping the bars tightly, realizing the situation is spiraling further out of control. The city is bustling, but there's a distinct tension in the air. Jianwu walks, fully aware of the danger ahead. Jung Si-yoon questions Cho Tae-hyun's confidence. "Are you sure this will work out?" he asks. Though Jianwu shows no hesitation, Jianwu smirks, calm yet determined. "Yes, I'm more than ready for this. This is my moment," he responds confidently. Jung Si-yoon watches with a mix of concern and curiosity, still uncertain about Jianwu's unflinching confidence as they move forward. The plan unfolds as Cho Tae-hyun signals to proceed. The moment of truth arrives and everything hinges on their next move. As Cho Tae-hyun speeds towards his target, the world blurs in a rush. His focus is razor-sharp, adrenaline kicking in. Cho Tae-hyun's bike leaps into the air, defying gravity. The cityscape spins wildly below him. He's pushing himself to the limit. The bike races through the sky, nearing the skyscraper. Time seems to stretch. Every second is an eternity. A moment of stillness passes, and Jong-woo looks over, planning his next move. He's completely in control of his destiny. The energy shifts as Jong-woo lands perfectly. He's about to face the unknown, ready for whatever comes next. The camera zooms in on a tense conversation between Jong-woo and Young Se-yoon. There's something urgent in their eyes. Jong-woo realizes the stakes are much higher than he first imagined. Young Se-yoon, on the other hand, is caught off guard. They exchange brief words, eyes locked in silent agreement. It's time to break free and escape whatever comes next. The countdown begins. Both understand it's their last chance. They must act quickly before it's too late to escape. Jong-woo makes a decision. With a swift move, he sets everything in motion, signaling the start of a high-stakes escape. The flickering lights signal trouble as a sudden blackout engulfs the facility. Jong-woo's senses heighten, knowing this is critical. Guards panic as systems fail. One yells, "What happened?" while others scramble to check the main control room's status. Jong-woo takes advantage of the chaos, moving swiftly. A guard coughs, disoriented in the dark, making it easier for him. Lights briefly flash, revealing Jong-woo slipping through a restricted corridor. His goal is clear: retrieve what was stolen and escape. As Jong-woo approaches the storage room, he steadies himself. This was the moment he'd been meticulously planning for days. Inside the storage room, Jong-woo eyes the shelves stacked with rare artifacts. He needs the right one, but time is limited. Suddenly, a guard catches Jong-woo by surprise. Jong-woo quickly disarms him, neutralizing the threat before it can escalate further. Jong-woo scans the artifacts, searching for the critical item. He spots it, a key relic glowing faintly with an otherworldly aura. Smirking, Jong-woo grabs the relic and tucks it into his jacket. The stakes have never felt higher than they do now. Just as he turns, a commanding figure blocks the exit. It's Young Se-yoon, holding a glowing blade and smirking confidently. Young Se-yoon taunts Jong-woo, his glowing weapon illuminating the tension between them. Jong-woo doesn't flinch, calculating his next move carefully. "I knew you'd try this," Young Se-yoon says with a grin. Jong-woo stays silent, gripping the artifact in his jacket tightly. Young Se-yoon raises his weapon, its energy humming in the tense air. Jong-woo considers his options, each second stretching painfully long. The weapon's glow intensifies as Young Se-yoon steps closer. Jong-woo's eyes flick to the side, searching for a potential escape route. "Make your move," Young Se-yoon challenges. Jong-woo takes a deep breath, knowing this confrontation will determine the success or failure of everything. Young Se-yoon's smirk deepened, his glowing weapon radiating an ominous light. The air grew thick with tension as he stepped closer. Jong-woo tightened his grip, his calm demeanor hiding the intensity building within. His body shifted, ready to face the incoming strike. Young Se-yoon's weapon slashed through the air, releasing a searing wave of energy. Jong-woo pivoted swiftly, narrowly avoiding the devastating impact. The ground split beneath Young Se-yoon's forceful attack, scattering debris across the floor. Jong-woo stood firm, his gaze fixed and unwavering. With a surge of energy, Jong-woo's wings burst into view, radiating light. The fight had escalated to its peak. Jong-woo surged forward, his movement fluid and precise. The clash of energy sent ripples through the room, shaking its foundations. Young Se-yoon retaliated with unmatched ferocity, but Jong-woo matched every strike. The intensity of their battle left no room for hesitation. In one fluid motion, Jong-woo broke through Young Se-yoon's defenses, landing a critical blow. The force sent Young Se-yoon staggering backward. The shift in momentum was undeniable as Jong-woo pressed his advantage. Young Se-yoon's movements slowed, showing cracks in his once unshakable confidence. The balance tilted, the overwhelming pressure from Jong-woo forcing Young Se-yoon to realize he was no longer in control of the fight. Young Se-yoon raised his shield desperately, trying to withstand the relentless assault. His breathing grew heavier, each second more grueling than the last. Jong-woo soared into the air, his wings propelling him with precision. The energy coursing through him ignited the space around them. Young Se-yoon faltered, the cracks in his armor widening as Jong-woo's relentless strikes drained his strength and shattered his remaining defenses. Jong-woo's movements were decisive, calculated, and unstoppable. Every strike landed with purpose, pushing Young Se-yoon to the brink of collapse. The room erupted in a blinding light as Jianwu delivered the final blow, sealing the outcome of their hard-fought battle. Jianwu descended like a meteor, his glowing wings casting an intimidating silhouette. Young Seun's instinct screamed danger as he raised his weapon. A crushing strike hit Young Seun, forcing him to stagger back. The attack had left a visible scar on his armor. Blood splattered as Jianwu's relentless strike pierced through Young Seun's defenses. The sheer force of the blow left no room for retaliation. Young Seun grinned through the pain, the ferocity of the battle awakening a fire in him. He refused to yield easily. Jianwu's pressure was unrelenting, driving Young Seun into a corner. Each successive strike seemed to carve closer to the endgame. Sparks flew as Young Seun channeled the last of his power into a desperate counterattack. Energy rippled violently around the room. Jianwu's eyes locked on the swirling energy Young Seun summoned, reading his moves carefully. His precision gave him an undeniable advantage. The ground cracked beneath their feet as energy surged upward. Jianwu leaped, his wings creating shockwaves, positioning himself above Young Seun. Young Seun's reckless power became unstable, creating a blinding light. Jianwu acted swiftly, seizing the opportunity to execute a decisive, flawless maneuver. With a single leap, Jianwu plunged through the chaos. His unshakable determination marked the final step toward complete victory. As Jianwu's final strike landed, a massive explosion of energy erupted. Lightning crackled, debris scattered, and windows shattered violently. Jianwu Li leaps into the air, golden energy propelling him forward, determined to confront the chaos before him. His skill, Leap, activates, and his figure surges through the sky like a golden comet, unwavering in his purpose. Jianwu gracefully lands, energy still radiating, scanning the ruined battlefield, where silence seems to weigh heavier than the dust. From the rubble, a man with piercing eyes and an amused smirk watches Jianwu's arrival, intrigued by his audacity. Jianwu locks eyes with the stranger, sensing danger yet maintaining composure, a subtle grin forming as tension fills the air. Jianwu brushes off the stranger's provocation, his steady gaze refusing to waver, masking his thoughts with sharp precision. The man laughs mockingly, his words sharp like daggers, daring Jianwu to react, testing his patience and resolve. Jianwu moves forward decisively, closing the distance with an air of confidence, his shadow looming over the seated stranger. A sudden strike from Jianwu's hand catches the man off guard, the force echoing through the crumbling remains around them. The stranger's composure breaks for a moment, his body jolting from the impact, yet a sly smirk persists on his face. Jianwu points his glowing hand, a faint smile hinting he's holding back, teasing the stranger to reveal his intentions. The stranger feigns calm, but Jianwu's unrelenting gaze cuts through, his stance silently issuing a challenge without words. Maybe, but not today, Jianwu seems to imply as his power sparks, unsettling the stranger's facade of confidence. Jianwu spins abruptly, throwing his cloak over the stranger's face, using the distraction to retreat into the smoky ruins. Watching Jianwu vanish, the stranger chuckles faintly, his eyes sharp. That kid, he's got some luck, he mutters to himself. A golden aura erupts as Jianwu's leap activates again, scattering rubble around him as his figure soars through the air. The blonde man, Cho Tae-hyun, shouts Jianwu's name in frustration, scanning the scene, realizing he's lost sight of his target. Cho Tae-hyun stands amidst destruction, surveying the aftermath, muttering under his breath as his eyes dart, searching for Jianwu's trail. With a swift turn, Cho Tae-hyun notices a faint trail but sighs, realizing he's too late to catch up. Jianwu emerges elsewhere, smirking at Cho Tae-hyun's frustration, savoring the slight upper hand as the chaotic game of pursuit continues. Cho Tae-hyun approaches Jianwu, his sharp expression masking his curiosity, trying to piece together the strange situation he's found himself in. Jianwu's playful smirk deepens as Cho Tae-hyun gets closer, suspicion brewing between the two, tension crackling like an unseen storm. As Cho Tae-hyun moves to confront him, Jianwu casually deflects the moment with an exaggerated gesture, leaving Cho Tae-hyun momentarily confused. Others in the background exchange glances, whispering among themselves as the interaction between Jianwu and Cho Tae-hyun seems to draw attention. Jianwu confidently grins, turning toward Cho Tae-hyun with a determined look, seemingly ready to provoke yet another unexpected twist. Cho Tae-hyun tightens his expression, clearly annoyed, but Jianwu's confidence grows as he steps forward, relishing the situation's unpredictability. Amidst the growing crowd, Cho Tae-hyun's patience thins, and Jianwu's mischievous demeanor seems to fuel the rising tension between them. The group of onlookers, dressed in official attire, begins to close in, their presence hinting at an even larger conflict. Jianwu adjusts his stance, prepared for what's to come, as Cho Taehyun's focus sharpens, sensing the weight of their surroundings. The scene shifts to a quiet skyline, contrasting the tension as the moment settles, leaving only questions in its wake. Jianwu steps forward cautiously, the sound of his footsteps echoing, confirming the eerie silence around the desolate area. He glances around, muttering to himself, confirming there's no one nearby, his confidence bolstered as he prepares to act. Pulling out his notebook, Jianwu flips through its pages, his expression calm but focused, searching for guidance on his next move. With determination, he activates a skill, golden letters appearing mid-air, their light illuminating his resolve and filling the empty space. His phone buzzes unexpectedly, and he glances at the screen to see Kim Min-seok's name, briefly breaking his concentration. Jianwu hesitates, gripping the phone tightly, the call conflicting with the dangerous task he knows he must continue. He activates another ability, his finger tracing the air as he pulls up a map of red, glowing pathways ahead. The ominous red vortex appears before him, crackling with power, its intense energy pulling his focus back to his mission. With resolve, Jianwu steps forward toward the portal, his mind calm despite the unknown dangers awaiting beyond the crimson energy. The fiery vortex roars louder, a voice-like presence whispering within, its tone daring him to face the impossible challenge ahead. A message materializes mid-air, describing the abyss before him as a place of unrivaled danger, its words sharpening his resolve. Jianwu reads the text carefully, noting the warning and choice it offers, his hand trembling as he hovers over yes. The portal's glowing core intensifies as Jianwu presses forward, the sinister atmosphere around him amplifying with every step he takes. A menacing silhouette emerges within the darkness, golden eyes glowing fiercely, their gaze meeting Jianwu's as tension fills the space. Jianwu freezes momentarily, his eyes wide, as the portal's power surges, pulling him closer to a fateful and inevitable confrontation. Jianwu stands before the swirling red portal, its ominous energy pulsing wildly, as if daring him to take the first step. His expression hardens, golden light igniting around his hands as he channels his strength, preparing for the dangerous unknown ahead. A faint smirk escapes Jianwu's lips as he whispers to himself, pushing aside fear and committing fully to the challenge. With a determined yell, Jianwu leaps into the crimson vortex, his figure disappearing into the chaos, leaving no hesitation behind. The portal collapses with a roar, leaving the ruins silent once more. The sky above calm yet ominously heavy with tension. The towering building gleams in the sunlight, its imposing height reflecting the weight of the challenges hidden within its walls. Jianwu gazes at the structure, deep in thought, clutching a keycard as he contemplates the risk of entering alone. He mutters under his breath, feeling the unease of the situation as the looming tower casts a long shadow over him. Inside, a man leans against the wall, observing the keycard with a smirk, his calculating eyes hiding his intentions. The man questions Jianwu's decision, his mocking tone aimed at unsettling, but Jianwu's resolve remains unshaken, focused on his mission. Jianwu steps forward, dismissing the taunts, his movement steady as the man's expression shifts, sensing something unexpected in Jianwu. The man's demeanor hardens, a glint of red flashing from his hand as he reveals a blade, threatening Jianwu silently. Without flinching, Jianwu counters the pressure with his calm, his focused expression making the atmosphere grow increasingly tense between them. The man taunts Jianwu further, questioning his choices, his words like venom aimed to provoke and exploit any hesitation within him. A sudden entrance interrupts the scene. A woman bursts in, her presence adding urgency, as Jianwu recognizes her immediately with surprise. The woman warns Jianwu urgently, her determined expression highlighting the severity of the danger lurking inside the labyrinthine building. Jianwu listens intently, his grip tightening on the keycard, realizing that every second wasted edges them closer to unavoidable peril. Within the mysterious realm, lava and flames rage violently, the searing heat creating an unforgiving environment for any unprepared entrant. Jianwu steps forward, determination in his eyes as the glowing portal reflects his readiness to embrace the daunting challenge ahead. A prompt appears before Jianwu, offering choices. He hesitates only briefly, his resolve growing sharper as he makes the fateful decision. Jianwu checks his interface, scrolling through skills with focus, carefully deciding which to activate for the challenges awaiting him. The interface displays numerous inactive skills, each tempting him with potential, yet requiring strategic selection for this unpredictable battle. With resolve, Jianwu activates flight, gripping his dagger tightly, preparing to face whatever the Crimson Abyss holds in store. A blast of energy propels him upward, his body spiraling through the air as fiery winds engulf his surroundings. Jianwu lands hard, coughing from the impact, but he quickly steadies himself, determined not to let pain slow him down. The ominous expanse of the abyss stretches before Jianwu, its eerie silence interrupted by faint, ominous crackles of glowing red energy. He cautiously advances, scanning the terrain with sharp eyes, aware that every step could lead to either discovery or peril. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerges from the flames, its form distorted yet menacing, making Jianwu halt in his tracks. The figure splits into multiple fiery creatures, each radiating power as they circle Jianwu, who prepares himself for their first move. Despite their numbers, Jianwu grips his dagger tightly, his instincts guiding him as the creatures close in from every direction. Jianwu uses flight to escape the onslaught, soaring above the creatures, golden streaks trailing behind him as he maneuvers. The interface buzzes with updates, showing successful dodges and potential quests, each demanding focus amidst the chaos surrounding him. Jianwu lands gracefully, his strategy unfolding as he activates another skill, unleashing a wave of golden energy toward the encroaching enemies. The creatures scatter from the impact, but the system prompts a new quest: defeat all monsters and reach level 200. Jianwu smirks, his determination shining through as he charges forward, ready to conquer the challenge and rise against the odds. Jianwu faces the Crimson Demon with sharp resolve, his golden dagger glowing as he prepares for an intense and deadly encounter. The monster lunges, its glowing red eyes piercing the air, forcing Jianwu to leap back with precision and speed. Jianwu's golden wings radiate as he uses flight, soaring through the battlefield, his skills carefully chosen to outmaneuver his enemy. A bright notification appears mid-battle, confirming his quest progress. Kill 100 monsters and reach level 200 inches, a daunting task. Finally, a system message declares the quest complete, Jianwu landing amidst scattered rewards, his body glowing with victory and progress. Jianwu gazes at the glowing rewards, the ground littered with orbs of various colors, representing power and untold potential. He picks up a glowing orb, its light flickering in his hand, realizing it holds the key to upgrading his abilities. A new item, T-shirt of the Nightwalker, appears in his inventory, radiating heroic power and defense like no other. Jianwu equips the shirt, its glowing aura enhancing his strength and granting him passive skills, including Hawkeye for precise detection. With his newfound power, Jianwu feels invincible, ready to tackle the dungeon's remaining challenges and uncover even greater rewards. A mysterious notification hints at the next challenge, displaying the foreboding title, Entrance to the Abyss Priest, chilling Jianwu's resolve. The system unlocks Hawkeye Laothar 2, granting him unparalleled vision of enemy weak points and an edge against upcoming dangers. Jianwu cautiously steps forward, the crimson light intensifying as the Abyss Priest reveals itself, its overwhelming presence filling the air. The Abyss Priest's ominous figure towers above Jianwu, its fiery aura pulsating, a clear warning of the battle's high stakes. With determination, Jianwu tightens his grip on his dagger, ready to fight the unrelenting enemy and claim ultimate victory. The Crimson Demon snarls, its glowing eyes locking onto Jianwu, radiating malice as it readies itself for a devastating attack. Jianwu stands firm, gripping his glowing dagger as his confidence builds, daring the demon with a fearless smirk across his face. The demon roars furiously, summoning dark, fiery energy that swirls around it, growing stronger and more menacing with every second. Jianwu lunges forward, weaving through the fiery blasts, his movements precise and calculated, his eyes fixed solely on the demon. From the shadows, multiple smaller demons appear, rushing to aid their master, encircling Jianwu as the battle reaches its peak. Jianwu charges forward, his golden dagger glowing brightly, determination driving his every step as he closes in on the enemy. Suddenly, Jianwu halts, his eyes widening in shock as countless crimson creatures emerge, their overwhelming presence filling the battlefield. The creatures roar in unison, their chaotic movements forming a terrifying wave of destruction that threatens to engulf everything. A quest notification appears. Kill 100 flying monsters. Jianwu clenches his fist, realizing the scale of the battle he's entered. The Crimson Demon laughs wickedly, mocking Jianwu's resolve, its glowing eyes daring him to survive the impossible challenge ahead. Jianwu stares at the towering demon, flames flickering around, realizing he's at the brink of an impossible battle. The demon, with its fiery aura, mocks Jianwu, daring him to challenge the seemingly insurmountable odds before him. The ground trembles as the demon begins to summon a fiery explosion, threatening to annihilate everything in its path. Jianwu tightens his fists, determined to outwit the demon's deadly assault and prove that strength isn't only in numbers. Rising above despair, Jianwu smirks, ready to challenge his fate, even if it means rewriting the rules of survival. Jianwu glares at the demon, its ominous smile signaling it has the upper hand, but he refuses to yield. The demon reveals that the quest was rigged, designed to test limits, making Jianwu's determination grow even stronger. With a sudden burst of confidence, Jianwu closes the gap, ready to defy the system that sought to crush him. The demon, shocked at Jianwu's fearless advance, unleashes a devastating blow, causing an eruption that shatters the surroundings. Jianwu, standing tall amidst the chaos, smirks as the demon begins to doubt its own strength against his resolve. A system notification appears, declaring an absurd quest to kill 10 million humans. Jianwu questions the logic, but stays composed. Jianwu reflects on humanity's fragile state and considers the absurdity of the task. But determination flickers in his eyes. The demon jeers, challenging Jianwu to embrace the quest, mocking his weak appearance against the colossal task ahead. Jianwu smirks, taunting the demon's belief in victory, fueled by an inner strength that even the system can't predict. A radiant light breaks through as Jianwu, defying expectations, prepares to use his mind to turn the tide of battle. Jianwu faces the towering demon as the lava glows beneath, his heart pounding with both fear and determination. A strange aura swirls in the air, catching Jianwu's attention. He senses an unfamiliar, overwhelming energy approaching. The demon charges with a deadly purple flame, eyes glowing with malice, prepared to obliterate its determined opponent. Engulfed in the fiery attack, Jianwu's body trembles as he struggles against the suffocating power of the dark magic. The demon grins as Jianwu, seemingly defeated, suddenly begins to radiate an aura that makes even the darkness hesitate. A group of onlookers stands outside, watching the ominous portal glow crimson, whispering theories about the unexpected phenomenon. One man steps closer to inspect the portal, but quickly withdraws, sensing an overwhelming force guarding the mysterious gateway. The portal flashes, emitting a message stating the qualifications needed to enter, sparking curiosity and unease among the group. Cho Taehyun chuckles at the system's restrictions, confident that his status will allow him access to secrets others cannot reach. The team exchanges uneasy glances, unsure whether to challenge the unknown or retreat before it's too late to turn back. Cho Taehyun notices an approaching wave of mana, its intensity shaking the very ground beneath them, causing immediate panic. The sky darkens as the spell's force rips through the air, sending shockwaves that knock the group off their feet. Cho Taehyun's instincts kick in as he braces himself against the incoming attack, trying to shield his comrades from harm. A shadowy figure emerges, revealing itself as a menacing warrior, their armor glowing ominously, marking the beginning of a new threat. The group prepares for combat, realizing this is no ordinary enemy. The stakes have risen to a dangerous new level. Cho Taehyun and his team notice a group of mysterious cloaked figures, their energy levels masked, causing immediate confusion and concern. Cho Taehyun calmly analyzes the situation, recognizing the cloaked figures as elite warriors trained in deception and stealth-based combat. Without warning, the cloaked figures charge, moving with inhuman speed, their precision strikes creating a whirlwind of chaos. The air vibrates with tension as Cho Taehyun deflects a blade, noticing their fighting style is unlike anything he's encountered before. Jianwu's determination shines through as he breaks formation, taking the lead to counterattack the cloaked figures with unmatched ferocity. Cho Taehyun strategizes, directing his team to focus their attacks, but one figure counters, showcasing unparalleled strength that disrupts their rhythm. As the battle escalates, Cho Taehyun uses his advanced skills, releasing a burst of energy that briefly stuns the incoming attackers. The cloaked figures regroup, unleashing a red shockwave that cuts through the team's defenses, leaving Cho Tae-hyun vulnerable for a critical moment. Jianwoo blocks an incoming blow meant for Cho Tae-hyun, his aura glowing with determination as he channels his newfound strength. With a devastating clash of power, Jianwoo forces the enemy back, showing the team that victory is still within reach. The leader of the cloaked figures steps forward, radiating overwhelming energy, signaling the start of a more dangerous phase. Jianwoo braces himself as the figure unleashes twin blades of energy, their crimson glow lighting up the battlefield ominously. Cho Tae-hyun takes a defensive stance, his expression revealing the strain of the relentless onslaught, yet his spirit refuses to break. The cloaked leader taunts them, increasing his attacks, forcing Jianwoo and Cho Tae-hyun to coordinate their moves with flawless precision. Despite the rising odds, Jianwoo's smirk hints at an unexpected plan, ready to turn the tide against the powerful foe. Cho Tae-hyun examines the glowing red portal, realizing it harbors unknown dangers, but curiosity compels the team to investigate further. Cho Tae-hyun notices something unusual about the portal's energy. A warning system activates, hinting at the arrival of dangerous entities. From the portal, cloaked figures emerge, their menacing presence shaking the ground, signaling the beginning of an imminent threat. Cho Tae-hyun shouts for his team to regroup and strategize, knowing they must act quickly before the situation spirals out of control. Too late, Jianwoo informs them that an enemy has already breached their defenses, leaving the team scrambling to respond. Gunwoo drifts weightlessly through the vast cosmic abyss, his body tumbling as he struggles to understand how he ended up here. He reaches out, but nothing grounds him. The infinite stars shimmer around him, each one a distant reminder of his past. A thought creeps in. Was this his end? He clenches his fist, unwilling to accept fate as just another casualty. Suddenly, vibrant crystals explode into existence, their radiant energy pulsating like a heartbeat, offering a path forward in this strange realm. One crystal surges toward Gunwoo's grasp. The instant he touches it, an overwhelming energy floods his veins, rewriting his very being. Gunwoo exhales sharply, his body stabilizing as realization dawns. If this space held power, perhaps it held the key to survival. The stars around him ripple, bending reality itself. From their depths, golden symbols emerge, each one humming with boundless potential. He watches in awe as a black vortex forms, swirling violently. It births something rare, something ancient, the fabled Godstone. Legends speak of this stone's power to manifest anything. Only 10 exist, scattered across the universe, waiting for worthy hands. Gunwoo's past echoes in his mind, people he trusted, those who betrayed him. Could this stone grant him a future worth fighting for? A fleeting image of his parents appears, their faces warm with love. Memories flood back, pain and longing mixing inside him. He clenches his jaw. If this stone could create anything, could it rewrite destiny itself? Could it bring back the lost? The question lingers as his pulse quickens. If reality was shaped by this power, then perhaps nothing was truly impossible anymore. Gunwoo gazes at the floating interface, lines of stats and skills etched into existence by the stone's limitless energy. The realization crashes over him. This power wasn't just about survival. It was about reshaping everything, bending even fate itself to his will. A blinding surge of energy cracks the sky, unleashing a force that distorts reality, shaking the battlefield to its core. Gunwoo stands firm, gripping his weapon as monstrous figures emerge. Their glowing red eyes fixate on him with primal hunger. A smirk plays on his lips. This wasn't fear. It was excitement. The real fight was finally about to begin. He tightens his grip, feeling the energy pulsating through him. If fate had a plan, he was about to rewrite it. The monster lunges, but Gunwoo's movements are precise. His blade slashes through the air, igniting the battlefield with a golden blaze. A new quest materializes before him. Defeat 100 flying monsters. A challenge, but exactly the kind of chaos he thrives in. One after another, creatures rush toward him. His instincts sharpen, muscles tense, and his attacks become a deadly dance of destruction. A perfect strike sends him soaring, his blade flashing as he tears through enemies like a storm cutting through the night. Blood-red streaks paint the battlefield. Each defeated enemy fuels his momentum, pushing him toward an unstoppable rhythm of battle. The ground trembles beneath him as his aura intensifies. His presence alone radiates dominance, forcing even the fiercest monsters to hesitate. Gunwoo moves swiftly, golden wings of energy forming behind him. The battlefield shifts as countless glowing stones materialize around him. His eyes scan the treasure before him. Among the shimmering relics, one artifact radiates an immense power beyond comprehension. A prompt appears, revealing its name, Spirit of the Nightwalker, a legendary artifact known to enhance abilities beyond limits. He reaches out, the energy surging into his body. A chilling sensation spreads, reshaping his power into something extraordinary. Draped in midnight blue, Gunwoo ascends, his aura now an unstoppable force. The battlefield stands frozen before his overwhelming presence. Gunwoo smirks, confident in his next move, but as he reaches out, a glitching message suddenly disrupts his system's response. A system error flashes, an item has been duplicated. Before he can react, his quest is forcibly changed to something unknown. A new challenge appears, the difficulty sky high. He stares at the system message, realizing this wasn't supposed to happen. Gunwoo turns toward the lurking enemy. The red-skinned beast grins, sensing hesitation in his movements, its claws twitching hungrily. His instincts scream at him, warning him something is wrong. He tightens his fist, preparing for a battle unlike any before. The beast lunges, its razor-sharp claws barely missing Gunwoo. He dodges, but unease grips him. Something feels entirely off. Sweat drips down his face, his body tenses, his movements slower than expected. The monster's wicked smile only grows wider. A sharp pain shoots through his chest. He gasps, feeling something foreign crawling beneath his skin, messing with his control. Gunwoo's vision blurs, but his instincts take over. He forces his blade forward, slashing in a desperate attempt to retaliate. His attack lands, slicing cleanly. The beast recoils, but its glowing red eyes flicker with something far more dangerous, amusement. Blood splatters across the battlefield as a sharp blade cuts cleanly through flesh. A sinister grin forms in the chaos. Gunwoo's breath hitches as the blade halts inches from his face. A firm hand grips it, stopping the lethal strike. A familiar figure stands before him, her expression unreadable. The sight of Han Seo-yeon sends a chilling shock through him. The ground shakes as the monstrous entity collapses. Dust swirls through the air, marking the battlefield where only two figures remain. A shimmering portal opens, its golden glow casting eerie shadows. The system recognizes the battle's end and triggers an unexpected new quest. Gunwoo narrows his eyes as the challenge appears before him. The conditions are brutal. Survival means defeating an impossible number of enemies. Standing across from him, Han Seorin remains composed. Her gaze holds a mix of resolve and secrets yet to be revealed. Gunwoo exhales, the weight of everything settling in. He wasn't just fighting monsters. He was entangled in something far bigger. Seorin steps forward, her expression unreadable. The tension thickens as her presence alone suggests a battle far beyond brute strength. Gunwoo tightens his grip, his mind racing. If she had the knowledge to survive, why hadn't she ended the trial? A realization hits him. There was something more at play, something she wasn't saying. Secrets were woven into this very challenge. Her voice is steady, but her words cut deeper than any blade. Gunwoo stiffens, the truth unraveling in unexpected ways. Her reason is clear, the divine stone. Not for power, not for dominance, but for a cause even she can't ignore. Gunwoo processes her words, his mind flashing through memories of battles fought, choices made, and the consequences yet to unfold. Would knowing the truth have changed anything? Probably not. But now, standing here, everything felt more complicated than before. The system displays a new quest, this one with a brutal consequence. Failure meant death. There was no turning back now. Seorin's stance shifts. She wasn't running, wasn't hesitating. If this battle had to happen, then it was already decided. Gunwoo grips his weapon, his heartbeat steady. No matter what lay ahead, he would face it head-on, without regret. Han Seorin's piercing gaze locks onto Gunwoo. Her stance shifts, signaling that the battle was no longer just a test. Gunwoo steadies himself, watching her every move. The moment her foot touches the ground, the entire battlefield seems to tremble. In a blink, she vanishes, appearing midair, spinning toward him with blinding speed. The sheer force distorts the surroundings. Gunwoo raises his blade just in time, barely deflecting her strike. Sparks fly as their weapons clash, energy rippling outward. His mind races. Despite his overwhelming stats, she wasn't backing down. This wasn't about numbers. This was about pure, raw skill. Gunwoo activates Hawkeye, his vision sharpening instantly. His ability reveals hidden buffs Seorin has stacked, making her unnaturally powerful. The system displays her enhancements. Boosted stats, passive healing, resistance to fatigue. Each one tailored to ensure she never falters. Gunwoo exhales. Fighting her without a plan was suicide. She wasn't just strong. She had prepared every possible advantage. He grips his weapon tightly. If he couldn't overpower her stats, he had to dismantle her combat strategy instead. Energy surges around them, clashing violently. If this was a game of attrition, then he had no choice but to adapt. A sudden impact sends Gunwoo staggering. His body reacts before his mind does, dodging the second attack just in time. A sharp pain flares in his arm. Blood trickles down, but he barely has time to register the damage. He glances around. She's gone. His instincts scream at him. This wasn't an escape. She was repositioning for a finishing move. His system pings, stealth detection unavailable. If he wanted to see her movements, he had to upgrade his Hawkeye immediately. The system offers a choice. Spend his points to level up or risk fighting blind. He doesn't hesitate. He selects yes. Gunwoo's vision sharpens as Hawkeye activates. The battlefield shifts, revealing Sioran's hidden presence. His advantage was finally within reach. His eyes lock onto her as energy crackles around her form. She wasn't surprised. She had expected him to keep up. Sioran raises a hand, activating telekinesis. Gunwoo's body lurches forward as an unseen force pulls him violently across the battlefield. He crashes midair, struggling against the invisible grip. The pressure tightens as she hurls him straight toward the stone floor. Gunwoo grits his teeth, twisting his body midair. With sheer force, he breaks free, landing with a burning determination. Their blades clash again, each strike faster than the last. Sparks fly as their battle turns into a brutal aerial showdown. Gunwoo exhales sharply. Sioran's movements are relentless. Even with his buffs, her overwhelming presence makes it feel like an unwinnable fight. The system flashes. 4 minutes remain. If he didn't finish this soon, the consequences of failure would be worse than death. Gunwoo considers a risky move. Taking some intentional damage might trick Sioran into underestimating him, but the dungeon's restrictions worry him. A deep rumble echoes beneath them. The system enforces new skill limitations, forcing Gunwoo to rethink his strategy immediately. Gunwoo barely evades another attack, his stamina running low. His system warns him, continuous damage could trigger an irreversible penalty. He grits his teeth, watching Sioran charge. If she landed another direct hit, his ability to counterattack would be compromised. A red notification appears. His health drops rapidly. He had taken too many hits, but the system had already calculated something else. The more damage he received, the more his skill charged. If he played it right, his final strike would be unstoppable. Pain surges through him, his body screaming in protest. But this was it, the last step before unleashing everything he had left. Gunwoo gasps as blood drips from his wound. Sioran stands before him, her blade frozen midair, hesitation flickering in her eyes. For a brief moment, silence hangs between them. Her grip tightens, but something in her expression betrays a conflict within. Gunwoo exhales shakily, his voice barely above a whisper. He didn't want this fight to end like this. Not like this. A sudden surge of energy erupts between them. Blue lightning crackles violently, shattering the fragile moment of indecision. Gunwoo and Sioran are thrown apart by the sheer force, their weapons sparking as raw power surges through the battlefield. Gunwoo's blade collides with a surge of blue energy. The impact crackles, sending shock waves through the battlefield with raw force. Electricity arcs between them, illuminating Sioran's determined expression. She holds her stance, refusing to be overpowered by sheer force alone. Gunwoo braces himself as the system flashes a warning. Destruction Strike's countdown reaches its final moments, forcing an immediate decision. The battlefield distorts as time slows. The golden artifact in his grasp vibrates, reacting to the immense energy building around them. Sioran lunges forward, her weapon aimed precisely. Gunwoo tightens his grip. This was the moment everything would be decided. Gunwoo swings, but hesitation grips him. The system pings. 1 second left. He curses, realizing he might be too late. A golden notification appears. Reverse activated. Time distorts, rewinding the battlefield as his body reacts before his mind can process it. The system resets his last move, extending Destruction Strike's activation window. His health drops to 0, but something else triggers. An overwhelming force floods through him as the condition is met. The entire battlefield erupts in golden light, consuming everything. Gunwoo's body crackles with energy. The notification blares, Destruction Strike fully charged. He had exactly 10 seconds before the final blow landed. Gunwoo lands, his breath ragged. Sioran's eyes widen. She expected his attack, but not for him to survive the backlash. She dashes forward, trying to finish it before he can release the final strike. Her blade gleams with piercing intent. Gunwoo instinctively dodges, barely evading the attack. The shock in Sioran's eyes confirms it. Something had changed in that instant. She grits her teeth. How? Her stance shifts. But Gunwoo had no time for explanations. His focus was on the system. Hawkeye activates, revealing everything, the timing, her weaknesses, the final strike's window. He had exactly one chance to win. A divine shield materializes before Sioran, absorbing Gunwoo's strongest attack. The system recognizes it. The Shield of God, level max. Gunwoo's eyes narrow as the system details appear. A transparent, near-invincible shield that blocks almost any incoming damage. His mind races. Even with Hawkeye, he hadn't anticipated this. Beating her meant countering something designed for absolute defense. Sioran smirks, lowering her hand. This wasn't an ordinary battle anymore. She was prepared for everything, even his most powerful strikes. Gunwoo exhales, adjusting his stance. The odds were stacked against him, but that had never stopped him before. Gunwoo clenches his fists. He had only one chance left. The system pings, notifying him that Destruction Strike's condition had been met. His health plummets, the damage notifications stacking rapidly. But in exchange, his power reaches a peak he's never felt before. Electricity surges around him as Sprint activates. His body feels weightless, raw speed amplifying beyond normal limits, pushing him forward. Gunwoo charges straight at Sioran, his blade crackling with unrestrained energy. His only chance was to break through with sheer force. Sioran braces, summoning her shield once more. Sparks fly as his attack collides, the impact shaking the very air. Gunwoo grits his teeth, pouring everything into his final strike. If he failed here, there wouldn't be another opportunity. The battlefield distorts as waves of energy ripple outward. Time slows. This was the moment that would decide everything. His system flashes. Destruction Strike countdown begins. 8 seconds left. He had to finish it before Sioran could counter. The system grants him a final choice, transform or sprint. Both could turn the tide, but only one would guarantee victory. With unwavering resolve, Gunwoo selects his option. The battlefield erupts as the final clash begins, deciding who would walk away victorious. Gunwoo's body surges with energy as the system activates lift. His entire form propels upward, throwing off Sioran's calculated stance. Electricity crackles around him as his power reaches its peak. He forces himself to stay focused. This was his last chance. Sioran narrows her eyes, anticipating his next move. Her instincts scream at her. Something about his energy felt fundamentally different. The system blares. Destruction Strike. 2 seconds remaining. Every decision, every movement now dictated the final outcome of their battle. Gunwoo makes his choice. Transform or sprint. His mind clears, body tenses, and his attack is already in motion. Gunwoo vanishes, reappearing behind Sioran with uncanny speed. Her eyes widen as she realizes she had miscalculated his trajectory. A cold realization settles in. He wasn't just moving fast. He had rewritten his position in space entirely. Gunwoo smirks as he activates lift again, manipulating gravity to reverse his fall, setting himself up for the perfect strike. Sioran barely has time to react. Gunwoo's golden energy arcs forward, slamming down with the force of a meteor. Checkmate. Gunwoo's strike breaks through her defenses, forcing her into an impossible position. Victory was now only a heartbeat away. Gunwoo's attack lands, sending a shockwave through the battlefield. Sioran gasps, her body trembling as pain radiates from the impact. The air grows still as the dust settles. Blood drips from Gunwoo's hand, his body barely holding together from exhaustion. Sioran staggers, gripping her wound. Her lips curl into a smirk. She had underestimated him in the worst possible way. She exhales, lowering her weapon. I never expected that last trick, she admits, acknowledging Gunwoo's skill with a quiet resolve. Gunwoo watches her carefully. Was this truly the end? Or was there still one more twist waiting to unfold? Gunwoo tightens his grip, watching as Sioran slowly lifts her arm. The weight of the battle lingers between them in silence. Her expression remains unreadable as she finally lowers her weapon. Gunwoo exhales, but something about this moment feels unsettlingly incomplete. A thought flickers in his mind. This wasn't a simple surrender. If she had more left, why was she holding back? A strange red glow flickers around her. Gunwoo's breath hitches. The air shifts, unnatural energy pulsing through the battlefield. A crimson tendril emerges, coiling around Sioran's arm. Gunwoo's instincts scream. This fight wasn't over. It was about to change completely. Gunwoo's breath catches as the crimson tendril pulses. A sickening familiarity washes over him, something he swore he'd never see again. His mind races, recalling a past battle. He had witnessed this exact phenomenon before. Jaeyong Choi had fallen to the same fate. The red whip crackled with energy, twisting in the air like a living creature. Its heat distorted the space around it. Terreno's feet slammed against the ground as he dodged. Dust scattered, and the force of movement left deep imprints behind him. Seyon moved effortlessly, her whip slicing through the air in rapid succession. The glowing weapon wrapped around her, pulsating with power. Terreno's grip tightened, his breath steady as he reached for his blade. His eyes locked onto her, analyzing every subtle movement. Blades of light shot forward, cutting through the air in quick succession. The energy surrounding them flared, colliding in a flash. The red whip arced forward again, its movement precise. Terreno twisted his body, narrowly escaping the scorching heat inches from him. Seyon's gaze sharpened as he suddenly closed the distance, his speed breaking expectations. The air shifted, charged with intense energy. Terreno's blade clashed against the burning weapon, sparks flying on impact. The force sent ripples through the space between them. A sudden interruption came, as system notifications flooded the air. Reality itself wavered, an unseen force overriding the ongoing battle. A mysterious figure materialized, glowing with an otherworldly presence. Both fighters froze, realizing something beyond their understanding had just arrived. Seyon's expression changed as she stared ahead. The past seemed to crash into the present, forcing memories to resurface unexpectedly. A strange sensation washed over her, her heartbeat echoing in her ears. Recognition clashed with uncertainty, making her steps hesitant. Silence grew between them, the air thick with unspoken emotions. Each moment stretched endlessly, the weight of familiarity pressing down hard. Terreno stood unmoving, his presence as distant as ever. Seyon's fingers curled slightly, grasping at something that suddenly felt unreachable. Her breathing steadied as determination replaced doubt. If the past refused to return willingly, she would carve it back into reality. Seyon raised both hands, eyes scanning the surroundings. The tension in her stance showed hesitation, something unexpected disrupting her confidence. Her expression shifted in realization as she stared forward. The weight of the moment settled in, forcing a choice she couldn't avoid. A sharp breath escaped her lips, fingers tightening around unseen energy. Moving forward like this wasn't an option. A decision had formed. Cold, blue light flickered, illuminating the determined gaze of the figure before her. A sense of finality spread between the two. The distant sounds of movement echoed, but everything else faded. All that remained was the unshaken gaze between two connected souls. The silence stretched as the realization deepened. The resemblance was undeniable, yet something was off, something different that couldn't be ignored. A split moment of recognition lingered before their gazes met. The contrast between past and present clashed in the space between them. A knowing smirk formed, carrying confidence far beyond appearance alone. Memories flickered, but clarity settled, forming an understanding neither expected. An explanation followed, words filled with a certainty that contradicted everything previously believed. The weight of truth settled heavily upon them. The response was instant, a forceful rejection of the idea presented. The disbelief carried through each movement, breaking the moment completely. A sharp snap cut through the tension, redirecting focus. Eyes narrowed, attention shifting as something new began to unfold. The air around them stirred, an eerie shift in energy. The realization struck too late, causing hesitation where there should be none. A collapse followed, unexpected and sudden. The weight of exhaustion mixed with overwhelming pressure, forcing an unavoidable confrontation with limits. Distant figures observed, their expressions unreadable. The consequences of past actions now circled back, forcing decisions neither had prepared for. A countdown appeared, its presence ominous. The final moments ticked away, a silent warning of something far beyond their control. The atmosphere shifted as tension filled the air. Terreno's expression darkened, realizing something critical had been set in motion already. A moment of realization struck as he connected the pieces. Seyon stood frozen, the weight of those words settling deeply. A red glow burned behind him, a force surging forward. There was no more time left to hesitate or think. The revelation hit harder than expected, the implications stretching beyond what they had assumed. A hidden truth lingered beneath the surface. Between them, a dangerous thought formed. If everything until now had been orchestrated, then the future held even greater uncertainty. The weight of foresight became undeniable. If everything was predetermined, then fighting against it was like struggling against the tide. Silence filled the air as unspoken questions lingered. Doubt and realization clashed within Torino's mind, shifting the battle's significance entirely. Se-yeon's presence became clearer in this moment. She wasn't just another piece in this game, but something far more important. The reality of battle sharpened into focus. Their choices weren't just survival, but about disrupting something that shouldn't have existed. The fight wasn't simply against power, but against a force that dictated fate itself. Their actions now would decide everything ahead. A figure emerged, energy radiating with overwhelming force. The sheer pressure from his presence was enough to distort the surrounding space. Celestial light clashed against darkness, creating an unearthly glow. His appearance signified something beyond ordinary, an entity above normal understanding. The air vibrated as golden energy condensed into a powerful form. Power beyond measure surged, making resistance feel utterly insignificant. The moment stretched endlessly. If victory was even possible, it would come at a cost neither had prepared to face. Against a force beyond limits, the outcome seemed inevitable. This wasn't just a battle. It was a war against the impossible. Torino's mind raced as he processed the weight of responsibility. The burden left behind wasn't something he had ever asked for. Questions swirled as doubt settled deep within him. If everything was predetermined, then why was he chosen to carry this role? A steady voice cut through his hesitation, grounding him in the present. The truth of his situation was no longer avoidable. Se-yeon lay motionless on the ground, her breath uneven. The battle wasn't over, and the next decision would determine everything. Gunwoo looks down at a body, feeling lost and unsure. The decision feels too heavy for him to make. The figure beside him, eyes closed, is unconscious, offering Gunwoo a chance to act without triggering destruction. Gunwoo realizes there's no turning back. Something in him stirs, determined to solve this tangled mess once and for all. He voices his concern, his disbelief shaking the air. There's no way this can be a real choice. Gunwoo comes to a hard decision, accepting the truth and preparing himself for whatever comes next in this battle. The moment feels tense. Gunwoo stands still, feeling his body hum with nervous energy, unsure what's about to happen. He stares down at the unconscious figure again, the weight of the responsibility beginning to press down on him. The mysterious force behind the quest creeps into his thoughts, and Gunwoo's doubts only deepen, his frustration growing. He grits his teeth, determined, as if his mind has already decided. There's no other way but through it. Gunwoo locks eyes with the unknown, ready to face whatever challenge looms, knowing it's up to him to resolve it. The air becomes charged with tension as Gunwoo's body jerks into action, something powerful urging him to move faster. His hand grips the weapon tightly, the force of the sudden movement startling even him. The chaos begins. Gunwoo stumbles but manages to hold his ground, hearing the sound of an approaching attack that makes his heart race. The rush of air fills his ears and he launches himself forward, desperate to outrun what's closing in on him. With a mighty roar, the ground shakes under the intensity, and Gunwoo knows this fight is one he can't avoid. Mr. Chung leaps forward, his blade aimed at the red-masked figure, determined to bring down the formidable opponent. The blades clash, sparks flying in the air, both fighters pushing their limits as the tension grows with each strike. The sound of battle echoes as Mr. Chung's relentless attacks force the red mask to momentarily falter in defense. Observers watch in awe, some cheering for Mr. Chung's skill, believing the red mask is starting to lose ground. Mr. Chung, a watchman known for his precision and strength, refuses to back down, showcasing unmatched determination. The watchman's emblem radiates power behind him, an aura of strength that embodies the fierce role he proudly represents. The red-masked figure retaliates, their blades striking back with unrelenting force, causing Mr. Chung to momentarily step back. Mr. Chung grits his teeth, pushing through the fatigue as he recalls his oath to protect at any cost. With a powerful counterstrike, Mr. Chung lands a hit that causes the red mask to stumble slightly, surprising everyone. Mr. Chung's unwavering focus intensifies, his mind locked on ensuring victory despite the chaos unraveling around him. Gunwoo dashes forward, his agility unmatched as he evades an incoming strike, his eyes fixed on the advancing enemy. His weapon glows brightly, radiating energy as he swings it with precision, clashing against the red mask's powerful blade. Gunwu's strike sends shockwaves through the air, forcing the red mask to momentarily step back, reevaluating its next move. Gunwu steadies himself, aware that this fight is far from over, and every decision he makes now could change everything. Mr. Chung calls out, reminding Gunwu of the importance of his actions, urging him not to falter against their formidable foe. Taeho shouts in frustration, his fiery determination clashing against the chaotic battlefield, refusing to let anyone dictate his strategy. He launches himself at the red mask, fueled by raw emotion, his blade glowing with unrestrained power as it clashes violently. The red mask stands firm, its gaze unyielding, seemingly unaffected by Taeho's intense attacks, adding to his mounting frustration. A mysterious text appears, detailing the peculiar abilities of the red mask, leaving Taeho momentarily distracted but curious about its secrets. Taeho's focus sharpens again, realizing the stakes. This knowledge could be his only chance to shift the tide of battle. With a primal yell, Taeho charges forward, his blade meeting the red masks in a storm of sparks and deafening noise. The sound of swift strikes fills the air as both combatants push themselves, testing each other's limits with every calculated move. The red mask taunts Taeho, questioning his honor as a watchman, aiming to destabilize his focus and shatter his resolve. Taeho growls in response, his grip tightening as he lunges forward, determined to prove the mask's taunts utterly wrong. Their blades clash again, the intensity shaking the ground beneath them, with neither showing any signs of backing down. Taeho channels his inner strength, feeling a surge of energy coursing through him, his body glowing with newfound power. The mysterious energy builds, growing brighter, as Taeho's instincts tell him he is on the verge of something extraordinary. With a booming roar, Taeho's power explodes outward, striking the red mask with immense force, the impact shaking the arena. The text reappears, calculating the damage caused by Taeho's attack, confirming his incredible growth and ability to overcome limits. As the dust settles, Taeho emerges clad in an impressive gleaming armor, a testament to his evolution and resilience. Gunwu grips his blade, his coat shimmering with power. Determination burns in his eyes as he prepares to attack. The red mask tightens its hold on its weapon, emitting a dark aura. Its fierce resolve promises no mercy in battle. The warrior moved forward, gripping his weapon tightly as energy crackled around him. His opponent stood firm, watching without any hesitation. A hooded figure emerged from the shadows, his blade glowing with an ominous red light. The battlefield felt heavier with his presence. The clash was instantaneous, metal striking against energy. Sparks flew as their weapons met, both refusing to give an inch. The force of impact sent the warrior skidding back. He planted his feet firmly, his eyes locked onto the enemy ahead. A deep breath steadied his mind. He had fought stronger enemies before, but something about this one felt disturbingly different. The enemy lifted a hand, and a swirling vortex formed behind him. The air shifted, charged with an overwhelming sense of danger. The dark portal expanded, twisting violently as if something immense was pushing through. A low hum vibrated through the battlefield. The warrior watched closely, sensing that time was against him. His allies began preparing, their bodies glowing as energy surged. A sudden command activated the change. Blue light erupted around them, unlocking hidden power as their bodies adjusted to the transformation. The battlefield itself seemed to shift as tension grew. The enemy forces hesitated, realizing they had underestimated what they were facing. The enemy side moved first, soldiers charging in unison. Their formation was tight, their movements practiced, but there was hesitation in them. The hooded leader stepped forward, his weapon slicing the air with precision. His attacks carried weight, each one meant to end the fight quickly. The vortex behind them pulsed, expanding outward as red energy flared. Whatever lay beyond was ready to be unleashed. One of the soldiers hesitated for a fraction of a second. The force of the swirling energy suddenly pulled him inside. A figure stepped out of the glowing vortex, his presence distorting the very air. The entire battlefield seemed to stop. The masked figure hesitated, eyes glowing with uncertainty. A sharp gust of wind signaled an incoming strike from the approaching warrior. The opponent lunged forward, sword swinging with incredible speed. The warrior reacted instinctively, dodging while preparing for a counterattack. A flash of movement disrupted the air. Energy surged as another fighter entered the battle, completely changing the course of action. The unexpected newcomer struck swiftly, forcing the warrior to adjust. His instincts screamed danger, but there was no time to hesitate. A realization dawned as confusion spread. The shift in energy was unnatural, and the battlefield dynamics had suddenly become unpredictable. Tension built as the warrior's mind raced. Something felt off, like a distorted reality shifting beneath his feet without warning. The world around him blurred momentarily before snapping back into focus. His surroundings seemed oddly unfamiliar, raising even more questions. Bright light filled the space as everything changed. A cityscape replaced the battlefield, signaling an abrupt and unexpected transition. Conversations buzzed around him, distant and unclear. His thoughts struggled to piece together what had just happened in that moment. Unfamiliar faces moved past him, discussing matters he could barely comprehend. The sudden contrast from battle to peace was overwhelming. The atmosphere in the building was calm but unsettling. Memories of the fight felt distant, almost like a fading dream. Whispers circulated among people nearby, hinting at something significant. He caught bits of conversation, but none of it made sense. A sudden realization jolted his senses. His body tensed, instincts screaming that something wasn't right about this entire situation. His gaze locked onto a particular detail, a small but crucial piece of the puzzle that confirmed his worst fears. A golden dagger shimmered briefly before disappearing. His chest tightened as he understood. Something had changed permanently, and there was no turning back. The city streets felt eerily empty. Shadows moved in the distance, but any trace of the previous battle had already vanished completely. A lone figure stood in the middle of the road, scanning the area. His expression remained unreadable, thoughts racing within. A deep breath steadied his nerves as he tightened his grip on a small object. His instincts told him something felt wrong. The cold metal pressed against his palm as he examined it carefully. The weight felt familiar, but something had definitely changed. A flicker of uncertainty crossed his face. The clues weren't adding up, and the silence of the moment felt deafening. Inside the building, the air was thick with tension. Conversations were happening in hushed voices, but he ignored them completely. A small shift in the crowd's energy made him pause. Eyes followed him as he walked, sensing something was off. A man approached from the other side of the room, his expression unreadable. His sudden presence disrupted the entire atmosphere. The weight of the situation settled in. Movement around him grew slower, as if everyone was waiting for something inevitable. A sharp exhale escaped as reality sunk in. Everything was changing too quickly, and he needed to figure out why. A familiar presence entered the room, drawing immediate attention. The silent authority he carried made the tension rise even higher. His level was displayed above him, an absurdly high number that made others hesitate. The situation had escalated beyond expectations. The room felt even smaller under his gaze. His words carried weight, though the meaning behind them remained frustratingly unclear. His instincts screamed at him to react, but he held back. Rushing into things without understanding wouldn't help him here. Thoughts swirled rapidly, trying to piece together what was happening. Too many unanswered questions remained, and time wasn't on his side. Taeho adjusted his glasses, a confident smirk forming. His eyes locked onto Gunwoo Lee, radiating an unsettling sense of certainty. Gunwoo remained still, his expression unreadable. He had been watched for a long time, and the sudden attention made things uneasy. The words carried weight, hinting at something bigger. The reality of his situation was shifting faster than he could fully grasp. A firm pat on his shoulder made him tense. The gesture felt too familiar, carrying an air of forced friendliness. His gaze sharpened as he processed everything. Doubt flickered, but he needed answers. The truth was hidden somewhere in this moment. Taeho adjusted his glasses, his sharp gaze piercing through the tension. His confidence remained unshaken as he analyzed the unfolding situation. A sudden realization struck Taeho, his heartbeat racing. His instincts screamed at him, but denial clouded his thoughts in hesitation. Energy pulsed from Taeho's presence, a force too overwhelming to ignore. The weight of power shifted the entire atmosphere immediately. Taeho clenched his fists, frustration creeping in. No matter how much he calculated, every possible outcome led to the same conclusion. Taeho's presence radiated overwhelming power. His intense gaze locked onto Taeho, who struggled to mask his growing frustration. Doubt crept into Jinho's mind. Had he underestimated the situation? His pulse quickened as the reality of the moment settled in. The sudden alert from a subordinate broke the tension. The mention of an upcoming dungeon break only made things worse. Gunwoo Lee's name was spoken, making Jinho's expression harden. The weight of the situation had shifted in an instant. Determined, Jinho clenched his fists. He needed to prepare for what was coming, no matter the cost or consequences. The conversation between Jinho and Taeho took a turn. A mutual understanding settled between them, but tension still lingered. Jinho's posture remained firm, but his sharp eyes followed every movement. This was not a man he could easily trust. A subtle glance exchanged between them carried unspoken messages. Their paths were intertwined now, whether they liked it or not. Gunwoo Lee's name carried weight, drawing attention even from those uninvolved. Jinho knew this wasn't something he could ignore. As Dong-su turned away, the air remained thick with unspoken words. The game had only just begun for them. A lingering thought tugged at Jinho's mind. His instincts screamed that this situation would spiral further out of his control. The silent exchange between him and another figure spoke volumes. This wasn't just about strength, it was about survival. Steps echoed through the hallway, marking the departure of those who had made their point. The weight of responsibility pressed harder. Jinho exhaled, his jaw tightening. Too many factors were in play, and time was running out faster than expected. A shadowed smirk flickered across his face. There was something thrilling about the unknown, even if it meant stepping into chaos. Gunwoo Lee lowered his gaze, thoughts swirling. The weight of the conversation left him unsettled, though he refused to show it. Taeho adjusted his posture, exuding confidence. His words carried significance, and Gunwoo knew every detail mattered in this exchange. A moment of silence lingered between them. Gunwoo's mind worked through possibilities, trying to decipher the true intent behind everything. The air felt heavier, filled with unspoken tension. He acknowledged the situation, knowing the choices he made now would define everything. With a final glance, Gunwoo took a step forward. He wasn't someone to hesitate when the path ahead was clear. Outside, the city buzzed with activity. Gunwoo adjusted his collar, taking in the familiar yet distant feeling of his surroundings. A sudden movement from Taeho caught his attention. A sleek, unfamiliar phone was offered, its purpose unclear yet intentional. Gunwoo hesitated before reaching out. The item in his palm wasn't just a phone, it represented something much deeper and unseen. The gesture carried more weight than expected. Taeho's expression remained unreadable, yet something about his intent felt carefully measured. A voice in the distance called Gunwoo's name, breaking the moment. His focus shifted, acknowledging the arrival of another presence. A firm handshake solidified the moment. Gunwoo and Taeho locked eyes, silently acknowledging the complexities of their intertwined paths. Gunwoo processed the parting words carefully. The request wasn't simple, but he understood the significance behind every carefully chosen phrase. Taeho's smirk lingered, hinting at unspoken plans. He seemed to enjoy watching Gunwoo piece together the deeper layers at play. The weight of expectations settled over him, though hesitation wasn't an option. Gunwoo knew he had no choice but to move. A slow exhale left his lips as he clenched his fingers. No matter what awaited him, he was ready. Taeho vanished into a surge of energy, his aura dissolving into the air. The moment felt like an inevitable conclusion. A powerful blast erupted from where he once stood, shaking the surroundings. His departure left an undeniable imprint on the world. Seo-ha Kim watched the scene unfold, her expression calm yet thoughtful. The weight of the situation was not lost on her. Gunwoo Lee's fingers tightened around his phone, his thoughts lingering. Her presence felt different, as if she carried unspoken words. A sudden realization struck him like lightning. The implications of this moment ran deeper than he initially understood, leaving him restless. Gunwoo's phone screen flashed, revealing an unexpected notification. His bank balance had changed drastically, and the sight left him momentarily stunned. The absurd amount of money in his account confirmed it. His status had shifted significantly, bringing new possibilities and responsibilities. The ocean breeze carried the scent of salt and freedom. A rare moment of peace finally settled into his existence. Gunwoo leaned back, letting his mind wander. The sound of waves crashing against the shore was a welcomed change from chaos. Voices echoed in the background, breaking his thoughts. Others enjoyed the beach, their laughter contrasting the silent burdens he carried. Gunwoo watched as his teammates played in the sand, carefree. Their presence reminded him of a world he hadn't fully embraced. A knowing smile crossed his face. Despite everything, they stayed close, honoring their promise to never abandon him again. A sleek black card flipped through the air, landing perfectly in his palm. The gesture carried more meaning than simple words. With a sigh, Gunwoo let his shoulders relax. Even if uncertainty lingered, for now, he could allow himself a break. The sun hung high as he closed his eyes, letting the warmth settle. For the first time, he felt at ease. Gunwoo Lee glanced at his account balance. The sheer amount of money was surreal, a reflection of how much things had changed. Luxuries surrounded him. A grand hotel, a high-end security detail, expensive watches, and a gleaming sports car parked out front. A gourmet feast lay before him, yet the satisfaction felt hollow. The comfort of wealth didn't erase the weight of reality. Leaning back, Gunwoo ran a hand through his hair. He had gained everything he once dreamed of, but something felt missing. The ocean breeze carried his thoughts away. No matter how much he achieved, there was still an empty space inside. Gunwoo Lee turned his head, eyes narrowing at the water. The swirling vortex in the ocean looked far from ordinary or natural. The whirlpool spun violently, its center impossibly dark. Something about it felt unnatural, as if an unknown force was lurking beneath. A small voice called from behind, breaking his focus. Gunwoo turned, meeting the curious gaze of a child standing nearby. The young girl extended a small pinwheel toward Gunwoo Lee. A simple gesture, yet something about it felt oddly significant. Gunwoo hesitated before accepting it. The child's words carried unexpected weight, stirring emotions he hadn't confronted in a long time. She smiled brightly, as if offering silent reassurance. Despite her age, her words carried wisdom beyond what Gunwoo had expected. Gunwoo looked out at the ocean, waves crashing gently. His mind wandered, piecing together emotions he had long buried. The breeze carried the pinwheel's gentle spin. Gunwoo felt a strange sense of peace, something he hadn't truly felt in years. The ocean stretched endlessly, shimmering under the bright sun. Gunwoo exhaled, letting the salt-filled breeze clear his lingering thoughts. The girl giggled, breaking the moment of silence. Her carefree attitude contrasted sharply with the heaviness Gunwoo felt inside. Laughter echoed, light-hearted yet distant. Gunwoo's gaze softened as he realized how rare such simple happiness had become in his life. A warm meal sat before them, the aroma rich and comforting. Despite everything, sharing a meal felt oddly grounding. The girl eagerly picked up her utensils, eyes bright with anticipation. Gunwoo, amused, realized he hadn't shared a meal in ages. The girl casually explained her situation. Left alone on vacation, she seemed unfazed, treating it as an adventure rather than abandonment. Gunwoo listened, his instincts questioning how someone so young managed alone. Her confidence, however, told him she was more capable than expected. A notification appeared, displaying her level. Gunwoo blinked in surprise. Her strength was far beyond what he had initially assumed. Whispers emerged from nearby tables. Curious gazes flickered toward them, noticing the odd contrast between Gunwoo's presence and the girl's displayed level. Gunwoo smirked slightly, catching the stares. It didn't matter to him. Strength was never just about numbers. It was about survival. Laughter erupted nearby as two strangers snapped photos. The careless amusement in their expressions clashed with the atmosphere surrounding Gunwoo Lee. A sharp sound echoed as a hand slammed against the table. The sudden action cut through the lively chatter instantly. The young girl, unfazed, confronted them. Her voice carried confidence, demanding respect as she addressed their invasive actions directly. Their excuses fell flat, but she wasn't easily deceived. The tension between them and her unwavering stance made the situation heavier. Whispers spread among the diners. Some disapproved, while others admired the girl's fearless approach in challenging those acting without consideration. With reluctant expressions, the strangers left. Gunwoo watched the encounter with curiosity, impressed by how naturally she handled the confrontation. She sat back, unfazed. Her confidence was not just an act, she was used to standing her ground in any situation. Gunwoo's attention shifted as she casually explained her strengths. Her intelligence and adaptability were her strongest weapons in a structured world. Though she had impressive stats, she seemed dissatisfied. The weight of expectations from her family clearly dictated her chosen path. Gunwoo considered her words. He had assumed she followed this route naturally, but now he saw the burden hidden behind her confidence. She hesitated before speaking. Becoming a hunter was expected, not necessarily a choice. Even with strength, she couldn't change everything. Gunwoo tapped his fingers on the table, thinking. Dungeon raids weren't just about power. They required money, experience, and the right team. She looked at him expectantly. Her frustration wasn't about ability, but the reality of how much money influenced their world. A question lingered between them. Why did she follow orders so easily, despite wanting something different from what was given? Gunwoo remained silent, sensing her struggle. Sometimes doing what's expected felt like the only way to keep important people close. Seo-ha Kim's voice lingered in Gunwoo Lee's mind. Her words held weight, stirring thoughts he hadn't fully acknowledged until now. The young girl across from him noticed his reaction. She leaned forward, amused at how easily he had been caught off guard. Gunwoo clicked his fingers, shaking off the moment. His usual calm demeanor returned, though her observant nature made him uneasy. He brushed aside the thought, focusing on his surroundings. Something about this day felt unusually different from his normal routine. A familiar energy brushed past him. Gunwoo turned his head slightly, sensing an unknown presence approaching from a short distance. A woman confidently walked past, drawing attention. Gunwoo's gaze followed, though he quickly turned away, uninterested in any distractions. The young girl's expression shifted. She watched closely, easily reading his reactions despite his attempts to remain indifferent. Gunwoo chuckled, waving a hand dismissively. His thoughts weren't on distractions. His mind was elsewhere, occupied by lingering concerns. The girl raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. Her straightforward nature made it difficult for Gunwoo to deflect the conversation. A knowing smirk played on her lips. Gunwoo sighed, realizing he wouldn't easily escape her relentless curiosity anytime soon. Another passerby approached, catching Gunwoo off guard. He turned, expecting a casual greeting but received an unexpected request instead. The woman boldly asked for something. Gunwoo hesitated for a brief second before shaking his head, declining with an apologetic smile. She pouted before walking away. Gunwoo watched her go, amused yet slightly confused by the strange encounter that had just occurred. The young girl beside him burst into laughter. Gunwoo rolled his eyes, feeling like he had walked into an unnecessary joke. Gunwoo sighed and stood up. His patience was thin, and he decided it was best to move on with his day. The young girl playfully slammed her hand on the table, her energy unwavering. Gunwoo Lee couldn't help but be amused. A tear welled in her eye, emotions bubbling to the surface. Despite her usual confidence, something about this moment struck deeply. Gunwoo paused, his gaze softening. He wasn't sure how to respond, but he knew her words carried more weight than expected. The warmth of her small hand in his was surprising. The sincerity in her actions caught him completely off guard. A sudden shift in the air made Gunwoo turn. His instincts sharpened as he spotted an approaching presence, radiating immense power. Gunwoo Lee's breath hitched as his eyes widened. A sudden realization struck him, sending a wave of shock through his entire body. Gunwoo stared at his status screen, frustrated by the glaring, level 1 inch that refused to change. No matter what he did, progress never came. Kicking the sand, he sighed, lost in thought. Nearby, a girl sat by the shore, watching the waves with an unusual intensity. Something about the way she stared at the water caught his attention. Without thinking, he approached, curiosity outweighing his hesitation. She turned slightly, her brows furrowing as if trying to piece something together. The ocean continued its rhythmic motion, yet something felt off. Lifting her hand, she pointed toward the waves. The water shimmered unnaturally, moving in patterns that didn't seem normal. Gunwoo followed her gaze, watching as the waves crashed, yet failed to recede properly. The disturbance in the water sent a chill through him. His status screen flickered again, as if reacting to the strange phenomenon. Even at level 1, he could tell this wasn't ordinary. The girl's eyes studied him carefully, as if searching for something familiar. He felt the weight of her gaze but remained still. Scratching his head, he shifted uncomfortably. The situation felt bizarre, yet there was an odd sense of recognition between them. She motioned for him to sit beside her. The air between them carried unspoken tension, both aware something wasn't quite right. Gunwoo adjusted his posture, glancing back at the shimmering waves. The feeling of unease refused to fade, lingering like a heavy presence. The girl introduced herself as Yuna, mentioning her background in the Diamond Guild. The name stirred distant memories within him. She rubbed her forehead, frustration evident. She had rushed here expecting a major disturbance, but instead, something else was happening. Gold had gone missing from hunters, a strange theft that suggested a deeper issue. She seemed unsettled, piecing things together in her mind. Gunwoo stretched, watching the horizon. The problems hunters faced weren't always just about monsters. Sometimes the real threats came from within. Yuna leaned back slightly, watching Gunwoo with curiosity. The waves continued their unnatural motion, making the atmosphere feel even heavier. Gunwoo felt uneasy as the realization hit him. Something wasn't right. The waves weren't just strange. They were reacting to something unseen. He acknowledged the disturbance but hesitated. There was an eerie tension in the air, something beyond normal understanding. The water rippled violently, twisting unnaturally as if something was pushing against reality itself. The ocean's calmness quickly shattered. Gunwoo's mind raced as he pieced things together. A dungeon break. The realization sent a chill through him as fear set in. Before he could react, a loud rumble echoed from the ocean. A swirling black hole tore open above the water. Gunwoo's instincts screamed at him. Dungeons weren't supposed to open here, yet the portal crackled with chaotic energy, defying expectations. A system message flashed before his eyes, listing the dungeon's conditions. The portal wouldn't close until the boss was eliminated. The realization that this wasn't a normal dungeon set in. This was a high-level anomaly, something beyond his understanding. Gunwoo's heart pounded as he stared at the swirling abyss. His level 1 status had never felt more like a curse. A powerful force erupted from the portal, sending shockwaves across the beach. Dark creatures poured out, their monstrous forms looming over them. The dungeon monsters descended like a storm, crashing into the ground with enough force to send debris flying in every direction. Gunwoo grabbed Yuna's arm, pulling her back as the chaos unfolded. The crowd scattered, screams filling the air. Monsters lunged forward, their glowing eyes locked onto anything that moved. The battle had begun, and survival became the only priority. A burst of light erupted as someone activated a skill. The attack cut through the air, signaling the first real strike. Flames erupted across the battlefield as the attack struck the massive monster. The corrupt gargoyle screeched, its health dropping significantly. Yuna clenched her fists, realizing that taking it down would require more than just a single strike. She needed another plan. The monster retaliated, launching a barrage of fireballs, scorching the battlefield. The force sent waves of heat rippling outward. A system notification flashed, displaying the damage dealt. Gunwoo could only watch, overwhelmed by the intensity of the battle. The explosion shook the ground, the impact sending debris flying in every direction. The battle was far from over. Yuna sprinted across the battlefield, dodging attacks with precise movements. Her experience as a hunter kept her several steps ahead. Doubt spread among the onlookers as they questioned how a single person could face such a powerful dungeon monster alone. The monster roared, unleashing another deadly attack. Yuna barely had time to react, her mind racing for a countermeasure. A shadow loomed behind her. Without warning, another monster emerged, ready to strike from behind. The danger intensified. The golden glow of her shield flared to life just in time, blocking the enemy's lethal blow at the last second. The sheer force of the impact sent shockwaves through the battlefield. Yuna held her ground, bracing against the overwhelming power. Gunwoo watched, trying to process the events unfolding before him. His mind struggled to grasp how she fought so effortlessly. The battlefield became a storm of flames, weapons clashing as energy crackled in the air, shaking everything around them. A powerful explosion erupted as her counterattack landed, completely obliterating the monster in a single devastating blow. The system notification confirmed the kill. Dust settled around her as she stood victorious, shield in hand, battle far from finished. Gunwoo gripped his shield tightly, the golden surface reflecting the fading battlefield light. His smirk hinted at confidence buried beneath past struggles. Gunwoo held his shield tightly, the golden glow reflecting in his eyes. He stood firm, showing confidence hidden beneath his calm demeanor. Yuna's gaze sharpened as she processed his words. His past as a hunter, hidden beneath an ordinary life, suddenly felt significant. Gunwoo adjusted his grip, the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders. The shield in his hands was more than just defense. A chilling screech pierced the air, sending shivers down their spines. The monsters in the distance were regrouping for another attack. Gunwoo and Yuna braced themselves as the enemy advanced. The battlefield was shifting, and the real challenge was about to begin. Blades of fire erupted across the battlefield, slicing through the ranks of the monstrous horde. The corrupt gargoyles shrieked as they took damage. Yuna observed the battle with a mixture of surprise and admiration. The raw power behind the attack was something beyond expectations. The system notification confirmed the massive damage inflicted. Yet despite their efforts, the monsters still stood, their resilience proving a challenge. Dark energy crackled in the distance, an ominous force gathering strength. A new threat was about to reveal itself in battle. A deep, resonating hum filled the air, sending waves of dread through the battlefield. Something powerful was awakening from the shadows. A burst of purple energy surged forward, consuming everything in its path. The overwhelming force sent shockwaves, shaking the battlefield violently. Yuna barely managed to shield herself, her footing slipping under the sheer force of the explosion. The air was thick with energy. Gunwoo instinctively raised his shield, deflecting the worst of the blast. The golden glow clashed against the dark energy, resisting destruction. As the dust settled, the battlefield lay in ruins. Despite the destruction, the fight was far from over. Something far worse remained. Gunwoo's grip tightened. The challenge ahead was unlike anything he'd faced before, but he had no intention of backing down. Explosions erupted across the battlefield as Gunwoo's attack landed. The notification confirmed multiple kills, but the fight wasn't over yet. A child stared in shock at Gunwoo, unable to understand how someone at his level possessed such a powerful weapon. Yuna remained cautious, scanning the battlefield. The destruction was immense, yet the air remained thick with lingering threats. The child hesitated before stepping forward, clutching a small charm. A sense of urgency was clear in her wide, desperate eyes. Gunwoo knelt down, meeting her gaze. Whatever she had to say, he knew it would change the course of battle. The girl's voice trembled as she spoke. There was something stronger coming, something beyond anything they had faced so far. Gunwoo nodded, standing tall as he reassured her. He had no intention of running, not when people were counting on him. Yuna watched closely, a strange feeling settling in. Gunwoo's presence felt stronger, more like a veteran than a beginner. A sudden warning rang in the distance. The sky darkened as a powerful force began to gather, crackling with unstable energy. The ground trembled beneath their feet, the pressure in the air shifting. The true enemy had finally revealed itself. A surge of purple energy erupted forward, consuming the battlefield. Gunwoo barely had time to react before it engulfed everything. The air crackled as the energy grew stronger. The sheer force of the attack sent shockwaves rippling through the surroundings. Gunwoo gritted his teeth, raising his shield. The impact was overwhelming, pushing him back as he struggled to hold his ground. His shield cracked under the force, the golden glow flickering. The weight of the battle was finally beginning to take its toll. With a final deafening explosion, the energy shattered everything in its path, leaving nothing but destruction in its wake. The battlefield lay in ruins, thick dust swirling in the air. The aftermath of the explosion left silence where chaos once ruled. Yuna coughed, struggling to regain her balance. Her body ached, but the first thing she did was scan for survivors. Gunwoo lay motionless on the ground, his health dangerously low. The system displayed critical status, his body barely clinging to life. Panic surged through Yuna as she rushed forward, heart pounding. He had fought so hard, he couldn't just fall here. The ground trembled again, an ominous presence filling the air. Whatever had struck them down wasn't finished yet. A deep growl echoed through the battlefield as a new enemy emerged. The system confirmed it, an opponent far beyond their capabilities. Yuna's breath caught as she stared up at the monstrous figure. The system displayed its name. A judgment-class boss had appeared. Gunwoo stirred, pushing himself up despite his injuries. The weight of the battle, the sheer power before them made his limbs heavy. Yuna stepped back, fear creeping into her heart. She had faced many monsters, but nothing like this. Gunwoo's vision blurred, his body barely responding. Yet deep inside something stirred, an instinct to rise, to fight against the impossible. Memories flashed through Gunwoo's mind, fragments of a past he thought he had left behind. The weight of past battles resurfaced. A voice echoed in his head, familiar yet distant. Choices, sacrifices. Was survival truly enough, or was there more to life? Gunwoo clenched his fists. He had chased strength for survival, but now something deeper called to him, a reason to keep going. The monster loomed over them, its glowing eyes filled with destructive intent. The battlefield was set for one final clash. Gunwoo exhaled, the weight of everything settling in. Whatever happened next, he refused to run. This battle was far from over. Gunwu's eyes widened as his system reacted. A hidden function activated, unlocking something deep within. The battle had just shifted. The Judge of Death loomed ahead, radiating overwhelming power. It was an enemy beyond logic, something that should not exist. Gunwu clenched his fists. He had no choice but to move forward, even if his odds of survival seemed non-existent. A golden glow wrapped around his hands as his system granted him access to newly unlocked abilities. His heart pounded with resolve. A system message flashed. His previously unknown skill had awakened. Whatever happened next, he had to make it count. With a burst of speed, Gunwu shot forward. The energy surrounding him crackled as he rushed straight toward the towering monster. Every instinct screamed at him to stop, to turn back. But hesitation meant death, and he had no intention of losing. The Judge of Death roared, raising its massive arm, preparing to crush him in a single devastating blow. Gunwu leaped, his body twisting midair as he activated a skill. The force of his movement created a shockwave behind him. The system notification confirmed it. His ability bounce triggered, letting him redirect the enemy's attack energy back at it. Gunwu's movements accelerated as another skill activated. The air around him vibrated with power, his attacks gaining a deadly precision. His weapon struck true, a powerful explosion rippling outward. The system flashed. He had dealt massive damage to the Judge of Death. The boss reeled back, its massive form shaking. Another message appeared, confirming that its health had dropped significantly. However, another notification appeared. Its passive ability, Inevitable Death, had triggered. The battle wasn't over. It had only just begun. Gunwu braced himself as the monster's final, desperate attack surged toward him. His shield cracked, but his determination never wavered. The battlefield shook violently as Gunwu's attack landed. Dust and debris flew in all directions, obscuring everything in a thick cloud. Gunwu staggered, pain shooting through his body. His strength was draining fast, but he couldn't afford to collapse now. Yuna rushed forward, but the monstrous figure of the Judge of Death loomed between them, cutting off her path completely. Gunwu gritted his teeth, forcing his body to move. He had to finish this before the enemy could recover. The Judge of Death turned toward him, eyes glowing with malice. The fight wasn't over yet. It was only getting started. A deafening roar split the air as the Judge of Death unleashed a wave of destruction. The battlefield trembled under its power. Gunwu charged straight toward it, his body fueled by pure determination. He ignored the pain, focused only on landing his next blow. Yuna watched in shock as a notification appeared. Gunwu had unlocked something new, something beyond his known abilities. The system confirmed it. Gunwu's first chakra had opened, awakening a hidden power buried deep within him all this time. Blue energy surged through his body, transforming his aura. For the first time, he felt like he had control over everything. Gunwu raised his hand, feeling the surge of cold energy around him. A new skill had appeared, Deep Sea Flame. With one swift motion, he unleashed it. An overwhelming wave of icy fire engulfed the battlefield, freezing everything in its path. The Judge of Death let out an agonized screech as its body cracked under the immense force, its health dropping drastically. A notification appeared. Gunwu had dealt over 150,000 damage in a single blow. The tide of battle had finally shifted. The frozen battlefield stood still for a moment, but the fight wasn't over. The final clash was coming, and Gunwu was ready. Gunwu stood in the frozen battlefield, his body surrounded by a deep blue aura. The energy pulsed, cold yet strangely familiar. His fingers trembled as he gazed at the power surging within him. This strength was new, but it felt like destiny. A swirling vortex exploded open, releasing wild energy as Lee Junwoo was suddenly pulled into a place beyond understanding. Surrounded by frost and glowing numbers, he stood still, his body strangely calm despite the chaos unfolding around him. Cold wind brushed his skin as blue energy surged through him, making everything feel lighter, sharper, and oddly alive. Lee Junwoo stood on ice, stunned by the overwhelming sensation, unsure if this was a gift or a trap. Text flashed again, offering strange abilities and techniques, as his eyes narrowed, trying to make sense of this madness. Bright sunlight hit his face as Jianwu checked his inventory, surprised to find the dagger completely gone without explanation. Looking around the beach, confusion sank in deeper, everything normal again, but nothing inside him felt normal anymore. Familiar faces called out, rushing toward him, unaware of the surreal experience he just went through only moments before. He smiled nervously while his mind raced, wondering how to hide what just happened from people who knew him well. Turning his head, he locked eyes with young Shiwun, who had clearly noticed something strange about Jianwu already. Shiwun stepped forward confidently, acting casual, but Jianwu knew he was already being watched and possibly tested without warning. Jianwu followed silently, unsure how much he should reveal, still trying to understand the bizarre changes inside himself. The small clinic felt quiet, almost too quiet, as he glanced around, hoping no one else noticed anything odd. The stats remained exactly the same, no visible upgrades, which only deepened the mystery and raised even more questions. Shiwun scanned his tablet, glancing over, silently judging. Jianwu knew this was just the beginning of something far bigger than expected. Jianwu stood quietly, unsure how to explain the strange event, still trying to piece it together himself with no luck. He lowered his gaze, uneasy and nervous, as unfamiliar energy still lingered faintly under his skin like a hidden signal. Shiwun mentioned the dungeon completely vanished, its collapse untraceable, adding yet another layer of weirdness to an already insane day. A pause hung between them, Jianwu sensing something deeper behind Shiwun's stare, like he was being sized up quietly. Shiwun mentioned a fighter with dual daggers, just like the weapon Jianwu briefly held before it disappeared without a trace. Jianwu laughed it off, pretending the comparison was off, even though something inside him tensed hearing those specific words. The system flashed again in silence, revealing a new title, Unknown, adding more questions instead of offering any clear answers. Shiwun stood firm, explaining things clearly. Jianwu could choose to either step forward or quietly keep things to himself. One path led to being hunted, the other to becoming hunted differently. Either way, it wouldn't stay secret for long. Jianwu hesitated, still unsure whether revealing anything would help him or just make his situation worse than it already was. He stayed undecided, heart heavy, but knew eventually he'd have to stop running from whatever this was becoming. Shiwun stepped back, reminding him that from now on, every decision would be his alone, for better or worse. Someone called Shiwun team leader as he wrapped up the incident officially, like it was just another normal day. Another hunter approached, curious about how Jianwu survived the monster alone, clearly doubting it was even possible. Jianwu looked up and simply replied he didn't do it, leaving the rest unsaid and the truth unspoken. As the discussion continued, a new mission briefing shifted their attention, leaving Jianwu momentarily forgotten and free to think. Talk of attacking again made the room tense, but Jianwu's mind was drifting somewhere entirely different, lost in thought. Without a word, he slipped away, heart pounding quietly, unsure whether this path would bring answers or more chaos. The system flickered alive, alerting him to unread content within his inventory, hidden like a secret only now revealed. His hands trembled slightly as the message appeared. Something deeper was starting to unfold, and this time he was ready. Under moonlight, Jianwu stepped out of the clinic, suitcase in hand, fully aware that life wouldn't return to normal. Familiar voices caught him off guard, neighbors curious why he was up so late, not knowing the weight he carried. He smiled politely, offering no answers, not out of rudeness but because explaining would take far more than words. As they chatted warmly, he rolled his suitcase forward, already mentally preparing for wherever this strange path might lead. The door shut behind him softly, marking the end of something ordinary and the start of something dangerously unknown. Morning arrived and Jianwu moved through the station, calm but focused, still carrying secrets no one could guess from outside. A little girl thanked him sweetly for saving the city, unaware he didn't even know how he truly survived. She grinned confidently, reminding him how much belief people placed in things they couldn't fully understand. Like him, like yesterday. Another voice chimed in, praising his mysterious aura as if it were some kind of magical charm instead of concern. Jianwu smirked, not sure whether to feel flattered or worried, knowing this mystery wasn't close to being solved yet. The mood shifted when Hayoung asked to meet again later, her eyes playful but filled with something more. She smiled softly, teasing herself for being bold, while brushing off the awkward silence like it didn't matter at all. Jianwu hesitated, unsure how to explain the walls he'd built around himself after everything that had changed inside. Before he could answer, the little girl suddenly pulled his arm, yelling like his hesitation had personally offended her. Her scolding echoed in his head, but Hayoung's laughter broke the tension like sunlight pushing through a cloudy day. Despite the chaos, Jianwu nodded, quietly agreeing, though his voice cracked like a teenager unsure of how to feel. Hayoung leaned closer, hinting they should talk again sometime when life wasn't so full of monsters and secrets. The girl ran off giggling, declaring it looked just like a date, planting the idea where it didn't belong. Hayoung asked where he was heading, but Jianwu didn't hesitate. This time, the answer came from something deeper than instinct. He smiled faintly, voice calm as he admitted he wasn't chasing monsters. He was chasing the truth inside himself. A new message blinked onto his screen, inviting him to revisit the dungeon where everything first began to change. The cavern's icy blue glow felt oddly familiar, like stepping into the exact moment where fate started shifting directions. It was cold, quiet, and vast, but something told him this frozen place still had answers buried deep within. As Jianwu moved forward, someone suddenly appeared, Minseok, running toward him with questions that couldn't be avoided any longer. Minseok mentioned the daggers, confirming what Jianwu feared. Others were starting to piece together the mystery faster than he expected. Minseok recalled the moment the dagger changed form, confirming what Jianwu already suspected. It wasn't an ordinary weapon at all. Jianwu stared, surprised Minseok knew more than expected, wondering who else had caught on to the truth, hidden in plain sight. Minseok urged him not to give up the dagger, eyes filled with something deeper, maybe worry, maybe something unspoken. He insisted Jianwu could quit hunting now, live easy with money. But Jianwu's silence said that was never his goal. For him, this journey had nothing to do with wealth. It was about finding out what this power truly meant. Minseok pushed again, asking what he'd do if the next quest demanded something darker, like killing another person for progress. Jianwu paused, breathing slow, mind swirling with thoughts, torn between reason and whatever fire had started burning inside him. He finally answered, saying he wouldn't run, not this time, not from whatever fate had placed that dagger in his hands. Minseok chuckled, calling him dramatic, but the look in Jianwu's eyes said he meant every word of it. Without another word, they moved deeper into the dungeon. Ready or not, they were going to find the dagger again. Minseok gave a playful grin, confident but cautious, still unsure if this was genius or just complete recklessness in motion. He warned Jianwu seriously. If it ever feels wrong, he has to stop before it crosses a line too far. They touched the gate together, energy crackling around them as the portal roared awake, buzzing with power and something unknown. With no hesitation, they both leapt forward, lightning swirling around them, diving straight into whatever this new dungeon would hold. A massive level 122 monster stood tall, its energy unstable. Jianwu instantly knew this wouldn't be an easy encounter. Its eye glowed with fury, and the blade in Jianwu's hand pulsed like it could feel the threat too. Minseok ducked low beside him, clearly shaken by the pressure. This wasn't their usual kind of dungeon run at all. They watched the monster shift violently, forcing themselves to stay focused as its health bar ticked down far too slow. With tension rising, Minseok turned and asked if Jianwu was ready, voice tight but confident beneath the fear. Jianwu gave a quick nod. There wasn't time for hesitation now, not with the monster possibly breaching the portal. Lightning flared behind them, the gateway still unstable, offering no escape if the fight spiraled out of control. Minseok cracked a smile, eyes sharp, then lunged forward like it was the beginning of something wild they couldn't undo. Jianwu followed without hesitation, legs moving before thought, trusting the strange pull guiding his instincts more than anything else. Their blades clashed against the boss's armored skin, the fight igniting like fire and metal crashing together in rhythm. The enemy's health dropped again, 30% now, but it moved faster, angrier, like it knew things were spiraling out of its control. Jianwu scanned quickly as enemies poured in from behind. This fight wasn't just about strength, it was about timing. A whole horde emerged from the shadows, drawn by the chaos, forming a wall between them and any retreat. Minseok gritted his teeth, swearing he wouldn't let things end like before. This time, he'd change how it played out. Jianwu sprinted toward the glowing seal ahead, heart pounding, hoping it held the answer or at least a chance. Skeleton warriors swarmed the battlefield, shrieking as they closed in, their bony frames clattering like broken glass on stone. Jianwu charged in, lightning surging across his blade as enemies fell, the system logging each kill with mechanical precision. He noticed the barrier weakening, the pressure dropping. Progress, but not nearly fast enough against the rising enemy wave. He glanced at the pulsing seal, realizing they had seconds before the dungeon triggered another deadly self-destruction sequence. A deep growl echoed from behind, the boss monster raging as its countdown neared 0. It wasn't done fighting yet. Flames erupted around them like a volcanic blast, the ground splitting open as if the entire dungeon was collapsing inward. Jianwu dashed through the chaos, fire dancing behind him, knowing one misstep meant getting buried in molten rock. System warnings popped up mid-run, visibility gone, communication offline, and the portal's path unreadable from this unstable zone. Silence followed the blast. Smoke rolled through the air until a familiar figure slowly stepped forward through the ash. He looked around the hollow chamber, his breath visible, heart pounding, unsure how or why he was still standing here. Fog swallowed the dungeon floor, hiding everything. Jianwu's voice echoed, but nothing answered back, not even the system. The golden text, "Unbeatable LV1", flickered briefly in the mist like a cruel reminder rather than a status. Frustrated, he muttered about his right arm, confused whether the strange sensation was a warning or something new awakening. Minseok stood nearby, equally confused by the silence, both of them unsure what the dungeon was doing or hiding now. From deeper inside, another hunter spoke darkly, wondering if Jianwu's strange level had finally pushed the system into breaking entirely. As exhaustion crept in, they realized their food supply was gone. No buffs left, just raw instinct and tired bodies. Minseok warned they were too fatigued to continue recklessly. One mistake now could mean dying inside this unstable dungeon. Jianwu froze, that word, die, triggering a flashback to the moment everything changed, the collapse, the silence, and the pain. He remembered lying broken, HP nearly 0, unconscious before being pulled out by a force he never fully understood. That realization struck hard. He had somehow survived before, and maybe that same logic could be the key again. The monster's HP hovered at 30%, but its energy flared violently, making every second feel like borrowed time. Minseok stepped forward, saying he'd stall the boss. Jianwu nodded, knowing what came next might decide everything. Skeletons screeched behind them, charging, but Jianwu rushed toward the seal again, lightning flashing from his steps. He slipped through a gap, barely avoiding the horde, sweat dripping as he realized how close that had been. Breathing heavy, he steadied himself. He couldn't press forward recklessly, not without checking the seal's condition or status first. A timer appeared. 2 minutes left. Pressure built fast, but Jianwu's eyes scanned every flicker for a chance. The seal responded to his approach, glowing brighter as if recognizing him from before. Then the entire space erupted in light. Power exploded outward, lifting debris as Jianwu stood tall, transformed, energy coiling around him like a second skin. His body moved on its own, fists clenched, the light warping everything like time and space twisted around him. From that blinding flash, he launched upward, unstoppable now, rising like a storm, carrying the weight of everything unresolved. The explosion's aftermath left the entire dungeon crumbling, dust clouds swallowing everything, broken stones falling like thunder from above. Jianwu hit the ground hard, coughing through the smoke, every muscle aching. But he was still breathing, somehow still alive. He stood, shakily, stunned by the silence, realizing he'd survived something no one else probably could have walked away from. Then, he saw it, a portal glowing faintly in the distance, like a final invitation back to the surface. His heart pounded as he stumbled toward it, eyes wide. Finally, this time, he was out for real. Jianwu barely had time to breathe before another noise echoed, loud footsteps again from above. He instantly froze in place. Panic set in as he looked up. More creatures were descending, and the dungeon wasn't done with him just yet. Someone shouted, "Entering!" from afar, a full raid team dropping in, unaware of the chaos still unfolding beneath their feet. Jianwu tried to run, but his legs failed him, exhaustion locking him in place like invisible chains. His vision blurred, everything spinning. He muttered faintly that he couldn't move, body trembling as he slumped to the floor. A girl appeared through the fog, ears pointed, eyes wide. Jianwu wasn't sure if she was real or part hallucination. She gasped when she saw him collapse, then screamed, terrified, begging anyone nearby to come help her immediately. Jianwu asked who she was, still dazed, struggling to stay conscious through the dizziness and ringing in his ears. She claimed to be a contract NPC. His jaw dropped. What even was that supposed to mean in this weird place? The system labeled her LV, which somehow made her even more suspicious. but also oddly important to whatever's next. Jianwu wandered into the aftermath, ashes swirling in the breeze. Trees blackened, earth cracked, silence louder than any explosion. He stared in disbelief, asking what happened. This forest was thriving earlier, and now it looked like a war zone. Minseok pointed at him, shocked he didn't remember launching the attack. Blue flames, wild energy, destruction with no hesitation. A mission prompt flashed suddenly, seal the heart of flame, confirming the disaster wasn't random, but something directly triggered by him. Jianwu clenched his fist, breath catching. If that was true, then everything that happened here really was his doing alone. Jianwu looked down at his hand, questioning everything. Could he really be the one who burned the entire forest? The gauntlet still pulsed faintly. He recalled the moment he was nearly crushed, now wondering if this power saved him. He spotted the NPC girl again, watching quietly, as if she knew more than she let on from the start. He asked her about the name Torino, why it sounded familiar, and why it kept coming up around this power. She blinked in surprise, then admitted Torino was missing, and she'd been traveling alone to find him ever since. Pasay pointed across the field, confident Torino was nearby. Something about the burned path felt like it matched his energy. Jianwu introduced himself properly, still recovering, but curious why she seemed so calm being part of something this dangerous. She gave a cheerful wave, calling herself Paz, short for something far more complicated and fantasy-like than expected. Turns out she's not just a kid. She's a rare contract-type NPC born from an ancient beast lineage. Her wings spread slightly as she twirled in the air, her lightheartedness clashing with the ruins surrounding them. Suddenly, she froze mid-flight, eyes wide, ears twitching. Something nearby triggered her senses like danger had just entered the field. Jianwu glanced around, asking what she sensed. Pasay looked spooked, unsure where the strange, sweet smell was even coming from. He casually pulled a wrapped item from his pocket, realizing too late it was chocolate, apparently strong enough to trigger confusion. Pasay's face lit up, stars in her eyes, and before he knew it, she had snatched it from his hand. She devoured it instantly, then looked up with puppy eyes and shouted with full seriousness, "Any more chocolate?" Jianwu asked what kind of threat could destroy the world. He hadn't realized how deep this situation had already gotten. Paz stared ahead seriously, explaining a powerful entity was awakening, one that could wipe out everything unless the seal holds. If the seal failed, humanity would fall. No reset, no safety net, just full extinction waiting in the shadows. Jianwu's eyes widened as she described it. A literal godlike force waiting to break through, devour, and rewrite the world. The visual burned into his mind, a being hovering over Earth like a nightmare, surrounded by stars and pure malice. Jianwu asked how strong the being really was, already fearing the answer before she even opened her mouth. Pazi explained the entity had once ruled as a god, capable of awakening avatars just to bend the rules. Humanity barely sealed it last time using the Divine Stone, an artifact forged from sacrifice, desperation, and raw magic. The seal worked, but barely, and if it cracks again, not even the best hunters could contain what's coming next. Even Han Xiong-jun, the strongest known hunter, could only seal the being, never truly damage or defeat it directly. Papase then showed him the vessel, the golden stone meant to contain or activate divine energy depending on the user. She revealed something more shocking. Jianwu's strange, unknown power might actually be what's needed to make the divine stone work. No one, not even Xiong-jun, could unlock its full potential. But Jianwu's power wasn't from this world at all. A system message echoed that truth. His energy type and skill origin were both labeled as unknown, tied to another realm. That's why Han Xiong-jun deemed him special, why the Divine Stone responded to him, and why he was chosen as contractor. Jianwu wondered if Han Xiaoyan already knew everything, if she was aware of his power and kept quiet on purpose. Pasa said Xiaoyan likely knew everything except the nature of his unknown power. It remained a mystery even to her. Still, Pase reassured him. Forming a contract with the second dragon vessel wouldn't conflict with Han Xiaoyan's own intentions. Jianwu felt a wave of relief, thinking about Xiaoyan's strength and why she might have chosen to support him anyway. But there was no time to reflect. Lamentation's energy was already spreading, and Choi Jae-yong's transformation was proof of it. Papase warned that if Lamentation fully awakens, Not even top hunters like Xiaoyan could stop what's coming next. Cities would burn, skies would fracture, and the line between dimensions would blur, all because of one awakened name. Even if civilians survived, other realms would bleed through. Eventually, all existence could collapse under Lamentation's influence. She turned to him with urgency, asking, would Jianwu fight beside the second vessel and face this rising danger? Jianwu hesitated, but only for a breath. Something inside him already decided. If fate chose him, he wouldn't run again. Jianwu reached out to seal the contract, knowing there was no backing out once the pact was accepted. Pasay nodded, then pointed to a towering peak ahead. Their next trial wasn't just hard, it was nearly unreachable. He stared at the steep cliff in disbelief, asking if there was some hidden path, anything safer than free climbing. Pasay gave him a blunt answer. No shortcut, no tricks. You climb it like a rock climber, or not at all. Jianwu asked what would happen if he fell. Pasay's answer, you die, of course. Delivered with the sweetest smile. Jianwu asked for some sort of reward before climbing that crazy cliff. He wasn't about to risk it for free. Pasay called him stingy, but Jianwu wasn't fazed. He figured risking your life deserved more than thanks and good vibes. He tossed a piece of chocolate toward her. He remembered how fast she devoured it last time and smirked knowingly. Pasay exploded with joy, snatching the chocolate midair like a missile and flying straight toward him in pure sugar madness. She crashed right into him, knocking Jianwu down hard. He groaned from the ground, rubbing his back and regretting that treat. A giant griffin suddenly landed beside them, radiating pride and strength. Jianwu stared up in awe, half confused, half impressed by its entrance. Pasay proudly introduced it as their ride. Jianwu could barely nod before the beast yanked him upward without warning or ceremony. The griffin flapped its wings powerfully, shooting into the sky. Jianwu clung to its feathers, screaming as trees blurred beneath him. He could barely process what was happening before they dove toward another glowing portal. His mission clearly wasn't over yet. Meanwhile, deep in the dungeon, his friends were talking, sharing stories, doubts, and theories about what Jianwu had managed to survive. Rumors were already flying about the mysterious Level 1 who cleared something even veteran hunters wouldn't dare touch. Nobody could figure out how he did it, or why he'd risk it, especially when he could have died alone. Most assumed it was dumb luck or some trick, brushing off his win as a fluke they wouldn't repeat. But someone spoke up, an old friend who'd known Jianwu longer than anyone, shaking his head at their assumptions. With clenched fists, he defended Jianwu's heart, saying his friend might be reckless, but he'd never be selfish or fake. Jianwu emerged from the light, crackling with power, his presence overwhelming, leaving his friend speechless in awe and quiet fear. Jianwu's body was slumped against the cave wall, barely conscious, as Minseok spotted him and rushed in immediately, heart pounding. Arms wrapped tightly around Jianwu, Minseok's relief poured out uncontrollably, laughter mixing with tears in the cold, dimly lit cave. Jianwu coughed hard, still weak, clearly annoyed at the hug, but not strong enough to shove Minseok off completely just yet. The rest of the group stood frozen behind them, watching as emotions overwhelmed Minseok, who kept wiping his eyes silently. Slowly standing, Jianwu clutched something tightly and said he'd register the item, brushing off everyone's concerns like nothing had happened. Minseok hesitated, clearly thinking Jianwu needed rest, but Jianwu's calm focus made it clear he had something else in mind. Jianwu seemed different now, like he'd made peace with something deeper, no longer feeling the need to keep things hidden. Minseok didn't ask again, just nodded in quiet understanding, sensing this was a turning point Jianwu had been walking toward alone. Eyes widened as Jianwu revealed a radiant golden weapon, humming with energy, something definitely not from any ordinary dungeon run. Everyone listened quietly while Jianwu explained he cleared a hidden dungeon solo, discovered something rare, and walked away with that item. One guy muttered something about legendary rank, realizing the shield Jianwu held wasn't just rare, it was practically unheard of. Jianwu didn't act impressed, just offered it for use with quiet confidence, like it was no big deal despite the power. Before anyone reacted, the system bound the item to Jianwu, locking it permanently, stunning everyone who'd hoped to get involved. The weapon responded instantly, slamming into the ground with blinding energy, the cave shaking slightly under the sudden weight of power. Silence fell as someone realized what it really was, a soul contract item, capable of ending anything instantly with one clean strike. Jianwu held the glowing dagger, its golden edge pulsing with energy, clearly nothing like its humble name suggested at all. The words mythical rank felt unreal. No beginner's item should shine like that, yet here it was, blazing in his hand. With a quick motion, he hurled it, the blade slicing through air so fast it left glowing trails behind. The beast didn't even get to roar. One hit was enough, and the massive creature dropped instantly with a heavy crash. Standing over the body, Jianwu looked almost bored, while others stared in disbelief at the insane strength he casually displayed. Whispers spread like wildfire. No one expected Jianwu to be that powerful, especially not while holding something labeled a beginner's dagger. One officer clenched his jaw, thinking if this item really was mythical, it could change the balance between entire factions. A message arrived mid-thought, breaking tension. The urgent report was about the dagger, now officially registered under Jianwu's name. Everyone stiffened at the news, and the chief asked if it was true, glancing toward the one who brought the update. The confirmation dropped like a bomb, leaving the group speechless. Jianwu really had claimed a mythical weapon right under everyone's noses. The chief's expression darkened, clearly frustrated that something this powerful slipped through without anyone noticing until it was already too late. Another officer tried to reason it out, but the chief waved him off, eyes fixed on Jianwu's name in records. They realized Jianwu didn't just hold power. He registered it properly, bound it legally, and moved faster than any of them predicted. A grin spread across the chief's face. He didn't want to take it by force. He wanted to earn it. The sky cracked with noise as his attack launched forward, scattering birds and leaves, signaling he'd fight Jianwu himself for it. Jianwu smiled proudly as he held the spear high, celebrating his win against an F-rank dungeon monster with zero hesitation. His companion looked a little stunned, processing the way Jianwu defeated the creature so quickly without traditional skills or levels. A new system message floated in the air, signaling that Jianwu had triggered something important related to the dungeon's core. He looked up, accepting the outcome, even though it meant calling attention to himself far sooner than he planned. A quiet countdown appeared, 2 out of 5, and Jianwu knew this wasn't the end, but the beginning of something larger. Jianwu now understood things were slowly falling into place, and it was finally time to return what he had borrowed. His companion nodded in agreement, saying that returning the monkey relic would reset a key part of the broken balance. 3 days passed quickly, and Jianwu continued battling creatures non-stop, gaining experience and answering system requests without slowing down. The system rewarded him with confirmation. The final stage was complete, and he threw his arms up, relieved it was finally over. A new system message appeared, notifying him that a quest scroll had been granted and placed near his feet. Jianwu unrolled the scroll and realized it wasn't just paper. It was a quest item meant to reveal a hidden truth. His companion explained that if they followed its clues, it would show the location of the next dungeon tied to change. The scroll shimmered, glowing faintly, as a hidden message activated beneath Jianwu's fingers and revealed the map coordinates. Lightning sparked around Jianwu as the system activated teleportation, sending him toward the new quest destination without time to hesitate. In seconds, Jianwu arrived high in the snowy mountains, where silence ruled and danger lingered just beyond the blizzard. Rain fell steadily as Jianwu listened closely, learning that this hidden place wasn't just a dungeon. It was tied to history. He stared toward the trees, sensing something familiar. This dungeon hadn't appeared randomly. It was chosen for a very specific reason. A system message appeared in the air, welcoming him to the beginning, a stage long forgotten by modern adventurers. Jianwu looked around and noted how the place felt still, unusually quiet, as if something big had just ended. His companion corrected him. This wasn't the end. The real disaster had happened 6 years ago, hidden from the public. The memory of that disaster still lingered, even if most people never knew when or how it truly started. Jianwu watched the shadowy figures ahead in the rain, his companion quietly pointing out 2 people who stood out. One was Han Xiangjin. The other wore a uniform Jianwu recognized, though he couldn't place the memory right away. Jianwu thought back, realizing he'd seen the second man many times before, always in the background, never clearly identified. His companion confirmed it. That man was from the Awakening Management Bureau, a place Jianwu hadn't fully trusted since day one. Cha Sejin stood at the center of attention, his past buried deep beneath the weight of the guild's legacy. People watched with admiration as Sejin became the symbol of strength, leading the All-Hunter Guild with unmatched authority. Raindrops fell quietly as Lee Junwoo walked alone, unnoticed by the crowd cheering for the rising hero Sejin. A soldier observed Junwoo in silence, reflecting on the reality behind the spotlight and the people left in its shadow. Junwoo stared into the distance, unsure what lay ahead, until the soldier pointed silently toward something hidden beneath the rubble. Junwoo stepped closer to the cracked ground, recognizing the dungeon entrance that had quietly emerged beneath the city ruins. His companion confirmed it, her small voice steady despite the storm that soaked them both from head to toe. Soldiers exchanged concerned glances, knowing this place had claimed too many lives before and might do so again today. Rain dripped off helmets as they prepared for the descent, hesitant but unwilling to ignore the threat growing below. Sergeant Cha stepped forward first, leading the search team into the darkness without hesitation, unaware of who was watching nearby. Junwoo listened to his companion explain dungeon behavior, her knowledge unexpectedly sharp despite her youthful appearance and small frame. She mentioned overlapping dungeon zones, something rare but dangerous, pulling both monsters and people into the same unpredictable mess. Without waiting, the search party descended deeper, drawn by duty and desperation, unaware of what had already been disturbed. Junwoo nodded, deciding to follow, not because he had to, but because something inside him told him this path mattered. Lightning flickered above them as the words, "Unbeatable LVL-1," glowed faintly beside a long-forgotten spear buried in the stone. Junwoo hesitated, drawn toward the glowing stone while chaos simmered in the air, curiosity stronger than the warnings around him. Soldiers yelled at Junwoo to stop, but his hand had already moved, closing the gap between hesitation and instinct. He reached out and touched the strange stone, unaware of what had been sealed within its quiet, radiant light. A shockwave blasted through the chamber, throwing the soldiers back, light surging in every direction like a waking storm. Energy burst into the sky, a blinding pillar erupting from the dungeon, felt even by those far beyond the ruins. Dust settled slowly as a soldier called for Ozgun, searching for him in the chaos left by the explosion. The artifact was gone. All that remained was a strange emptiness and the tension hanging thick in the silence. Then the air began to rumble. Light flickered again, but this time it felt colder, darker, far more alive. A massive monster emerged, red eyes glowing with rage, its breath thick with menace as it stepped from the portal. Panic spread fast. Soldiers screamed and opened fire, bullets echoing through the dungeon as they tried to hold the beast. Gunfire filled the air, but the monster didn't flinch, charging forward as if nothing could pierce its thick hide. It lashed out violently, sending one soldier flying into the wall, pain and fear written across his face mid-air. Others tried to regroup, but the beast was too fast, striking anyone who stood in its path without mercy. A soldier stumbled backward, coughing blood, reaching for help that wouldn't come as the monster turned its gaze toward him. Terrified, one man ran without looking back, boots slamming against the ground as his teammates shouted in panic behind him. Junwoo's eyes widened with urgency as he noticed a soldier caught in the monster's grip, danger closing in fast. Ozgun fought back, swinging with all his strength. But the monster didn't budge, its power far beyond anything they'd trained for. The creature grinned cruelly, holding Ozgun in its hand like a toy, tightening its grip slowly, enjoying the panic. Despite the soldier's desperate struggle, he couldn't escape, trapped in the monster's iron grasp, limbs thrashing with fading energy. The monster crushed down with force, slamming the soldier to the ground, a brutal display of strength in cold silence. A soldier screamed as the monster tossed his comrade aside, blood splattering across the stone like paint on canvas. One collapsed near the wall, groaning faintly, barely conscious, surrounded by the stillness after a storm of violence. Junwoo's companion quietly explained the truth. Ordinary people only know part of what happened when Earth turned into a game. The real cause went deeper than public stories. It began during something far older, an event called the First Cataclysm. Junwoo repeated the name softly, realizing how little he knew of the world's true history and what lay beneath it. Soldiers fought back against the monsters, their bullets doing little to slow them, panic mixing with the cold rain. The monsters weren't mindless beasts. Something was controlling them, something with purpose and a thirst for overwhelming power. Ozgen had been investigating these dungeon anomalies for years, trying to understand why their appearances were becoming more frequent. The signal was clear, the moment undeniable. Something ancient had awakened, and the real battle was only just beginning. Jianwu looked up, startled by another flash of light, his companion calling out as a name echoed through the chaos. Jianwu's body was hurled upward, surrounded by a torrent of energy as blue light swallowed him completely without warning. Trapped in a spinning vortex, Jianwu's form twisted through a glowing tunnel, the world around him vanishing like a dream. He slammed into a hard surface, gasping, heart pounding, the shock still buzzing through every nerve in his body. A soldier nearby muttered in disbelief, realizing something had gone terribly wrong, and that Jianwu wasn't supposed to survive this. Strange purple system messages flashed across the air, unreadable and wild, hinting at something unstable being triggered by Jianwu's presence. Jianwu screamed as lightning ripped through him, not from pain, but from power rushing through places he didn't know existed. Light exploded outward again, and in a blink, he was launched through the air, crashing hard into unfamiliar ground. Groaning, Jianwu sat up, brushing dust from his arm, blinking at the bright sunlight and the peaceful field around him. A glowing blue panel floated near his wrist, system messages flickering as he slowly began to piece together what happened. He stared into the distance, realizing he'd been kicked out of the dungeon alive. But something far stranger had just begun. Jianwu activated a new skill called Summon, hoping it would bring help or answers to everything that just happened. The skill failed instantly. No response, no explanation. Only silence that left him more confused and strangely anxious in the open field. He looked around, wondering why nothing happened, until a voice called out behind him, mentioning the legendary rebellion's dagger. Jianwu turned sharply to see a red-haired man with piercing eyes approach calmly, his presence unsettling yet strangely familiar somehow.
Li Jianwu's heart skipped as that familiar face came into view. A name he hadn't said aloud in years resurfaced. Cha Sejin stood like nothing had changed. The confidence, the swagger, it was all still there, maybe even sharper now. The silence between them was heavy, layered with memories neither had spoken of. Around them, the world seemed to wait. Sejin barely looked concerned, like this was just another meeting. But Jianwu knew better. This wasn't casual. It never was. He wanted to shut it all out. The words, the invitation, the director's voice. None of it mattered anymore. With that same smooth smile, Sejin extended a hand like they were old friends. But some lines don't get crossed twice. Jianwu stood still, the weight of everything Sejin had done settling in his chest again like it never left. Sejin leaned in, not physically, but with presence, reminding everyone why his name still carried power. He always loved the spotlight. But Jianwu wasn't moved. The past wasn't something that could be undone by title offers or empty team invites. His voice was steady as he reminded Sejin of what happened. The past had witnesses, and Jianwu had never forgotten. Sejin's expression changed, just slightly. Not fear, but discomfort. For a moment, the mask cracked and something real flickered behind it. Pressure radiated off him like heat. That signature energy that once made him a star now felt almost suffocating. Still, Jianwu didn't step back. Even as the power thickened around them, he kept his eyes forward, jaw set with purpose. Others could feel it too, the sheer force Sejin exuded. It was impossible to ignore, but Jianwu wasn't here to be impressed. A nervous fan broke the tension with a cheer. Sejin brushed it off, composure returning. Just like old times, mask back on. Jianwu walked off quietly while others watched from the distance, already setting something in motion behind their calm, calculating expressions. One man suggested stopping him, but the chief had other plans, something bigger, something crueler hidden behind his relaxed smile. He promised to build a stage, one fit for a dramatic ending, where Jianwu would finally be cornered. That stage would look like opportunity, but be nothing more than a trap dressed in challenges too twisted to escape. Meanwhile, Jianwu walked alone, unaware of plans behind him, still wondering if the system would ever fix his weird level. The red-haired man watched the horizon, already sure things were unfolding exactly how he needed, no detours or second chances. The system gifted another weapon, glowing faintly, humming with potential, another mysterious reward that didn't explain why his level never changed. Rumors spread fast in the city, mostly from hunters who didn't believe the story of a level 1 survivor. Someone slammed a table, excited about what they heard, thinking Jianwu was either invincible or just crazy enough to be lucky. Jianwu stayed calm, brushing off the hype. He knew people just talked, especially when they didn't know the full picture. At a nearby table, someone mentioned Cha Sejin chasing the dagger. Jianwu didn't react, but he definitely heard everything. That dagger was no ordinary item, and if Sejin really wanted it, something much worse than competition was coming soon. They talked about a brutal quest that wiped out several teams. Jianwu quietly noted the location and closed his book. He asked a trusted friend for help. No hesitation followed. Some bonds were built in dungeons, not over easy missions. Then, without warning, a man in a suit appeared, smiling too wide. He offered something, but it wasn't really help. A man pitched his guild offer with a smile, trying to hook Jianwu before other hunters realized his rising value. He claimed it wasn't a major guild, but respectable enough to give Jianwu influence and a flashy title. Jianwu declined politely, brushing it off with an excuse. He had other priorities than guild handshakes and recruitment chatter. As he left, more recruiters swarmed in. Jianwu turned, instantly spotting their stiff movements and overly formal approach. One stepped up, mentioning Cha Seijin. Jianwu knew right away this wasn't about alliances, it smelled more like bait. Jianwu didn't wait for questions. The second he felt tension shift, he bolted, catching the others totally off guard. Panic spread fast, nobody understood what happened, but they recognized danger when they saw it and they followed without hesitation. Lightning flashed behind him as Jianwu sprinted ahead, leaving the others trailing behind like he'd activated cheat mode speed. Everyone's eyes locked onto a swirling light ahead. Jianwu didn't stop to think, he just jumped straight toward the distortion. The others shouted as he vanished inside, realizing too late that they were heading into something completely uncharted and unstable. Somewhere else, a man in a suit watched the chaos unfold, quietly sipping coffee and smiling at the unraveling plan. The rift widened, spinning wildly. Hunters in the area froze, unsure if this was disaster or opportunity knocking way too soon. Energy crackled as the dungeon gate finished forming, unstable, glowing, and clearly not registered by any hunter database or known system. Alarms rang out. Red warnings flashed. The monsters beyond the gate weren't random, they were marked with elite classifications. Inside the storm, shadows moved. These weren't basic mobs anymore. They were ranked. They were waiting. And they knew. Chaos erupted as monsters stormed the streets. Civilians scattered in all directions while a few brave ones held their ground. One man summoned a glowing weapon, teeth clenched. He knew backup wasn't coming, so he had to buy time alone. A grotesque creature burst forward, snarling wildly. The air warped around it like something pulled straight from a nightmare dungeon tier. Jianwu stepped into the scene, eyes locked on the monster. He'd seen worse, but something about this felt unusually wrong. The system triggered again, flooding his vision with blue panels, each one warning him that this wasn't a standard raid scenario. The system attempted to summon Basai, his griffin, but the signal hung in the air with no answer coming back. Jianwu stared at the notification, uneasy. Basai's silence wasn't normal. Something was clearly wrong beyond just a failed summon attempt. Jianwu followed his teammate deeper into the cave, not expecting things to get weird just 5 minutes into the mission. When the walls started shaking and rumbling, they looked at each other with that classic ennui messed up kind of fear. A giant scaly monster burst through the floor, making everyone realize this wasn't going to be one of those easy jobs. One of the kids nearby screamed, completely frozen, while the others tried to scramble out, slipping over their own panic. Jianwu spotted a chest glowing near the beast, but saving people came first. He sprinted toward the terrified kid instead. A man in a suit shouted orders, trying to keep things under control, but his voice cracked louder than his courage. His leg gave out as he ran, and now he was stuck, face to face with reality and a very angry monster. The creature roared again, swinging its clawed arm, and the man could only cover his head and scream for mercy. Jianwu saw everything. His body moved before his brain could process, grabbing that nearby chest like it owed him money. The gold light exploded as he opened it, and suddenly, time slowed down like the universe was waiting on him. The monster lunged, but Jianwu dodged, barely, crashing into the pavement, something in his bones cracking just as the system's screen popped up. His level shot 2 in an instant, but the number stayed frozen at 1, like it was lying somehow. He rolled onto his feet, pissed and dizzy, but the power in his limbs felt like a caffeine overdose times 10. A second monster grabbed another person, and without thinking, Jianwu ran into the chaos, arms glowing from whatever just awakened inside him. Right before he could act again, a voice echoed inside his head, calm and digital, and capturing progress class selected loading skills now. More monsters spawned in the plaza, and Jianwu barely had time to think before instinct shoved him straight toward the danger. Blood splattered as someone else got hurt nearby. Jianwu tightened his grip, realizing this wasn't something he could walk away from. A man shouted that people had been taken. His voice was desperate, echoing across the empty space like a final warning. Jianwu's chest tightened. He glanced toward the swirling dungeon gate. Saving them meant stepping in and not knowing if he'd come back. Another voice warned about difficulty, but Jianwu was already pacing forward. His mind was made up before his feet even moved. "I wrecked the gate once today," he muttered, brushing off concern. There was no time for doubt. People were still trapped. His friend called out nervously, but Jianwu gave a short nod. This wasn't bravery, it was just what needed to be done. Electricity swirled as he passed through, the dungeon pulling him in like it knew him, like it had been waiting. A glowing weapon appeared mid-air, data flashing blue across his vision, another system prompt, another upgrade. But that level still said 1. He stepped inside the dungeon hall, shoes echoing on metal. Even his heartbeat sounded loud in the strange, sterile silence. A scream echoed through the corridor. He took off running, each footstep faster than the last, instincts locked on high alert. He reached the room and froze. Dozens of monsters. Jianwu wasn't sure if he was brave or just real stubborn. One beast lunged toward the hostages. Without thinking, he struck its leg mid-air, sending the monster crashing like a sack of bricks. The freed captives looked up, shocked. One of them smiled through tears and called out to him, thankful, overwhelmed, alive. Jianwu asked calmly if there were others. One woman nodded quickly. More people were deeper inside, trapped further down the corridor. As Jianwu walked further in, golden lights flickered around a pedestal. He stopped, confused, staring at what looked like an old book. He picked it up, flipping it over. "This better not be cursed," he muttered, already suspicious of its weird glow. When the pages lit up, runes blasted into the air, like knowledge itself was screaming to be shoved inside his head. Notifications exploded in his vision again, line after line of upgrades, but the number one still refused to change. Meanwhile, more survivors ran across a wide hall, chased by monsters that looked too organized to be your average dungeon spawn. One woman whispered, "Why would the monsters gather like this?" The fear in her voice made it hard to breathe. A man guessed the dungeon was breaking apart, like it couldn't handle what was coming next, and honestly, he wasn't wrong. Suddenly, silence fell. The air shifted. Something heavy approached. Everyone knew it wasn't just another mob, it was something far worse. The monster appeared, towering, armored, glowing red eyes. A name appeared, Dragonic General. No level, no stat, just death on feet. Its roar shook the walls. The weaker lizard monsters backed off as the general stared down the hallway with a grin. A strange blue dome dropped from above, trapping everyone inside. It wasn't a fight anymore, it was a test of survival. The crowd panicked. Cries echoed. Some begged, others froze. No one knew what that glowing cage really meant. As the dome tightened, system messages popped up again. More restrictions, more conditions, and penalties just for standing in the wrong place. Everyone's stats dropped hard, like gravity itself increased. Even breathing felt like lifting weights with their lungs. One guy checked his screen. When Sentry saw, "My level's glitching out," he gasped. Someone else nodded, trembling. I think, I'm losing strength every second." A woman's scream echoed behind the barrier. Jianwu turned sharply, eyes narrowing as the system flashed another weapon into existence. A golden spear blazed to life, spiraling through the air with impossible force. Its destination clear, its aim pure rage. The weapon struck like thunder, blowing the general back and cracking the tiles beneath them like eggshells under a hammer. Before the monster could recover, another spear followed. Jianwu didn't hesitate now, not after seeing how well that first one landed. The second spear drilled straight into the general's chest, and for the first time, that beast looked stunned, maybe even afraid. The dome flickered, then shattered like glass. Notifications bloomed again, restoring strength, like the dungeon itself was surrendering to Jianwu's insane power. Strength restored, buffs removed. More messages rolled by. The oppressive weight lifted, and everyone started breathing like they hadn't in minutes. One woman looked at her hands, dazed. "Ohms my strength. It's back?" Hope crept into her voice like a sunrise after a storm. Jianwu stepped forward, glowing spear still in hand. His shoulders relaxed, but his eyes were sharp. He wasn't done, not yet. Smiling to himself, Jianwu let out a breath. That was close, he thought. Any slower, and we'd be pancake soup. Jianwu's eyes flickered, something clicked. The symbols in his mind rearranged, and suddenly, he understood every word the monster said. He realized that old book had rewritten his brain, like downloading a translator app, but ancient, magical, and maybe slightly cursed. The general laughed, low and guttural. "Human, don't joke." But Jianwu didn't flinch, he just grinned wider, heart pounding like a drum. The night skyline glowed quietly while important names gathered inside, unaware of just how far things had already spiraled elsewhere. Cha Sejin walked confidently through the room, his presence enough to quiet even the boldest voices around the table. One subordinate tried to interrupt, but Sejin brushed it off, until the name Enli Jianwu froze him mid-step without hesitation. That name shifted the mood instantly. Sejin excused himself, sensing something significant was unfolding beyond their plans or predictions. His curiosity lit up. Jianwu was supposedly inside an S-rank dungeon alone. The outcome would shift more than just rankings. The report explained everything. Jianwu entered alone, facing overwhelming odds just to protect civilians caught in the chaotic breach. Hearing it confirmed, Sejin paused. Sending a retrieval squad was protocol, but something told him to hold back and just watch. He believed Jianwu could clear it, not from hope, but strategy. If he failed, someone else would clean up. Others called it madness, but Sejin just smirked. For once, the battlefield had shaped itself exactly how he wanted. The moment was perfect. No more interference. Just Jianwu, the dungeon, and whatever truth he uncovered beyond that sealed gate. Inside the dungeon, the Dragonic General's glare pierced Jianwu. He didn't see a human, he saw something unfamiliar and dangerous. Jianwu froze, confused. His heartbeat quickened. The monster's words echoed. accusations that hinted at something buried even deeper than memory. The monster lunged, convinced Jianwu was pretending whatever truth existed didn't matter anymore. Now it was just about destruction. As the attack began, Jianwu's instincts kicked in. His body moved first, summoning light and blade with perfect timing. He struck back hard, and the sound echoed, metal, magic, and something more. This wasn't survival anymore. It was a declaration. Jianwu gripped his weapon tightly, feeling power surge again. The system flashed new stats, but the level still didn't change. Despite everything, he offered backup. The civilians escaped while he stayed behind, ready to face whatever storm came next. The Dragonic general launched forward in a blur, massive and furious, trying to stop Jianwu before he advanced deeper. Jianwu dodged quickly, barely avoiding the impact. His thoughts raced, every second counted, and the monster wasn't slowing down. A sharp glow returned to his hand, the familiar weapon pulsing. He braced himself, preparing to counter the next hit. Lightning exploded around him, numbers flying across the system window. His defenses cracked, but somehow, Jianwu was still standing. Attacks rained in with brutal speed, one after another, pushing him backward until his shield completely shattered from the pressure. He stared at the broken system alert. That shouldn't have happened, especially with the gear he'd been given earlier. For a second, doubt crept in, but he shook it off. Overthinking would get him killed faster than any monster. The general grinned darkly and stepped forward, eyes glowing. More attacks gathered, and Jianwu was still standing right in range. A command echoed. Fire, arrows, and beams rained from above. The attack zone expanded far beyond what Jianwu could cover. He spun around and realized they weren't aiming at him. They were targeting everyone else behind him in the room. Eyes wide, he stepped forward. The range was massive, too large to block, but he had no time to think. Teeth gritted, hands raised, he charged something, anything, hoping it would reach far enough to shield those still standing behind. His body lit up, energy twisting around him wildly. Even he wasn't sure what would happen if it failed. Jianwu's hand shot forward, bursting with light as a final spell activated, reacting faster than even he thought possible. The system confirmed activation. A chained spell layered behind his defense, expanding instantly into a wave of pure force. It slammed forward, tearing through incoming projectiles. The entire room shifted, wind and light mixing in chaotic, blinding swirls. The general's eyes widened. He recognized the energy. It wasn't borrowed. It was awakened. It was real. And it was rising. A howl burst from his throat, rattling the walls. For the first time, the monster was clearly afraid of something. Jianwu steadied his breath as the system reset again. Notifications scrolled, but his mind stayed focused on keeping everyone alive. Civilians opened their eyes. The room hadn't collapsed. The strike hadn't landed. One by one, they realized they were saved. People shouted thanks. Some cried, but Jianwu waved them off, urging them to move fast before the next wave hit. As they ran, laughter echoed. The general's voice returned, dark and amused. Something twisted had just clicked into place. He finally confirmed it. The relic they were chasing wasn't lost. It had chosen Jianwu, a human. The worst-case scenario. Power pulsed through the general. His body surged with rage as he declared his purpose, to reclaim what humanity should never wield. The entire room darkened. A corrupted ritual began to glow, marking the space with unstable purple and red notifications. Jianwu took a step, but staggered. His stats were draining rapidly. It wasn't damage. The system itself was being overwritten. He clutched his chest, struggling to breathe. Whatever this was, it wasn't just energy. It was designed to strip him completely. The general stepped forward, laughing. "Hand it over," he said. The power of the Gold Road wasn't Jianwu's to keep. Jianwu stood frozen behind the barrier, breath shallow, eyes locked on the enemy's movements through the crackling hexagonal shield. The general confirmed his theory. Jianwu's power wasn't awakened by chance. Even chakra flowed unnaturally for someone claiming to be human. Shock hit Jianwu hard. The word chakra wasn't common knowledge. That name hadn't been spoken aloud since his earliest memories. Before he could respond, the general struck, the force of his blow enhanced by something deeper than magic, pure ancestral energy. Crystal light shattered as Jianwu was flung back, overwhelmed by a force tied not just to the world, but its roots. Jianwu activated a chakra flame skill, releasing concentrated energy. It surged forward, striking with force that surprised even the general. The blow landed cleanly. But the monster only grinned, impressed that a human could use chakra with such raw precision. He shouted with renewed fury, lunging to end it, declaring that Jianwu's tricks had finally reached their last pathetic limit. The system blared again. Jianwu's vitality dropped fast. He could barely stay upright as fatigue dragged down his every breath. Struggling to recover, Jianwu scanned the system. His body felt heavier than ever, and escape was no longer realistic. He turned back, vision flickering. The corrupted interface glitched. Something was wrong with the system, or something else was overriding it. Messages kept flooding in, unregistered codes, forbidden mechanics. Whatever was happening, it didn't belong to any known dungeon programming. A hidden force was rewriting the rules. And somehow, Jianwu was caught between both systems, neither side fully claiming him. The general attacked again. Jianwu couldn't dodge in time. His ribs cracked under the impact, throwing him hard into the wall. Pain seared through his side. Notifications flashed. The system warned he'd taken major damage, but he didn't need a pop-up to know. Jianwu staggered up as the monster advanced again. His health dropped low, and even backup skills had started shutting down. He braced for impact again, pushed back across the chamber, barely keeping consciousness as the system calculated his collapsing stamina. The general mocked humanity, disappointed in their weakness. His voice carried the weight of someone who'd watched empires crumble before. Jianwu listened closely. The general wasn't just fighting. He was judging, questioning why powers like the Gold Road were ever entrusted below. Wincing, Jianwu steadied himself. His curiosity finally rose. These enemies knew something he didn't. Something older, deeper, and it centered on him. The general revealed they met before, years ago, hinting that this wasn't the first time power and fate had collided. A golden dragon flashed in Jianwu's memory. He questioned if that strange dream from childhood was actually something real. Many had tried and failed to awaken the Gold Road. Jianwu was just the one who succeeded by accident. The general approached slowly, intent on reclaiming the power Jianwu hadn't asked for, but was never supposed to receive. Wounded, breathing hard, Jianwu gritted his teeth. This felt like the end, but his heart refused to call it quits. Despite everything, his instincts screamed to stand. The general roared, fists glowing purple, declaring his own legendary rise through destruction. Jianwu blocked the strike just in time, using the dagger as his only lifeline between victory and absolute defeat. Their strength clashed mid-air. Jianwu pushed upward, eyes fierce. He was done listening to declarations from monsters pretending they were gods. The general's eye twitched. That confidence, it reminded him of someone long gone, someone who once stood where Jianwu now did. But Jianwu wouldn't ask for understanding. His power wasn't borrowed, it was earned, and this battle would end on his terms. With a shout, Jianwu leapt high. The blade in his hand glowed like a beacon, breaking through the dark air. The monster charged again, but the light was too much. One clean strike pierced through, stopping everything in a heartbeat. The system confirmed the final hit. Jianwu smiled, exhausted but relieved. For once, the impossible didn't feel so far away. Floating midair, he breathed in. His level still hadn't changed, but the world felt quieter, like something big had shifted. Notifications returned one after another, quests completed, energy stabilized. His body finally relaxed as he floated beneath the dungeon's broken sky. Reporters swarmed the area as the portal pulsed behind them. Questions flew, but no one really had solid answers. Rumors spread quickly. A level hunter entered alone and saved everyone. No one could believe it was true. Crowds gathered, pointing and whispering. Eyes searched for a face. If the story was real, where was the hunter? In an office high above, quiet conversations carried more weight. Was it luck, a miracle, or something far more dangerous? The man in black frowned. If Jianwu failed inside, thousands could die. Watching felt wrong, but interference had consequences. He watched the portal shimmer. It didn't close, not fully. A strange energy lingered, like unfinished business waiting to erupt. Then cheers. Civilians emerged unharmed. Relief washed through the crowd like sunshine. Somehow everyone had returned safely. Everyone, but one. The crowd edged closer, curiosity burning. Officials held them back. Survivors needed to be checked. Something about lingering effects inside. From a distance, the man watched with narrowed eyes. This wasn't just a success, it was an unexpected, show-stealing phenomenon. He turned to leave, then paused. "And let's go down," he muttered. Something told him the story wasn't finished yet. Before they could reach the portal, a burst of light flared. The crowd gasped, shielding their eyes from the flash. A shadow emerged, familiar, fast, confident. People whispered in disbelief. "Chesejin," someone muttered, awe mixing with growing urgency. Panicked voices rose. Survivors pleaded with officials. The hunter who saved them hadn't returned. He was still trapped inside. They begged the director to act, saying Jianwu was their reason for survival. Leaving him behind felt like betrayal. He finally nodded, brows furrowed. If Jianwu was caught near a dimensional rift, they had to act before it spread. The director's expression shifted. Even if the threat was gone, Jianwu might have been pulled deeper into something worse. People pointed and whispered, "Could someone that strong really be just level?" Doubt mixed with admiration in every glance. A voice called out. The portal was shrinking. Time was up. Anyone still inside wouldn't have much longer to escape. Confirmation echoed across the crowd. No new figures appeared. The closing portal meant no second chances. Silence swept over them. The director muttered to himself. The one he needed couldn't even survive this? Disappointment burned hotter than the sun. Jianwu drifted through weightless space, his body numb and mind hazy, surrounded by nothing but stars and cold, silent darkness. His eyes flickered open, catching the mana display blinking weakly, a final reminder that his strength was slipping away fast. Every second stretched longer than the last. Energy fading, limbs floating uselessly, Jianwu felt the exhaustion deep down in his bones. As the silence swallowed him, a hopeless thought echoed. He didn't want it to end like this, not without meaning. From nowhere, a voice crept in, offering a deal: give up humanity, gain power. The choice suddenly felt disturbingly real. Something within moved. A reflex, maybe instinct. Jianwu's hand reached toward the glowing contract, barely understanding why he still believed. The screen pulsed. He touched it. A cold shock traveled through his arm, and everything around him shifted in response. A towering figure emerged from shadows, red eyes locked on him. Its form felt unreal, something between nightmare and distant memory. Its face twisted with recognition, like it had waited years for this. An old secret lingered beneath that terrifying gaze. Jianwu's breath hitched. The figure spoke of choices, regret, and power. It had once been human, just like him before falling. Purple mist spiraled around Jianwu, tightening slowly. The presence grew louder, repeating the question that now pulsed like a heartbeat. Uncertainty flooded him. This wasn't some magic spell. It was a promise wrapped in chains. He couldn't tell if it saved. Pain cracked through his chest. His body trembled. No strength left to resist. He hovered between surviving and simply letting go. The offer lit up again, bright as ever. It promised power, survival, purpose. All he had to do was accept. Jianwu hesitated. Accepting meant risking everything. But not accepting? That might cost lives. And somehow that burden felt heavier than death. Jianwu's voice cracked as he shouted, his heart choosing defiance over surrender, clinging hard to what humanity he had left. He didn't want power born from hate. If dying meant staying true to himself, then he'd go down proud. His refusal ignited fury. Shadows moved fast, surging with violence. The air tightened around him, pressure dropping like a storm. Jianwu gritted his teeth, charging into the dark swirl without fear. His instincts took over, screaming to fight back harder. As energy exploded around him, strange systems unlocked, hidden powers within his body activating one by one, glowing like digital magic. Power burst from his hands. He couldn't explain how it worked, but his body finally moved like it belonged. Jianwu soared upward through the pressure, each breath cutting cleaner. For the first time, it felt like he was winning. Still surrounded by dark whispers, he focused inward. The voice mocked, but Jianwu's confidence grew from somewhere real and untouchable. With a quiet grin, he welcomed the next attack. This time, he was ready to push back even harder. His body spun through the void, a golden wave forming beneath him. An ability unknown, untamed, launching him toward destiny's edge. Skills stacked one after another, like dominoes falling upward. He felt them settle into place, rewriting the rules inside him. A fiery light pierced through space. Jianwu moved with it, arm steady, locked in a beam of raw intention. Energy collided in every direction. Notifications blinked too fast to read. He just moved, trusting his gut and the moment. The final ability hit, a golden streak, sharp as lightning, aimed at the enemy's core. The world seemed to hold breath. Silence followed. Jianwu stood tall, chest rising steady. He'd made it out. Not perfect, not whole, but alive, and changed forever. Jianwu's body trembled from exhaustion. Every part of him ached, but for once, the silence didn't feel so heavy. Still floating, he let out a weak sigh. He'd survived somehow. But rest wasn't an option just yet. A voice cut through the stillness. Torino's calm presence appeared behind him, her warning sharper than the void around them. She stood firm, blue armor gleaming, urging him to move. Staying meant danger. There wasn't time to slow down. If Limestone rose again, he'd be unstoppable. Torino would hold back the threat. Jianwu had to return and prepare Earth. With a deep breath, Jianwu turned and pushed forward through space. Earth felt close now, like waking from a dream. Light surrounded him, fading fast. His feet hit something solid. Cool air and sky returned like a long-forgotten memory. Meanwhile, others reported his supposed death. The agency accepted it, unaware that fate had plans to stir things again. A silent nod passed between men in suits. Orders were issued, no questions asked. The world kept turning, clueless. Far below, soldiers gathered near the portal. Another cleanup, another sealed threat. But something was off. They didn't notice it yet. Civilians pleaded for answers, but the agents gave none. Just practice lines meant to calm, dismiss, and push back. A flicker sparked. One woman pointed in shock as the portal, thought dormant, began pulsing again with unstable waves of power. They all froze. Something moved inside. Energy swirled faster. This wasn't over. The air buzzed, thick with anticipation and warning. Panic cracked through calm orders. The portal grew, blue lightning streaking outward. No one understood how or why it returned. The lead agent stepped forward, eyes wide. He sensed something familiar, something impossible. Then, without hesitation, he ran toward the light. Jianwu stepped forward, light swirling around him. Relief spread across his face. After everything, they made it back, still breathing. Cha Xiujun swung hard, slicing clean through the monster's chest, energy blazing around him like it was just another day. The beast collapsed. Xiujun stood steady, glowing blade fading. He didn't celebrate. It felt like something heavier was coming next. From a distance, the squad watched in awe. No surprise, Xiujun always made things look easy, like flipping a light switch. They whispered about his next promotion, like it was already settled. Seojin wasn't listening. His thoughts were already somewhere else. A soldier stepped close and mentioned something strange. Seojin blinked, alert again. His name was said. Han Songjun had gone missing. That name brought back a memory. Songjun, mid-recovery, walking straight into danger like he had something personal to settle inside. Songjun had once muttered to himself after a tough fight. He feared losing everything he'd worked hard to finally earn. Seojin ran through camp, boots pounding. He wouldn't let Songjun's mistakes drag them both down again. This couldn't repeat itself. Whispers followed fast. Songjun had returned, stronger, stranger, wielding a new weapon, eyes colder. People said every country now wanted him. He wasn't just back, he was famous. Headlines, interviews, recruitment offers. Seojin didn't care. Something about it all felt too clean. Inside the building, Songjun stood in uniform, surrounded by applause. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes at all. Everyone wanted pictures. He posed like he belonged there. Seojin stayed back, watching. This version of Songjun didn't feel familiar. Seojin made his way through the group, not saying anything. His expression was flat, focused, trying to read Songjun's face. Past the crowd, into the bathroom, Seojin braced himself. There were questions only silence and confrontation could properly pull out. They stared at each other, no words needed yet. Seojin knew something wasn't right. Truth always hid behind practiced smiles. Tension spiked as Lee Jin-oh clenched his fists. He hated being overlooked, like his effort never even mattered once. His words were sharp, pride clearly bruised. He wasn't just talking to Songjun. He was trying to prove something big. The air shifted. Songjun stayed calm. Lee jabbed the air, making wild promises to surpass him and earn real recognition. Songjun pulled out the dagger quietly. The room fell still. Everyone knew that weapon meant something heavier than ego. He held it up, voice low but steady. That blade reminded him why he trained and what loss really meant. He gripped the dagger like a promise. Too many friends were gone. That weight never left. Even now, years later, he muttered a quiet vow, never forget, never soften. The blade hummed faintly, as if echoing those memories in pain. His stats appeared, ton breakable LV. It wasn't power for show. This ability was carved from blood, regret, and burned resolve. Reporters gathered outside, lights flashing. Songjun stood calm, knowing they'd never understand the meaning behind the weapon in his hand. His name buzzed across the press. They called him a genius, but all he wanted was not to repeat history. Flashbulbs popped as praise filled the room. No casualties. They celebrated. Songjun barely nodded. The mission still wasn't over yet. Reporters cheered Lee Jianil's name. The energy shifted toward him. Songjun stood silently, watching the show unfold with steady eyes. He didn't react, but his thoughts were racing. Something about Jianil's sudden rise in timing didn't sit right anymore. A loud proposal echoed. Jianil invited him to reclaim the lost land. A smile followed, too wide, too rehearsed. The crowd hushed. That place was crawling with monsters. Everyone knew it. Even Jianil's excitement couldn't hide how risky it was. Lee Jianil leaned in with confidence, claiming the spotlight. The energy shifted. He was no longer following, he was leading now. Songjun watched carefully, reading between Jianil's words. Something was off. The stage wasn't shared, it was being twisted into something else. Jianil smiled wide, addressing the crowd. Songjun stayed silent, letting him have the mic, waiting for what came next. He shouted proudly, introducing himself as successor. The announcement echoed. People turned, phones raised. Songjun's name was suddenly tied to this. The press buzzed with questions. Cameras clicked. Everyone seemed confused, especially about Han Songjun's title. Things were escalating faster than expected. A reporter leaned in, pressing harder. Was Jianil strong because of Songjun? The crowd hung on every answer, tension rising. Jianil's hands sparked with power. Lightning burst suddenly, crackling with force. All eyes widened. Something surged through the equipment instantly. The nearest mics snapped with static. Sparks flew wildly. No one could record. The moment was suddenly invisible to technology. Confused reporters checked their gear. Phones wouldn't turn on. Cameras blinked out. Whatever happened, it fried everything in the area instantly. Orders were shouted to control the scene. Agents moved fast, clearing people out. This was no longer a public event. The director's voice cut sharp through the confusion. "Saying clean it up." There was no room for questions, only quick action. Security tightened instantly. Reporters were pushed back. The excuse was vague, but the message was clear. No more cameras, no more questions. One reporter protested, demanding answers. Mentioning Songjun's name struck a nerve. Now things weren't just controlled. They were being silenced aggressively. Jong-woo stepped forward, eyes cold. He wasn't hiding anymore. Not from the press, not from Songjun, not from anything ahead. A voice called out urgently, "Jong-woo!" Everyone turned. The mood changed. Something serious was about to happen, and no one blinked. Min-seok couldn't hold back anymore. Fury exploded as he shouted across the plaza, unable to ignore what had just happened. Jung-il leaned in with a cold warning. This wasn't just about pride anymore. Families, friends, everyone could become leverage or threats. Min-seok gritted his teeth. nodding tightly. He'd play along, stand in the spotlight, but not as anyone's puppet or pawn. His tone sharpened, voice cutting through the crowd. If Jeon-il touched anyone close, he wouldn't hesitate. No second chances, no mercy. Tension thickened as someone pulled Min-sok back. Voices rose. The crowd felt it. This wasn't over, just paused for something bigger coming. Jeon-il's name echoed in the room. The officer's expression tightened, flames flickering behind him. Something personal had just been triggered.
The academy stood tall beneath the bright sky, where countless students unknowingly witnessed destiny's unfolding moment. Jianwu tightened his grip, staring at the towering opponent, knowing survival depended on calculated, unyielding determination. Though uncertainty lingered, he steadied his breath, preparing for danger, ready to endure whatever consequences awaited his resolve. Energy surged violently, swirling around his figure as hidden strength awakened, threatening to shatter limits imposed by weakness. With chakra fully released, overwhelming power erupted outward, transforming hesitation into certainty, sealing his path toward relentless survival. Jianwu's eyes widened in shock as sudden force surged. Thrown violently backward, his body twisted midair. He dropped to the ground, steadying himself, every muscle strained but unwilling to show signs of defeat. Across from him, opponents studied carefully, surprised his hidden strength still surfaced despite appearing weaker moments earlier. Jianwu's chest glowed faintly, chakra stirring again, yet this time it seemed drawn deeper within his body. A surge of energy burst inside him, synchronizing with stamina, reinforcing his body beyond natural limits. Declaring physical abilities strengthened, proving Jianwu's suspicion that power awakened through synchronization. Opponent charged swiftly, determined to strike again. Jianwu dodged gracefully, perception heightened, every movement unfolding slowly, granting him advantage against otherwise overwhelming speed. He marveled quietly, realizing chakra expended no stamina, tempting him to test deeper reserves hidden within. Jianwu clenched his fist, deciding to delay unlocking deeper chakra, focusing instead on immediate control. Energy pulsed violently around his arm, shimmering with power, preparing to counterattack with decisive, overwhelming strength. He lunged forward, eyes sharp, moving faster than before, intent on ending the contest with precision. A voice rang out urgently, a plea cutting through chaos. Yet his strike had already gathered force, ice-coated power racing outward. The clash ended abruptly, leaving his opponent staggering backward, shocked by the overwhelming force displayed unexpectedly. Jianwu steadied his breath, body trembling slightly, chakra swirling stronger than before, synchronization rising to dangerous level. His power soared, system confirming enhanced stamina, physical abilities greatly strengthened beyond limits, achieved during training. Concerned voices broke the tension, reminding him of risks, urging restraint before strength consumed his control. He offered a faint smile promising caution, though determination lingered, refusing to abandon newfound strength's path. Jianwu stood calmly when a sudden alert reached him, signaling unexpected trouble approaching without warning. He glanced down, reading the message carefully, confusion rising as danger loomed closer with each second. A shadow descended swiftly, forcing him to react instantly, body tightening as instincts prepared for combat. The attacker's strike cut through the impact, echoed loudly. Enemy staggering backward, while Jianwu steadied himself, fully committed to facing this new threat. Jianwu steadied himself, recalling the sudden fall, realizing the stranger's arrival carried deliberate hidden intention. The group exchanged wary glances, sensing danger, but the adults urged caution, stepping forward to confront. Children moved aside reluctantly, leaving space as tension thickened, eyes fixed on the unexpected visitor's stamp. The stranger smirked confidently, revealing he carried something valuable obtained directly from a dangerous dungeon raid. Jianwu's expression hardened, confusion deepening, realizing the items mentioned could shift battles and determine survival. He accepted the items cautiously, realizing their significance, each piece holding potential influence over battles ahead. Among weapons and potions, one object stood out, glowing faintly with a mysterious and ancient presence. It was revealed as the legendary key, an artifact capable of opening the Radiant Gate's entrance. The proposal followed swiftly, urging participation in a dangerous expedition to the Forbidden Lost Land. Curiosity grew stronger, yet uncertainty lingered, for beyond the gate lay mysteries even veterans could not explain. The revelation of the final quest settled heavily, marking the beginning of something greater and dangerous. System notifications appeared rapidly, altering conditions, confirming objectives, and reshaping the path Jianwu must undertake. The mission became clear, centered on opening the Radiant Gate, carrying risks few dared to face. From the stranger's hand appeared a glowing stone, radiating energy, meant to guide this perilous journey. Jianwu accepted it cautiously, feeling immense pressure. A radiant bracelet formed on Jianwu's wrist, granting immense defense and shielding strength against incoming threat. Jianwu recalled how he was forced into the dangerous operation. Doubts clouding his mind about betrayal, he suspected the mission was merely a ploy to seize his dagger, leaving him vulnerable alone. Images of the Lost Land's terrifying monsters filled his thoughts, their glowing eyes signaling imminent deadly threats. Despite immense strength, he knew confronting an S-rank dungeon's endless challenges alone was nearly impossible, yet determination anchored him, believing no obstacle could deny his path. Even sealed doors remained breakable. Schemes unfolded as betrayal loomed, their plan clear abandoned him once the dungeon's path was opened. Dark threats whispered, reminding him even loved ones could suffer if he resisted their merciless intentions. Weighing such danger, Jianwu considered the risk, realizing tolerance only encouraged their reckless, selfish actions. Resolved, he agreed to heed Turnit's advice, determined to finally impose consequence upon their arrogance. With authority, offered a gift, acknowledging upcoming struggles within the sealed dungeon's deadly challenge. A mysterious stone glowed brightly, astonishing Jianwu as its power surged, signaling another significant transformation. The Overseer explained its purpose, lending strength so Jianwu could progress, ensuring survival within deadly trials. Energy coursed through him, reality merging with system messages, granting newfound abilities impossible to ignore. Jianwu marveled at legendary skills bestowed, power shielding allies and punishing enemies with divine retribution. Urged onward, he was reminded entry required proper preparation, emphasizing the dangerous path awaiting his resolve. Jianwu reflected quietly, realizing countless complicated matters now surrounded him, each demanding careful attention and resolve. Interrupted suddenly, another voice demanded his focus, insisting official procedures required his immediate participation without delay. Startled by the intrusion, Jianwu faced the interruption calmly, though concern still lingered behind his expression. A companion offered support, suggesting intervention, yet Jianwu declined, acknowledging inevitable exposure with nothing left hidden. Confidence steadied him with sharpened skills. He trusted that regardless of challenges, survival and progress remained achievable. Jianwu's thoughts sharpened, realizing preparations were complete, his determination unshaken before the daunting challenges ahead. He rose confidently, announcing readiness to begin, companions following as anticipation marked the start of action.